Chapter 24. John stared across the desk in the study. Sorel's head was down as she leafed through one of the ancient books, her short blonde hair hanging in her face so that her chin was all he could see. The two of them had spent hours making a list of incantations for the solstice festival. Meanwhile, Wellesley was in the kitchen, ordering supplies for the ceremony. As Sorel turned another page, he thought she had really pretty hands. "Okay," she said. "I think that's the last one." Her eyes flashed up to his, and it was like getting struck by lightning. A shock of heat and then a spacey disorientation. Plus, he would have believed he glowed in the dark now, too. She smiled and closed the book. Then there was a long silence. "So, I guess my friend Lash is in your training class." Lash was her friend? Oh, terrific. "Yeah, and he says you have the mark of the Brotherhood on your chest." When John didn't respond, she said, "Do you?" John shrugged and scribbled on the edge of the list he'd made. "Can I see it?" He squeezed his eyes shut, like he wanted her to get a load of his scrawny chest, or that birthmark that had proven to be such a pain in the ass. "I don't think you did it yourself like they do," she said quickly. "And, I mean, it's not like I want to inspect it or something. I don't even know what one is supposed to look like. I'm just curious." She moved her chair closer to his, and he caught a whiff of the perfume she wore, or maybe it wasn't perfume. Maybe it was just her. "Which side is it on?" As if his hand belonged to her, he patted his left pectoral. "Unbutton your shirt a little." She leaned over to the side, her head angled so she could look at his chest. "John, can I please see it?" He glanced at the doorway. Wellesley was still talking on the phone in the kitchen, so she probably wasn't going to come barging in or anything. But the study still seemed way public. Oh God, was he really going to do this? "John, I just want to see." Okay, he was going to do this. He stood up and nodded at the doorway. Without a word, Sorel followed right behind him, going all the way down the hall, all the way into his bedroom. After they stepped inside, he shut the door most of the way and reached for the top button of his shirt. He willed his hands to be steady by vowing to saw them off if they embarrassed him. The threat seemed to work, because he unbuttoned the shirt down to his stomach without much trouble. He stretched the left side open and looked away. When he felt a light touch on his skin, he jumped. "Sorry, my hands are cold." Sorel blew on her fingertips, then went back to his chest. Good God. Something was happening in his body, some kind of wild shifting inside his skin. His breath grew short, strangled. He opened his mouth so he could get more air in. "That is really cool." He was disappointed when she dropped her hand. But then she smiled at him. "So do you think you might want to go out sometime? We could go to the laser tag place. That could be cool. Or maybe the movies." John nodded like the dummy he was. "Good." Their eyes met. She was so pretty. She made him dizzy. "Do you want to kiss me?" she whispered. John's eyes cracked open, like a balloon had popped behind his head. "Because I'd like you to." She licked her lips a little. "I really would." Whoa, chance of a lifetime, right here, right now, he thought. Do not pass out. Passing out would be a total buzzkill. John quickly called on every movie he'd ever seen and got no help at all. As a horror fan, he was just swamped by visions of Godzilla stomping across Tokyo and of Jaws chewing on the ass end of the orca. Big help. He thought of the mechanics. Head tilt. Lean forward. Make the contact. Sorel glanced around. Flushing. "If you don't want to, that's cool. I just thought." "John." Wellesley's voice came from down the hall, and got closer as she kept talking. "Sorel? Where are you guys?" He winced. Before he lost his nerve, he grabbed Sorel's hand, pulled her forward, and planted a good one right on her mouth, his lips tight against hers. No tongue, but there wasn't time, and he'd probably need to call 911 after something like that anyway. As it was, he was practically hyperventilating. Then he pushed her back, and worried about how he'd done. He risked a look. Oh, her smile was radiant. He thought his chest would explode with happiness. He was just dropping his hand as Wellesley stuck her head in the door. "I need to go, Toa, I'm sorry. I didn't know that you 2-inch." John tried to marshal a nothing special smile, and then noticed that Wellesley's eyes were fixated on his chest. He looked down. His shirt was wide open. Scrambling to button the damn thing up just made the situation worse. But he couldn't help himself. "I'd better go," Sorrel said easily. "My mommin wanted me home early. John, I'll be on the computer later, okay? We'll figure out what movie to go see or whatever. Night, Wellesley." As Sorrel walked down toward the living room, he couldn't resist glancing around Wellesley. He watched as Sorrel took her coat out of the hall closet, put it on, and got her keys from her pocket. Moments later, the muted sound of the front door closing drifted down the hall. There was a long silence. Then Wellesley laughed and pushed back some of her red hair. I have no idea how to handle this," she said, "except to say that I like her a lot and she has good taste in males." John rubbed his face, aware that he was the color of a tomato. "I'm gonna go for a walk," he signed. "Well, Tor just called. He was gonna swing by the house and pick you up. Thought you might want to hang with him at the training center, since he's got some admin work to do. Anyway, it's your choice to stay or not. And I'm off to a Princeps Council meeting." He nodded as Wellesley started to turn away. "Ah, John." She paused and looked over her shoulder. "Your shirt's, it's buttoned up kind of off-kilter." He glanced down and started to laugh. Even though he made no sound, he just had to let his joy out, and Wellesley smiled, obviously happy for him. As he did the buttons up the right way, he had never loved the woman more. Bella spent the hours after she returned to the mansion sitting up in Zadist's bed with her diary in her lap. She didn't do anything with the journal at first, too caught up in what had happened at her house. Jesus, she couldn't say she was surprised that Zadist was every bit the menace she'd thought he was. And he'd saved her, hadn't he? If that lesser he'd killed had gotten its hands on her, she would have ended up back in a hole in the ground. The trouble was, she couldn't decide whether what he'd done was evidence of his strength or his brutality. As she decided it was probably both, she worried about whether he was okay. He'd been hurt, and yet he was still out there, probably trying to find more slayers. God, what if she was gonna drive herself crazy if she kept this up? Desperate for something else to focus on, she leafed through what she'd written in her journal over the past year. Zadist's name had played a prominent role in the entries right before she'd been abducted. She'd been so obsessed by him, and couldn't say that had changed. Matter of fact, her feelings were so strong for him now, even after what he'd done tonight, that she wondered if she didn't love him. Oh man. Suddenly she couldn't be alone, not with that realization shooting around her head. She brushed her teeth and her hair and made a go for the first floor, hoping she'd run into someone. Except halfway down the stairs, she heard voices from the dining room and came to a halt. The last meal of the night was in progress, but the idea of joining all the brothers and Mary and Beth seemed overwhelming. Besides, wouldn't Zadist be there? And how could she face him without giving herself away? No way that Mael was going to deal well with her loving him. No way. Ah hell. She was going to have to see him sooner or later, and hiding wasn't her thing. But when she got to the bottom of the staircase and stepped off onto the foyer's mosaic floor, she realized she'd forgotten to put any shoes on. How could she go into the king and queen's dining room with bare feet? She looked back up at the second floor and became utterly exhausted. Too tired to go up and come down again, too embarrassed to go forward, she just listened to the sounds of the meal. Male and female voices chatted and laughed. A wine bottle was uncorked with a pop. Someone thanked Fritz for bringing out more lamb. She looked down at her naked feet, thinking she was such a fool, a shattered fool. She was lost because of what the lesser had done to her, and shaky because of what she'd seen Zadist do tonight, and so alone after realizing what she felt for that male. She was about to throw in the towel and go back upstairs when something brushed against her leg. She jumped and looked down, meeting the jade-green eyes of a black cat. The feline blinked, purred at her, and rubbed its head against the skin of her ankle. Bending at the waist, she stroked its fur with unsteady hands. The animal was incomparably elegant, all lean lines and graceful, sliding movements. And for no good reason, her eyes got blurry. The more emotional she got, the closer she and the cat became, until she was sitting on the last step of the staircase and the animal had crawled into her lap. "His name is Boo." Bella gasped and looked up. Fury was standing in front of her, a towering male no longer dressed in war clothes, but now in cashmere and wool. He had a napkin in his hand, as if he'd just gotten up from the table, and he smelled really good, like he'd recently showered and shaved. Staring at him, she became aware that all the talk and sounds of eating had bled from the air, leaving a silence that told her everyone knew she'd come downstairs and gotten stuck on the periphery. Fury knelt down and pressed his linen napkin into her hand, which was how she realized there were tears running down her cheeks. "Won't you come join us?" he said softly. She blotted her face while still holding on to the cat. "Any chance I can take him in with me?" "Absolutely. Boo is always welcome at our table. And so are you." "I don't have shoes on." "We don't care." He held out his hand. "Come on, Bella. Come join us." Zadist walked into the foyer. So cold and stiff he shuffled along. He'd wanted to stay until the very dawn at the farmhouse, but his body hadn't fared well in the frigid air. Even though he wasn't going to eat, he headed for the dining room, only to stop in the shadows. Bella was at the table sitting next to Fury. There was a plate of food in front of her, but she was paying more attention to the cat in her lap. She was petting Boo, and didn't miss a stroke as she looked up at something Fury said. She smiled, and when her head dropped again, Fury's eyes stayed on her profile as if he were drinking her in. Z walked quickly over to the stairs, not about to fall into that scene. He was almost free when Tor emerged from the hidden door below the first landing. The brother looked grim, but then he never was a party. "Hey, Z, hold up." Zadist cursed, and not under his breath. He had no interest in getting waylaid by some policy and procedure shit, and that was all Tor talked about lately. The guy was cracking down on the Brotherhood, organizing shifts, trying to turn 4 loose cannons like V, Fury, Rage, and Z into soldiers. No wonder he always looked like his head hurt. "Zadist," I said, "wait. Not now." "Yeah, now." Bella's brother sent a request to Wrath, asking that she be assigned Seculsion status with him as her ward. Oh shit. If that happened, Bella was as good as gone. Hell, she was as good as luggage. Not even the Brotherhood could keep her from her ward. "Z, did you hear what I said?" "Nod your head, asshole," he told himself. He barely managed a chin dip. "But why are you telling me this?" Tor's mouth tightened. "You want to front like she's nothing to you? Fine. Just thought you'd want to know." Tor headed for the dining room. Z gripped the banister and rubbed his chest, feeling like someone had replaced the oxygen in his lungs with tar. He looked up the stairs and wondered if Bella would come back to his room before she left. She would have to, because her diary was there. She could leave her clothes behind, but not that journal. Unless, of course, she'd moved out already. God, how would he tell her goodbye? Man, there was one conversation to bail on. He couldn't imagine what he'd say to her, especially after she'd seen him do his nasty magic all over that Slayer. Z went into the library, picked up one of the phones there, and dialed Vicious's cell number by its pattern on the buttons. He heard the ring through the receiver as well as from across the foyer. When V answered, he told the brother about the Explorer and the cell phone and the undercarriage antics. "I'm on it," V said. "But where are you? There's a funky echo on the phone. Call me if that car moves. I'll be in the gym." He hung up and headed for the underground tunnel. He figured he could scrounge up some clothes down in the locker room and run himself into a state of utter depletion. When his thighs were screaming and his calves had turned to stone and his throat was sore from the gasping, the pain would clear his mind, cleanse him. He craved the hurt more than he craved food. When he got to the locker room, he went to the cubicle assigned to him and pulled out his airshod and a pair of running shorts. He preferred going shirtless anyway, especially if he was alone. He disarmed and was about to strip down when he heard something moving around the lockers. Tracking the sound in silence, he stepped out into the path of a half-pint stranger. There was a metal bang as that little body slammed into one of the locker banks. Shit, it was the kid. What was his name? John something. And John Boy looked as if he was going to faint as he stared up with bugged-out, glassy eyes. Z glared down from his full height. His mood was utterly vicious at the moment, black and cold as space, and yet somehow ripping the kid a new asshole for doing nothing wrong wasn't appealing. "Get out of here, kid." John fumbled with something, Pad and pen. As he put the two together, Z shook his head. Yeah, I don't read, remember? Look, just go. Tours up at the house. Z turned away and yanked off his shirt. When he heard a gasp, he looked over his shoulder. John's eyes were on his back. Christ. Kid, get the fuck out of here. As Z heard the patter of feet leaving, he ditched his pants, threw on the black soccer shorts, and sat on the bench. He picked his Nikes up by the laces and let them dangle between his knees. As he stared at the running shoes, he had some stupid thought about how many times he'd shoved his feet into them and punished his body on the very treadmill he was headed for. Then he thought about how many times he'd deliberately gotten himself hurt in fights with the lessers, and how many times he'd asked Fury to beat him. No, not asked. Demanded. There had been times when he demanded that his twin hit him over and over again until his scarred face swelled up and the pounding ache in his bones was all he knew. In truth, he didn't like having Fury involved. He'd have preferred the pain to be private and would have done the damage himself if he'd been able to. But it was hard to cold cock yourself with any force. Z slowly lowered the running shoes to the floor and leaned back against the locker, thinking about where his twin was. Up in the dining room, next to Bella. His eyes drifted to the phone that was mounted on the locker room wall. Maybe he should call up to the house. A low whistle sounded right next to him. He flipped his eyes to the left and frowned. The kid was there with a water bottle in his hand, and he came forward tentatively, his arms stretched way out in front of him, his head tilted away. Kind of like he was cozying up to a panther and hoped to leave the experience with his limbs still attached. John placed the Poland Spring bottle about 3 feet from Z on the bench. Then he turned and ran away. Z stared at the door the kid tore out of. As the thing eased shut, he thought about other doors in the compound. The front ones of the mansion, specifically. God, Bella would be leaving soon, too. She might even be leaving now. Right this very minute. Chapter 25. Apples? What the fuck do I care about apples? O yelled into his cell phone. He was ready to crack heads, he was so pissed off. And you was nattering on about goddamn fruit? I just told you we've got 3 dead betas. 3 of them. But tonight there were 50 bushels of apples bought from 4 different. O had to start pacing around the cabin. It was either that or so help him he was gonna hunt down you just to burn off his edge. As soon as O had returned from the Omega, he'd gone to the farmhouse, only to find 2 scorch marks on the lawn as well as the busted-up back door. Looking through a window into the kitchen, he'd seen black blood all over the place and another burn mark on the tile. Damn it to hell, he thought, picturing the scene again. He knew a brother had done the work, because given the mess in the kitchen, the lesser who'd been finished off on that floor had been shredded before he'd been stabbed. Had his wife been with the warrior at the time? Or had the visit been about her family trying to move her stuff out and a brother had just been guarding them? Goddamn those betas. Those 3 lousy-ass, weak-balled, useless motherfuckers of his had gotten themselves killed, so he'd never have answers. And whether his wife had been there or not, sure as hell if she were alive she wasn't going back there anytime soon, thanks to the fighting that had gone down. Yu's bullshit came back into focus. The shortest day of the year, December 21st, is coming up next week. The winter solstice is... I have an idea, O snapped. Why don't you cut the calendar crap? I want you to go to that farmhouse and pick up that explorer those betas left behind in the woods. Then, listen to what I'm saying. Apples are used in the solstice ceremony to honor the scribe virgin. Those 2 words, scribe and virgin, got O's attention. How do you know this? I've been around for 200 years, you said dryly. The festival hasn't been held for Christ, I don't know, a century maybe. The apples are supposed to represent the anticipation of spring. Seeds, growth, that kind of renewal shit. What type of festival are we talking about? In the past hundreds of them gathered, and I guess they did some chanting, some ritual stuff. I don't really know. Anyway, for years we've been monitoring certain buying patterns in the local marketplace during specific times of the year. Apples in December. Raw sugarcane in April. It's been more out of habit than anything else, because those vampires have been so damn quiet. O leaned back against the cabin's door. But now their king has ascended, so they're firing up the old ways. And you've got to love the ISBN system. Much more efficient than just asking around, which is what we used to have to do. As I said before, a huge load of Granny Smith apples has been purchased at various locales. Like they're spreading the orders around. So you're saying that in a week a bunch of vampires are going to get together in one place. Do a little song and dance thing. Pray to the scribe virgin. Yes. Do they eat the apples? That's what my understanding is. O rubbed the back of his neck. He'd been reticent about bringing up the whole turning his wife into a tear thing during his session with the Omega. He needed to find out if she was alive first, and then he had to work up some spin for the concept. Obviously, the potentially insurmountable problem was that she was a vampire, and the only counterpoint he could make on that was that she'd be the ultimate secret weapon. A female of their own species? The Brotherhood would never see that coming. Although, of course, that was just rationale for the Omega. His wife would never fight anyone but him. Yeah, the proposal was going to be a hard sell, but one thing he had going for him was that the Omega was open to flattery. So wouldn't a big, splashy sacrifice in his honor do wonders to soften him up? You was still talking. Thinking was that I could check out the markets. As you droned on, started thinking about poison. A whole lot of poison. A vat of the stuff. Poisoned apples. How Snow White was that? Oh? You there? Yeah. So I'm going to go to the markets and find out when. Not right now, you're not. Let me tell you what you're going to do. As Bella left Wrath's study, she was shaking with rage, and neither the king nor Tor tried to stop her or talk sense into her, which proved they were highly intelligent males. She pounded down the hall in her bare feet to Zadast's room, and after she slammed the door shut, she went for the phone as if the thing were a weapon. She dialed her brother's cell. Revenge picked up and snapped, "Who are you and how did you get this number? Don't you dare do this to me." There was a long silence. Then, "Bella, hold on a second." A shuffling sound came through the phone. Then he said in a cutting voice, "He'd better get over here right now. We clear? If I have to go after him, he's not going to like it." Revenge cleared his throat as he came back on. "Bella, where are you? Let me come pick you up. Or have one of the warriors take you to our house and I'll meet you there. You think I'm coming anywhere near you now? It's better than the alternative," he said grimly. "And what's that?" "The brothers forcibly returning you to me." "Why are you doing? Why am I doing this?" His voice sank into the deep, demanding bass she was so used to. "Do you have any idea what the last 6 weeks have been like for me? Knowing that you were in the hands of those goddamn things? Knowing that I put my sister, my mother's daughter, in that place. It was not your fault. You should have been home." As always, the sandblast of Rev's fury shook her, and she was reminded that on some basic level her brother had always scared her a little. But then she heard him take a deep breath. And another. Then a curious desperation crept into his words. "Christ, Bella, just come home. Maman and we need you here. We miss you. I need to see you to believe you're really okay." Yes, now the other side of him, the one she actually loved. The protector. The provider. The tender-hearted, gruff male who had always given her everything she had ever needed. The temptation to submit to him was strong. But then she pictured herself never being allowed out of the house again, which was something he was damn well capable of doing to her. "Will you rescind the seclusion request? We'll talk about it when you're sleeping in your own bed again." Bella gripped the phone. "That means no, doesn't it?" There was a pause. "Hello? Revenge. I just want you home. Yes or no, Rev? Tell me now. Our mother can't live through something like this again. And you think I can?" She shot back. "Excuse me. But Maman wasn't the one who ended up with a lesser's name carved into her stomach." The instant the words left her mouth, she cursed. Yeah, that kind of happy little detail was really going to bring him around. Way to negotiate. Revenge. His voice went utterly cold. "I want you home. I've just been in captivity. I'm not volunteering for jail. And just what are you going to do about it? Keep pushing me around and you'll find out." She ended the call and slammed the cordless unit down on the bedside table. Goddamn him. On a crazy impulse, she grabbed the receiver and spun around, ready to hurl it across the room. Zadist. She fumbled with the phone, catching it, holding it against her chest. Standing silently next to the door, Zadist was wearing running shorts and no shirt, and for some absurd reason she noticed that he didn't have shoes on either. "Throw it if you want," he said. "No. I know." She turned away and put the thing back on its little stand, taking 2 tries to get it in right. Before she faced Zadist again, she thought of him crouched over that lesser, beating it to death. But then she remembered him bringing her things from her house and taking her there and letting her have his vein, though he'd cracked wide open at the invasion. As she pivoted around toward him, she was tangled in the net of him, caught between the kindness and the cruelty. He broke the silence. "I don't want you running half-cocked into the night because of what your brother's up to. And don't tell me that isn't what you're thinking." Damn, he was smart. "But you know what he wants to do to me." "Yeah. And by law the Brotherhood will have to give me up, so I can't stay here. You think I like the only option I've got?" Except where would she go? "What's so bad about heading home?" She glared at him. "Yeah, I really want to be treated like an incompetent, like a child, like an object my brother owns. That works for me. Totally." Zadist ran a hand over his skull trim. The movement flexed his biceps so they squeezed up thick. "Makes sense to get families under one roof. It's a dangerous time for civilians." Oh man, the last thing she needed right now was him agreeing with her brother. "Dangerous time for lessers, too," she muttered. "Going by what you did to that one tonight." Zadist's eyes narrowed. "If you want me to apologize for that, I won't." "Of course you wouldn't," she snapped. "You don't apologize for anything." He shook his head slowly. "You want to pick a fight with someone, you're talking to the wrong male, Bella. I won't go there with you." "Why not? You excel at being pissed off." The silence that followed made her want to scream at him. She was going after his anger, something he gave freely to all comers, and she couldn't figure out why the hell he was showing self-control when it came to her. He cocked an eyebrow, as if he knew what she was thinking. "Ah, hell?" she breathed. "I'm just needling you, aren't I? Sorry." He shrugged. "Rock and a hard place makes anyone crazy. Don't sweat it." She sat down on the bed. The idea of running off alone was ludicrous, but she refused to live under revenge's control. "You got any suggestions?" she asked softly. When she raised her eyes, Zadist was looking at the floor. He was so self-contained, leaning back against the wall like that. With his long, lean body, he looked like a flesh-colored crack in the plaster, a fissure that had opened up in the very structure of the room. "Give me 5 minutes," he said. He walked out, still shirtless. Bella let herself fall back on the mattress, thinking that 5 minutes wasn't going to help the situation. What she needed was a different brother waiting for her at home. Dear, sweet scribe virgin, getting away from the lessers should have made things better. Instead, her life still seemed totally out of her control. Granted, she could pick her own shampoo now, though. She lifted her head. Through the bathroom door, she saw the shower and imagined herself standing under a rush of hot water. That would be good. Relaxing. Refreshing. Plus, she could cry out her frustration without embarrassment there. She got up, went into the bath, and cranked on the water. The sound of the rush hitting the marble was soothing, and so was the warm spray as she got under it. She didn't end up crying, just hung her head and let the water run down her body. When she finally stepped out, she noticed that the door to the bedroom had been shut. Zadist was probably back. Wrapping a towel around herself, she had no hope whatsoever that he'd found a solution. Chapter 26. When the bathroom door opened, Z looked over and kept his curse to himself. Bella was rosy from head to foot. Her hair knotted up high on her head. She smelled like that fancy French soap Fritz insisted on buying. And that towel wrapped around her body just made him think how easy it would be to get her totally naked. One pull. That was all he'd need. Wrath's agreed to be temporarily unreachable, he said, which is only a delay of 48 hours or so. Talk to your brother. See if you can bring him around. Otherwise Wrath has to respond, and he can't really say no, given your bloodline. Bella hitched the towel up a little higher. Okay, thank you. Thank you for making the effort. He nodded and eyed the door, thinking it was back to plan A. running himself into the ground. Either that or having Fury go at him. Except instead of leaving, he put his hands on his hips. I am sorry for something. What? Oh, why? I'm sorry that you had to see what I did to that Slayer. He lifted his hand, then dropped it, resisting the urge to rub his head raw. When I said I won't apologize for it, I meant I never regret killing those bastards. But I don't like you having those images in your head. I take them from you if I could. I take all of this from you, bear it all for you. I'm so fucking sorry this happened to you, Bella. Yeah, I'm just sorry about the whole thing, including me. This was his goodbye to her, he realized. And he was running out of steam, so he hurried his last words. You're a female of worth. He hung his head. And I know that you'll find a mate, he finished to himself. Yeah, a female like her would most certainly find a mate. In fact, there was one in this very house who not only wanted her, but was right for her. Fury was just around the corner, as a matter of fact. Z looked up, intending to beat feet out of the room, and jerked back against the door. Bella was right in front of him. As he caught her scent up close, his heart went jackrabbit on him, doing some kind of flutter thing that got him lightheaded. Is it true you cleaned up my house? She said. Oh man, the only answer he had to that was too revealing. Is it? Yeah, I did that. I'm going to hug you now. Z stiffened, but before he could get himself out of the way, her arms wrapped around his waist and her head came up against his bare chest. He stood in her embrace without moving, without breathing, without returning it. All he could do was feel her body. She was a tall female, but he had a good 6 inches on her. And even though he was thin for a warrior, he carried at least 70 pounds more on his bones than she did. And still she overwhelmed him. God, she smelled good. She made a little noise, like a sigh, and burrowed into his body even more. Her breasts pressed against his torso, and as he looked down, the curve of her nape was too damn tempting. Then there was the it problem. That godforsaken thing was hardening, swelling, lengthening, fast. He put his hands up to her shoulders, hovering just above her skin. Yeah, Bella, I've got to go. Why? Closer. She came closer. Her hips moved against his, and he gritted his teeth as their lower bodies made full contact. Shit, she had to be feeling that thing between his legs. How could she miss it? The stiff was pushing into her belly, and it wasn't like the flipping shorts could hide the bastard. Why do you have to go? She whispered, her breath brushing over his pecs. Because, when he let the word drift, she murmured, You know, I like these. Like what? She touched one of his nipple rings. These. He coughed a little. I did them myself. They're beautiful on you. She stepped back and dropped the towel. Z swayed. She was so damned beautiful. Those breasts and that flat stomach and those hips, and that graceful little slit between her legs that he saw with shattering clarity. The few humans he'd been with had hair there, but she was of his kind, so she was utterly bare, achingly smooth. I really have to go, he said hoarsely. Don't run. I have to. If I stay. Lay with me, she said, easing up against him once more. She pulled the tie in her hair out, and dark waves spilled all over both of them. He closed his eyes and tilted his head back, trying not to get buried by her scent. In a gritty voice, he said, Do you just want to get fucked, Bella? Because that's all I've got in me. You have so much more. I do not. You've been kind to me. You've taken care of me. You've washed me and held me. You don't want me inside of you. You already are Zodist. Your blood is in me. There was a long silence. Do you know my reputation? She frowned. That's not relevant. What do people say about me, Bella? Come on, I want to hear it from you. So I know you get it. Her despair was palpable as he pushed her, but he had to snap her out of whatever daze she was in. I know you must have heard about me. Gossip reaches even your social level. What do they say? Some think you kill females for sport. But I don't believe. Do you know how I got that rep? Bella covered her breasts and stepped back, shaking her head. He bent down and handed her the towel, then pointed to the skull in the corner. I murdered that female. Now tell me, do you want to be taken by a male who could do something like that? Who could hurt a female like that? You want that kind of bastard on top of you, pumping into your body? It was her, Bella whispered. You went back and killed your mistress, didn't you? Z shuddered. For a while I thought it could make me whole. It didn't. No shit. He brushed by her and walked around, pressure building in him until he opened his mouth and the words just shot out. A couple of years after I got out, I heard she had another male in that cell. I traveled for 2 days straight and snuck in close to dawn. Z shook his head. He didn't want to talk, he really didn't, but his mouth just kept moving. Christ, he was so young, just like I was when she got me. And I didn't have any intention of killing her. But she came down right as I was leaving with the slave. When I looked at her, I knew if I didn't strike, she was going to call for her guards. I also knew that eventually she would take another male and chain him down there and make him, fuck. Why the hell am I telling you this? I love you. Z squeezed his eyes shut. Don't be a tragedy, Bella. He left the room in a rush, but couldn't go more than 15 feet down the hall. She loved him. She loved him? Bullshit. She thought she loved him. And as soon as she got back to the real world, she was going to realize that. Christ, she'd come out of a horrific situation and was living in a bubble here at the compound. None of this was her life, and she was spending too much time with him. And yet God, he wanted to be with her. Wanted to lie side by side and kiss her. Wanted to do even more than that. Wanted to do it all to her, the kissing and the touching and the sucking and the licking. But where exactly did he think all that was going to lead to? Even if he could get past the idea of penetrating her for the sex, he didn't want to risk coming inside of her. Not that he'd ever done that with any female. Hell, he'd never ejaculated under any circumstances. When he'd been a blood slave, it wasn't as if he'd ever been sexually excited. And afterward, when he was with those few whores he'd bought and fucked, he hadn't been after an orgasm. Those anonymous interludes were just experiments to see whether sex was as bad as it always had been for him. As for masturbating, he couldn't stand touching the damn thing to take a piss, much less when it stood up for attention. And he'd never wanted to relieve himself, never been all that aroused, even when it was hard. Man, he was so whacked with the sex shit, like there was a short in his brain. Actually, he had a lot of them, didn't he? He thought about all the holes in him, the blank places, the voids where others felt things. When it came down to it, he was really just a screen, more empty than solid, his emotions blowing through him, only the anger catching and holding. Except that wasn't entirely true, was it? Bella made him feel things. When she had kissed him on the bed before, she had made him feel hot and hungry. Very male. Sexual for the first time in his life. From out of a sharp desperation. Some echo of what he'd been before the mistress had had him started looking for airtime. He found himself wanting again that feeling he'd gotten from kissing Bella. And he wanted to crank her up, too. He wanted her gasping and breathless and starved. It wasn't fair to her, but he was a son of a bitch, and he was greedy for what she'd given him before. And she would be leaving soon. He had this one day now. Zadist opened the door and went back inside. Bella was lying in the bed and obviously surprised he was back. As she sat up, the sight of her brought back a lick of decency. How the hell could he be with her? God. She was so beautiful and he was nasty, a nasty bastard. His momentum lost, he stalled in the middle of the room. Prove you're not a bastard by bailing, he thought. But explain yourself first. I want to be with you, Bella. And not to fuck you either. As she started to say something, he silenced her by holding up his hand. Please, just listen to me. I want to be with you, but I don't think I've got it in me to give you what you need. I'm not the right male for you, and this is definitely the wrong time. He released his breath, thinking he was such an asshole. Here he was telling her no, playing the gentleman while in his mind, he was yanking back those sheets and replacing them with a blanket of his own skin. The thing hanging from the front of his hips pounded like a jackhammer. What would she taste like, he wondered, in that soft, sweet place between her legs. Come over here, Zadist. She opened the covers, baring herself to him. Stop thinking. Come to bed. Words he'd never spoken to anyone hovered on his lips. A confession of sorts, a treacherous unveiling. He looked away and let them go for no good reason he could think of. Bella, when I was a slave things were done to me. Sexual shit. He should stop. Right now. There were males, Bella. Against my will, there were males. He heard a little gasping sound. This was good, he thought, even as he cringed. Maybe he could get her to save herself by revolting her. Because what female could stand being with a male who'd had that kind of thing done to him? Not the heroic ideal. Not by a long shot. He cleared his throat and stared a hole right through the floor. Look, I don't want your pity. The reason I'm telling you this is not to sap you out. It's just I'm scrambled. It's like my wires are all crossed when it comes to the whole, the fucking thing. I want you, but it's not right. You shouldn't be with me. You're cleaner than that. There was a long silence. Shit, he had to look at her. The moment he did, she rose from the bed as if she'd been waiting for him to lift his eyes. She walked to him naked. Nothing on her skin except the candlelight from the single wick that burned. Kiss me, she whispered in the dimness. Just kiss me. God, what is wrong with you? As she winced, he said, why? Of all the males you could have, why me? I want you. She put her hand on his chest. It's a natural, normal response to the opposite sex. Isn't it? I'm not normal. I know. But you're not dirty or contaminated or unworthy. She took his shaking hands and placed them on her shoulders. Her skin was so fine, the idea of marring it in any way froze him. So did the image of him pushing it into her. Except he didn't have to involve the lower half of his body. Did he? This could be all about her. Oh yeah, he thought. This could be for her. He turned her around and drew her back against his body. With slow sweeps, he ran his hands up and down the curves of her waist and hips. When she arched her spine and sighed, he could see the tips of her breasts over her shoulder. He wanted to touch her there and realized he could. He moved his hands over her rib cage, feeling up the pattern of delicate bones until his palms enveloped her breasts. Her head kicked back farther and her mouth parted. As she opened for him like that, he had a screaming instinct to get inside of her any way he could. On reflex, he licked his upper lip while he rolled one of her nipples between his thumb and forefinger. He imagined himself thrusting his tongue into her mouth, going in between her teeth and fangs, taking her in that way. Like she knew what he was thinking, she tried to turn and face him, but it seemed too close, somehow too real, that she was giving herself to him, that she was going to let someone like him do intimate, erotic things to her body. He stopped her by grabbing her hips and pulling her hard into his thighs. He ground his teeth at the feel of her ass against that stiff thing straining his shorts. Zadist, let me kiss you. She tried to turn around again and he stopped her. As she struggled in his hold, he kept her in place easily. It'll be better for you this way. If you can't see me, it'll be better. No, it won't. He put his head down on her shoulder. If I could just get fury for you, I used to look like him once. You could pretend it's me. She yanked her body free of his hands. But it wouldn't be. And it's you I want. As she looked at him with feminine expectation, he realized they were headed for the bed right behind her. And they were going to get down to it. But, God, he had no idea how to make her feel good. He might as well have been a virgin for all the shit he knew about pleasuring a female. With that happy little revelation, he thought about the other male she'd had, that aristocrat who undoubtedly knew so much more about sex than he did. From out of nowhere, he was struck by a totally irrational urge to hunt down her previous lover and bleed him out. Oh hell, he closed his eyes. Oh shit. What? She asked. This kind of violent, territorial impulse was characteristic of a bonded male. The hallmark of one, actually. Z lifted his arm, put his nose to his bicep, and breathed in deep. The bonding scent was coming out of his skin. It was faint, probably only recognizable to him, but it was there. Shit. Now what was he going to do? Unfortunately, his instincts answered. As his body roared, he picked her up and headed for the bed. Chapter 27. Bella stared at Zadist's face while he carried her across the room. His black eyes were narrowed into slits, a dark, erotic greed glittering in them. As he put her on the bed and looked down at her body, she had the distinct thought that he was going to eat her alive. Except he just loomed over her. Arch your back for me, he demanded. Okay, not what she expected. Arch your back, Bella. Feeling oddly exposed, she did as he asked, craning her body off the mattress. As she moved on the bed, she glanced at the front of his shorts. His erection gave a mighty jerk, and the idea that it was going to be inside of her soon helped loosen her up. He reached down and brushed one of her nipples with his knuckle. I want this in my mouth. A delicious greed of her own took root. Then kiss. Shoo! His knuckle traveled in between her breasts and down her stomach. He stopped when he got to her belly button, took his forefinger and ran a little circle around her navel, then paused. Don't stop, she moaned. He didn't. He went lower until he brushed across the top of her cleft. She bit her lip and eyed his body, that huge warrior frame with all that stark, hard muscle. God, she was really getting ready for him. Zadist. I'm going to want to go down on you, and I won't be able to stop myself. With his free hand he rubbed his lips, as if he were imagining the act. You prepared to let me do that? Yes. He fingered the distorted side of his mouth as he stroked her slit. Wish I had something better looking to offer you, because you're going to be perfect down there. I know it. She hated the shame that came through his pride. I think you've got one last chance to tell me no, Bella. If you don't right now, I'm going to be all over you. No stopping, and I don't think I can be gentle about it. She held her arms out to him. He nodded once, as if they'd made some kind of pact, and then went to the end of the bed. Spread your legs. I want to see you. A nervous flush came over her. He shook his head. Too late, Bella. Now it's too late. Show me. Slowly she cocked one of her knees up and gradually revealed herself. His face melted, the tension and the harshness bleeding out of him. Oh God, he whispered. You're beautiful. Leaning down onto his arms, he prowled up the bed to her body. His eyes fixated on her secret skin as if he'd never seen anything like it. When he got in range, wide hands smoothed their way up the insides of her thighs, opening them even farther. But then he frowned and looked up at her. Wait, I'm supposed to kiss you on the mouth first, aren't I? I mean, males start at the top and work their way down, don't they? What an odd question, like he'd never done this at all. Before she could reply, he began to move back, so she sat up and captured his face in her hands. You can do whatever you like to me. His eyes flashed and he held his position for a split second. Then he lunged at her, taking her down onto the bed. His tongue shot into her mouth and his hands tangled in her hair, pulling on her, arching her, trapping her head. The hunger in him was ferocious, a warrior's thick-blooded need for sex. He was going to take her with all the strength he had, and she was going to be sore when he was through using her. Sore and utterly blissed out. She couldn't wait. Suddenly, he stopped and pulled back from her mouth. He was breathing deeply and had a flush on his cheeks as he looked her in the eye. And then he smiled at her. She was so surprised she didn't know what to do. She'd never seen that expression on his face before, and the lift in his mouth did away with the distortion in his upper lip, showing off his gleaming teeth and fangs. I like this, he said. You underneath me, you feel good. You're soft and warm. Do I weigh too much? Here, let me. As he propped himself up on his arms, his arousal pressed into her core and his grin faded quick as a gasp. It was as if he didn't like the sensation, but how could that be? He was aroused. She could feel his erection. With a lithe move he repositioned himself so her legs were closed and his knees were on either side of them. She couldn't guess what had happened, but wherever he'd gone in his head was not a good place. You're perfect on top of me, she said to distract him. Except for one thing. What? You've stopped. And lose the shorts. His weight came down on her immediately and his mouth went to the side of her neck. As he nipped at her skin, she pushed her head back into the pillow and bared the column of her throat. Gripping the back of his head, she urged him against her vein. Oh yes, she moaned, wanting him to feed. He made a noise that was a no, but before the rejection could ripple through her, he was kissing his way down to her collarbone. I want to latch onto your breast, he said against her skin. Do it. You need to know something first. What? He lifted his head. The night you came here when I bathed you? I did my best not to look at you. I really did. I covered you with a towel even though you were in the water. That was kind. But when I took you out, I saw these. His hand captured one of her breasts. I couldn't help it, I swear. I tried to allow you your modesty, but I couldn't stop my eyes. Your nipple was tight from the chill of the air. So small and pink. Lovely. He moved his thumb back and forth across her hard tip, scrambling her mind. It's all right, she mumbled. It wasn't. You were defenseless and I was wrong to look at you. No, you. He shifted, and his erection pressed into the top of her thighs. This happened. What happened? You got aroused? His mouth tightened. Yeah. I couldn't stop it. She smiled a little. But you didn't do anything, right? No. So it's okay. She arched her back and watched as his eyes clung to her breasts. Kiss me, Zadist. Right where you're looking. Right now. His lips parted, and his tongue led the way as he dipped down. His mouth was warm on her flesh, and so very tentative, kissing, then sucking her nipple inside. He tugged, then ran a languid circle around her, then drew her in again, and all the while his hands stroked her waist and her hips and her legs. How ironic that he'd worried he wouldn't be gentle. Far from brutal, he was positively reverent as he suckled. His lashes down against his cheek as he savored her, his face worshipful and rapt. Christ, he murmured, moving to her other breast. I had no idea it would be like this. How so? Oh God, his mouth. I could tongue you forever. She grasped his head with her hands, pulling him closer. And it took some wriggling, but she managed to split her legs and get one out from under him so that he was almost lying in the cradle of her body. She was dying to feel his arousal, except he just hovered over her. When he pulled back, she protested, but then his hands went to the insides of her thighs and he moved down her body. As he spread her legs, the mattress began to quiver underneath her. Zadist's whole body shook as he looked at her. You're so delicate and you glisten. The first stroke of his finger down her core nearly threw her over the edge. As she let out a hoarse sound, his eyes flashed to hers and he cursed. God damn it. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to be careful. She grabbed his hand before he could take it away. More. He looked doubtful for a moment. Then he touched her again. You're perfect. And God, you're soft. I've got to know. He leaned down, his shoulders bunching up hard. She felt a velvet brush. His lips. This time when she jacked up off the bed and said his name, he just pressed another kiss to her again, and then there was the wet stroke of his tongue. As he lifted his head and swallowed, the growl of ecstasy he made stopped her heart in her chest. Their eyes met. Oh, Jesus, you're delicious, he said, going back down with his mouth. He stretched out on the bed, looping his arms under her knees and overflowing the space between her thighs, a male who wasn't going anywhere for a long while. His breath was hot and needy, his mouth hungry and desperate. He explored her with an erotic compulsion, licking and probing with his tongue, sucking with his lips. When her hips bucked, one of his arms moved across her stomach, holding her in place. She lurched again and he paused without lifting his head. Are you okay? He asked, raspy voice muffled, words vibrating into her core. Please, it was the only thing that came to mind. He pulled back a little, and all she could do was look at his glossy lips and think of where they had been. Bella, I don't think I can stop. There's this roar in my head telling me to keep my mouth on you. How can I make this okay for you? Make me finish me, she said hoarsely. He blinked as if she'd surprised him. How do I make you come? Just keep doing what you're doing. Only faster. He was a quick study as he figured out what made her go wild, and he was ruthless once he discovered how to give her an orgasm. He drove her hard, watching her as she shattered apart once, twice, many times. It was as if he fed from her pleasure and was insatiable. When he finally lifted his head, she was limp. He looked at her gravely. Thank you. God, I'm the one who should be saying that. He shook his head. You let an animal into the most beautiful part of you. I'm the one with the gratitude. He pushed away from her body, that flush of arousal still in his cheeks, that erection still straining. She held her arms out to him. "Where are you going? We're not done." As he hesitated, she remembered. She rolled over onto her stomach and braced herself up on all fours. A shameless offer. When he didn't move, she looked back at him. He'd closed his eyes as if in pain, and that confused her. "I know you only do it this way," she said softly. "That's what you told me. It's okay with me. Really." There was a long silence. "Zadist, I want to finish this between us. I want to know you like this." He rubbed his face. She thought he was going to leave, but then he shifted around so he was behind her. His hands fell lightly on her hips and he urged her to one side, onto her back. "But you only. Not with you." His voice was rough. "Not like that with you." She opened her legs, ready for him, but he just sat back on his heels. His breath left on a shudder. "Let me get a condom." "Why? I'm not fertile now, so you don't need one. And I want you to finish." His brows dropped low over his black eyes. "Zadist, this hasn't been enough for me. I want to be with you." She was about to reach for him when he rose up onto his knees and brought his hands to the front of his running shorts. He fumbled with the drawstring and then pulled the elastic waistband out and down, revealing himself. Bella swallowed hard. His arousal was enormous. A perfectly beautiful, rock-solid aberration of nature. Holy Moses, would he even fit? His hands trembled as he hooked the shorts under the twin weights below his erection. Then he leaned over her body, positioning himself at her core. When she put her hand out to stroke him, he jerked away. "No!" As she recoiled, he cursed. "I'm sorry, look. Just let me take care of it." He moved his hips forward and she felt the head of him, blunt and hot, against her. His hand came behind one of her knees and he stretched her leg up. Then he pushed inside a little, then a little farther. As sweat bloomed over his entire body, a dark scent reached her nose. For a moment, she wondered if... No, he couldn't be bonding with her. It wasn't in his nature. "God, you're tight," he croaked. "Oh, Bella, I don't want to tear you up. Keep going. Just be slow." Her body surged under the pressure and the stretching. Even as ready as she was, he was an invasion. But she loved it, especially as his breath exploded out of his chest and he shuddered. When he was all the way in, his mouth fell open, his fangs elongating from the pleasure he felt. She ran her hands up his shoulders, feeling the muscles and the warmth of him. "This all right?" he asked through gritted teeth. Bella pressed a kiss to the side of his neck and swiveled her hips. He hissed. "Make love to me," she said. He moaned and started to move like a great wave on top of her, that thick, hard part of him stroking the inside of her. "Oh, shit!" He dropped his head into her neck. His rhythm intensified, his breath shooting out of him, rushing into her ear. "Bella, shit. I'm scared, but I can't stop." With a groan, he propped himself up on his arms and let his hips swing freely, each thrust nailing against her, pushing her farther up on the bed. She grabbed for his wrists to hold her body in place under the onslaught. As he pounded, she could feel herself getting near the edge again, and the faster he went, the closer she got. Her orgasm slammed into her core, then raced throughout her body, the force of it stretching her out so she was infinitely long and infinitely wide. The sensations lasted forever, the contractions of her inner muscles grabbing onto the part of him that penetrated her. When she was back in her own skin again, she realized he was unmoving, completely frozen above her. Blinking away tears, she looked into his face. The hard angles of it were tense, and so was the rest of his body. "Did I hurt you?" he asked tightly. "You cried out. Loudly." She touched his face. "Not from pain. Thank God." His shoulders eased as he exhaled. "I couldn't bear to hurt you like this." He kissed her softly, and then he withdrew and got off the bed, yanking up the shorts as he went into the bathroom and closed the door. Bella frowned. Had he finished? He'd seemed fully erect as he'd withdrawn. She slid out of bed and looked down. When there was nothing on the inside of her thighs, she drew on the robe and went after him, not even bothering to knock. Zadist's arms were propped on the sink, his head hanging low. He was breathing uneasily and looked fevered, his skin slick, his stance unnaturally stiff. "What Nala?" he said in a hoarse whisper. She stopped, unsure she'd heard him right. But she had beloved. He called her beloved. "Why didn't you?" She couldn't seem to gel the rest of the words out. "Why did you stop before you?" When he just shook his head, she went over to him and turned him around. Through the shorts she could see that his arousal was throbbing, painfully rigid. In fact, he looked as if his whole body ached. "Let me ease you," she said, reaching for him. He backed up against the marble wall between the shower and the sink. "No, don't, Bella." She gathered the robe in her hands and started to kneel down at his feet. "No!" He dragged her up his body. She met him right in the eye and went for his waistband. "Let me do this for you." He grabbed her hands and squeezed her wrists until they hurt. "I want to do this, Zadist," she said with strength. "Let me take care of you." There was a long silence, and she spent the time measuring the sorrow and the yearning and the fear in his eyes. A chill shot through her. She couldn't believe the leap of logic her mind was taking, but she had a really vivid impression that he'd never let himself orgasm before. Or was she just jumping to conclusions? Whatever. It wasn't like she was about to ask him. He was teetering on the brink of bolting, and if she said or did the wrong thing, he was going to tear out of the room. "Zadist, I won't hurt you, and you can be in control. We'll stop if it doesn't feel right. You can trust me." It was a long time before his grip loosened on her wrists, and then finally he let go and set her back from his body. Haltingly, he pulled down the shorts. That arousal shot out into the space between them. "Just hold on to it," he said with a cracked voice. I'll hold on to you." When she wrapped her palms around him, he let out a moan, and his head fell back. God, he was hard. Hard as iron, yet surrounded by skin soft as his lips. "You're shoo," he cut in. "No talking. I can't no talking." He began to move in her grip, slowly at first and then with increasing urgency. He took her face in his hands and kissed her, and then his body completely took over with a wild pumping. He was going crazy, shooting higher and higher, his chest and hips so beautiful as he moved in that ancient male surging motion. Faster, jerking back and forth. Except then he reached some kind of plateau. He was straining, the cords of his neck nearly breaking through his skin, his body covered with sweat. But he couldn't seem to let go. He stopped, panting. "This isn't going to work. Just relax. Relax and let it happen." "No. He took one of her hands and placed it on the sack below his arousal. "Squeeze. Squeeze hard." Bella's eyes flashed up to his face. "What? I don't want to hurt you." He wrapped his hand around hers like a vice and twisted their grips until he cried out. Then he held her other wrist, keeping her palm against his erection. She struggled against him, fighting to stop the pain he was inflicting on himself, but he was pumping again. And the harder she tried to pull away, the more he crushed her hand to that most tender place on a male. Her eyes went wide and unblinking at the pain of the act, the agony he must be. Zadist shouted, his loud bark ricocheting around the marble until she was sure everyone in the mansion must have heard him. Then she felt the mighty jerks of his release, hot pulses dampening her hands and the front of her robe. He sagged onto her shoulders, his massive body falling all over her. He was breathing like a freight train, his muscles quivering, his big body trembling with aftershocks. When he released his hand from hers, she had to peel her palm from his testicles. Bella was cold to the bone as she bore the weight of him. Something ugly had sprouted between them just now, some kind of sexual evil that blurred the distinction between pleasure and pain. And though it made her cruel, she wanted to get away from him. She wanted to run from the cringing awareness that she had hurt him because he'd made her and he had orgasmed because of it. Except then his breath caught on a sob. Or at least seemed to. She held her breath, listening. The soft sound came again, and she felt his shoulders quake. Oh my God, he was crying. She wrapped her arms around him, reminding herself that he hadn't asked to be tortured as he'd been, nor had he volunteered for the aftereffects. She tried to lift his head to kiss him, but he fought against her, drawing her close, hiding in her hair. She cradled him, holding him and soothing him as he struggled to mask the fact that he wept. Eventually he pulled back and scrubbed his face with his palms. He refused to meet her eyes as he reached over and turned the shower on. With a quick yank, he stripped the robe from her body, then wadded it up and threw it into the trash. "Wait, I like that robe. I'll buy you a new one," he urged her under the water. When she fought him, he picked her up easily, put her in the spray, and began to soap her hands with undisguised panic. "Zadist, stop it." She pulled away, but he caught her. "I'm not dirty, Zadist, stop. I don't need to be cleaned because you—" He closed his eyes. "Please, I have to do this. I can't leave you all covered with that stuff." "Zadist," she snapped. "Look at me." When he did, she said, "This is not necessary. I don't know what else to do. Come back to bed with me." She shut off the water. "Hold me. Let me hold you. That's the only thing you need to do." And frankly, she needed it too. She was rattled to the core. She put a towel around herself and pulled him into the bedroom. When they were under the covers together, she curled herself around him, but she was as stiff as he was. She'd thought proximity would help. Didn't. After a long while his voice came through the darkness. "If I had known how it had to be, I never would have allowed that to happen." She turned her face up to his. "Was that the first time you ever came?" The silence wasn't a surprise. That he eventually answered her was, "Yeah." "You've never pleasured yourself?" she whispered, even though she knew the answer. God, what those years as a blood slave must have been like. All that abuse. She wanted to weep for him but knew he would feel awkward about it. He exhaled. "I don't like to touch it at all. Frankly, I hate the fact that it was inside of you. I want you to be in a tub right now, surrounded by bleach. I loved being with you. I'm glad we laid together." It was only what had come later that she'd had difficulty with. "But about what happened in the bathroom? I don't want you to be a part of that. I don't want you doing that to me, so I do that all over you. I liked giving you an orgasm. It's just I care for you too much to hurt you. Maybe we could try." He pulled away. "I'm sorry, I have to. I'm going to V's. I've got some work to do." She grabbed his arm. "What if I told you I thought you were beautiful? I'd say you were riding a pity wave and it would piss me off. I'm not feeling sorry for you. I wish you'd finished inside of me, and I think you're gorgeous when you're aroused. You're thick and long, and I was dying to touch you. I still am, and I want to take you in my mouth. How about that?" He shrugged out of her hold and got to his feet. With quick, jabbing motions, he got dressed. "If you need to cast that sex in a different light so you can deal with it, that's fine. But you're lying to yourself right now. In no time at all, you're going to wake up to the fact that you're still a female of worth. And then you're going to regret the shit out of laying with me." "I will not. Wait for it." He was out the door before she could find the proper words to throw back at him. Bella crossed her arms over her chest and seethed with frustration. Then she kicked off the covers. Damn, but it was hot in this room. Or maybe she was so worked up, she'd screwed with her internal chemistry. Unable to stay in bed, she dressed and went down the hall of statues. She didn't care where she ended up. She just had to get out and walk off some of this heat. Chapter 28. Zadist stopped in the underground tunnel, halfway between the main house and Vis house and Butch's place. When he looked behind himself, there was nothing but a row of ceiling lights. In front of him there was more of the same, a strip of glowing patches that went on and on. The door he'd entered from and the door he would exit out of were both unseen to him. Well, wasn't this a perfect fucking metaphor for life? He settled against the steel wall of the tunnel, feeling trapped in spite of the fact that he was held by nothing and no one. Oh, but that was bullshit. Bella was trapping him, chaining him, tying him up with her beautiful body and her kind heart and that misplaced chimera of love that glowed in her sapphire eyes. Trapped, he was so trapped. With a sudden shift, his mind latched onto the night fury finally got him away from the slavery. When the mistress had shown up with yet another male, the slave had been disinterested. After 10 decades, the eyes of other males no longer bothered him, and the rapes and the invasions had no new horrors to teach him. His existence was an even-keeled stretch of hell, the only real torture resting in the infinite nature of his captivity. But then he'd sensed something odd, something different. He'd turned his head and looked at the stranger. His first thought was that the male was huge and dressed with expense, so he had to be a warrior. His next was that the yellow eyes staring at him held a shocking misery. Verily, the stranger standing in the doorway had paled until his skin was waxy. When the smell of the salve assaulted the slave's nose, he went back to looking at the ceiling, uninterested in what would happen next. Yet as his manhood was manipulated, a wave of emotion surged in the room. He looked back to the male who was standing just inside the cell. The slave frowned. The warrior was reaching for a dagger and looking at the mistress as if he were going to kill. The other door burst open and one of the courtmen spoke with panic. Suddenly the cell was filled with guards and weapons and anger. The mistress was grabbed roughly by the male at the front of the group and slapped so hard she hit the stone wall. Then the male went for the slave, unsheathing a knife. The slave screamed as he saw the blade come at his face. A searing pain cut through his forehead and nose and cheek. Then blackness claimed him. When the slave came to consciousness, he was hanging by his neck, the weight of his arms and legs and torso choking the life right out of him. His mental reappearance was as if his body knew his last breath was coming and had awoken him on the off chance his brain could help. A sorry attempt at rescue, he thought. Dear Virgin, shouldn't he feel pain? And he wondered if he had been splashed with water, for his skin was wet. Then he realized something thick was dripping into his eyes. His blood. He was covered in his own blood. And what was all that noise around him? Swords? Fighting? While choking he lifted his eyes, and for a split second all manner of suffocation left him. The sea. He was looking out at the vast sea. Joy soared for a moment and then his vision swam from lack of air. His lids flickered and he sagged, though he was grateful that he'd seen the ocean once more before he died. He pondered vaguely whether the fade would be anything like that vast horizon, an infinite expanse that was both unknowable and a home. Just as he saw a shining white light before him, the pressure at his throat ceased and his body was handled roughly. There were shouts and jerky movements, then a jarring, bouncing ride that ended abruptly. Along the way, agony bloomed all over him, rushing into his bones, beating at him with dull, pounding fists. 2 shots from a gun, grunts of pain that were not his own, and then a scream and a blast of wind on his back. Falling, he was in the air, falling. Oh God, the ocean. Panic spread through him. The salt. He felt the hard cushion of the water for only a moment before the sensation of the sea, hitting his raw skin, overloaded his mind. He blacked out. When he came to once more, his body was nothing more than a loose sack holding in aches. He realized dimly that he was freezing cold on one side, moderately warm on the other, and he moved to see if he could. As soon as he did, he felt the warmth against him shift in response. He was in an embrace. A male was against the back of him. The slave shoved the hard body away from his own and dragged himself through the dirt. His blurry vision showed him the way, pulling a boulder out of the blackness, giving him something to hide behind. When he was sheltered, he breathed through the discomfort of his vitals, smelling the brine of the sea and the wretched decay of dead fish. And as well a tinny scent, a sharp, tinny. He peered around the edge of the rock. Though his eyes were weak, he was able to pick out the form of the male who had come into the cell with the mistress. The warrior was sitting up against the wall now, his long hair hanging in strings down his thick shoulders. His fancy clothes were torn, and his yellow stare aglow with sorrow. That was the other smell, the slave thought. That sad emotion the male was feeling had a scent. As the slave sniffed again, he felt an odd pulling in his face, and he lifted his fingertips up to his cheek. There was a groove, a rigid line in his skin. He followed it up to his forehead, then down to his lip, and remembered the knife blade coming at him, remembered screaming as it cut. The slave started to shiver and wrapped his arms around himself. "We should warm each other," the warrior said. "Truly, that is all I was doing. I have no designs upon you. I would but ease you if I could." except all the mistress's males had wanted to be with the slave. That was why she brought them. She liked to watch, too. Yet then the slave remembered the warrior raising that dagger, looking as if he were going to gut the mistress like a pig. The slave opened his mouth and asked hoarsely, "Who are you, sire?" His mouth didn't work as it had before, and his words were garbled. He tried again, but the warrior cut him off. "I heard your inquiry." The tinny smell of sadness got stronger until it overrode even the fishy stench. "I am Fury. I am your brother." "Nay." The slave shook his head. "Verily, I have no family, sire." "No, I'm not." The male cleared his throat. "I am not sire to you, and you have always had a family. You were taken from us. I have searched for you for a century. I fear you wrong." The warrior shifted as if he were going to get up, and the slave jerked back, dropping his eyes and covering his head with his arms. He couldn't bear to be beaten again, even if he deserved it for his insubordination. Quickly, he said in his now messy way, "I mean not to offend, sire. I offer only my respect to your better station." "Sweet Virgin above." A strangled noise came from across the cave. "I will not strike you. You are safe with me, you are safe. You are found, my brother." The slave shook his head again, unable to hear any of it, because he suddenly realized what was going to happen at nightfall, what had to happen. He was the property of the mistress, which meant he would have to be given back. "I beg of you," he moaned, "do not return me unto her. Kill me now, do not render me return to her. I shall kill us both before I allow you to tarry there once more." The slave looked up. The warrior's yellow eyes were burning through the darkness. The slave stared into the glow for a passing time, and then he remembered long ago when he'd first awoken from his transition in capture. The mistress had told him she loved his eyes, his canary yellow eyes. Among his species, there were very few with irises of bright gold. The words and the actions of the warrior began to penetrate. Why ever would a stranger fight to get him free? The warrior shifted, winced, and picked up one of his thighs. The male's lower leg was gone. The slave's eyes grew wide at the lost limb. How had the warrior saved them both in the water with that injury? He must have struggled simply to keep himself afloat. Why had he not just let the slave go? Only a blood tie could engender that kind of selflessness. "You are my brother?" the slave mumbled through his ruined lip. "Verily, I am blood to you? I am your twin." The slave started to shake. Untruth. Truth. A curious dread set upon the slave, chilling him. He curled up into himself in spite of the raw flesh that covered him from head to foot. It had never occurred to him that he was other than a slave, that he might have had a chance to live differently, live as a male, not as property. The slave rocked back and forth in the dirt. When he stopped, he looked once again at the warrior. What of his family? Why had this happened? Who was he? And, "Do you know if I had a name?" the slave whispered. "Was I ever given a name?" The warrior drew a ragged breath, as if every one of his ribs were broken. "Your name is Zadist." The warrior's breathing shortened and shortened until he choked out his words. "You are the son of Agni, a great warrior. You are the beloved of our mother, Nasine." The warrior let out a wretched sob and dropped his head into his hands. While he wept, the slave watched. Zadist shook his head, remembering those silent hours that had followed. Fury and he had spent most of the time just staring at each other. They'd both been in rough shape, but Fury was the stronger of them even with his missing limb. He'd gathered driftwood and strands of seaweed and cobbled the stuff together into a rickety, unreliable raft. When the sun had gone down, they had dragged themselves into the ocean and had floated down the coastline to freedom. Freedom. Yeah, right. He wasn't free. Never had been. Those lost years had stayed with him, the anger over what he'd been cheated of and what had been done to him more alive than he was. He heard Bella saying that she loved him, and he wanted to scream at something. Instead, he started for the pit. He had nothing worthy of her except his vengeance, so he was damn well going to get back to work. He would see all the lessers crushed before him, stacked in the snow like logs, a testament to the only thing he could offer her. And as for the one who had taken her, the one who had hurt her, there was a special death waiting for him. Z had no love to give anyone, but the hatred he would channel for Bella until the last breath left his lungs. Chapter 29. Fury lit a blunt and eyed the 16 cans of Aqua Net that were lined up on Butch and V's coffee table. What's doing with the hairspray? You boys going drag on us? Butch held up the length of PVC pipe he was punching a hole in. Potato launcher, my man. Big fun. Excuse me? Didn't you ever go to summer camp? Basket weaving and wood carving are for humans. No offense, but we have better things to teach our youngs. Ha! You haven't lived until you've gone on a midnight panty raid. Anyway, you put the potato in this end, you fill up the bottom with spray, and then you light it. V cut in from his bedroom. He came out in a robe, rubbing a towel on his wet hair. Makes a great noise. Great noise, Butch echoed. Fury looked at his brother. V, you've done this before? Yeah, last night, but the launcher jammed up. Butch cursed. Potato was too big. Damn Idaho bakers. We're leading with Redskins tonight. This is going to be great. Of course, trajectory can be a bitch, but it's really just like golf, V said, dropping the towel across a chair. He pulled a glove over his right hand, covering the sacred tattoos that marked the thing from palm to fingertip and all across the back. I mean, you gotta think of your arc in the air. Butch nodded up a storm. Yeah, it's just like golf. Wind plays a big role. Huge. Fury smoked along as they finished each other's sentences for another couple minutes. After a while, he felt compelled to mention, the two of you are spending way too much time together. You feel me? V shook his head at the cop. The brother has no appreciation for this kind of thing. Never has. Then we aim for his room. True that. And it faces the garden. So we don't have to work around the cars in the courtyard. Excellent. The door from the tunnel swung open, and all three of them turned around. Zadist was in the doorway and Bella's scent was all over him, along with the sultry spice of sex, as well as the faintest hint of the bonding mark. Fury stiffened and took a deep drag. Oh God, they'd been together. Man, the urge to race up to the house and check that she was still breathing was nearly irresistible. So was the desire to rub his chest until the aching hole in it disappeared. His twin had the very thing Fury was yearning for. Has that SUV moved? Z said to V's house. V went around to the computers and punched a few keys. Nope. Show me. As Zadist walked over and bent down, V pointed at a screen. There it is. If it hits the road, I can track the path. Do you know how to break into one of those Explorers without setting off the alarm? Please. It's just a car. If it's still there at nightfall, I'll get you in like Flynn. Z straightened. I need a new phone. This house opened a desk drawer, took one out, and double-checked it. You're good to go. I'll text message everyone your new number. Call me if that thing moves. As Zadist turned his back on them, Fury took another drag and held the breath in tight. The door to the tunnel shut solidly. Without even realizing what he was doing, Fury stabbed out the handrolled and went after his twin. In the tunnel, Z halted when he heard another set of footsteps. As the male pivoted around, the light overhead picked out the hollows under his cheekbones and the blunt cut of his jaw and the line of the scar. What? He asked, his deep voice echoing. Then he frowned. Let me guess. This is about Bella. Fury stopped. Maybe. Definitely. Z's eyes flicked downward and stayed on the tunnel's floor. You can smell her on me, can't you? In the long silence between them, Fury wished desperately that he had a blunt between his lips. I just need to know, is she all right after you laid with her? Z crossed his arms over his chest. Yeah. And don't worry, she's not going to want to do that again. 'Kay God. Why? I made her. Z's distorted lip thinned. Whatever. What? What did you do? I made her hurt me. As Fury recoiled, Z laughed with a low, sad sound. Yeah, you don't need to get all protective. She's not coming near me again. How? What happened? UHU, right? Let me count all the ways you and I aren't going there. Suddenly, without any warning, Z focused on Fury's face. The force of the stare was a surprise, because the male rarely looked anyone in the eye. Straight up, my brother. I know how you're feeling her and I hope that when things cool out a little, maybe you can be with her or something. Was he insane? Fury thought. Was he fucking insane? How the hell would that work, Z? You've bonded with her. Zodist rubbed his skull trim. Not really. Bullshit. It doesn't matter, how about that? Pretty damn soon she's going to snap out of this post-traumatic whatever she's got going on, and she's going to want someone real. Fury shook his head, knowing damn well that a bonded male didn't give up his feelings for his female. Not unless he died. Z, you're crazy. How can you say you want me to be with her? It'll kill you. Zodist's face changed and the expression was a shocker. Such sorrow, Fury thought, of a depth that seemed impossible. And then the male came forward. Fury braced himself for God. He had no idea what was coming at him. When Z's hand lifted, it was not in anger or with violence. And as Fury felt his twin's palm land lightly on his face, he couldn't remember the last time Z had touched him with any gentleness, or touched him at all. Zodist's voice was low and quiet as his thumb went back and forth on an unmarred cheek. You are the male I might have been. You are the potential I had and lost. You are the honor and the strength and the kindness she needs. You'll take care of her. I want you to take care of her. Zodist dropped his hand. It will be a good mating for her. With you as her Helrin, she can hold her head up high. She can be proud to be seen with you at her side. She'll be socially invincible. The Glimmerer won't be able to touch her. Temptation swirled and condensed and became instinct in Fury. But what about his twin? Oh God, Z, how could you stomach the idea that I was with her? Instantly all the softness was gone. Whether it's you or someone else, the pain is the same. Besides, you think I'm not used to hurting. Z's lips curled into a nasty little smile. For me, it's home sweet home, my brother. Fury thought of Bella and how she'd refused his vein. But don't you think she gets a vote in all this? She'll see the light. She's not stupid. Not by a long shot. Z turned away and started walking. Then he stopped. Without looking back, he said, There's another reason I want you to have her. Is this one going to make sense? You should be happy. Fury stopped breathing while Zodist murmured, You live less than half a life. You always have. She would care for you and that would be good. I would like that for you. Before Fury could say something, Z cut him off. Do you remember back in that cave after you got me out? You know, that day we sat together waiting for the sun to go down. Yes, he whispered, measuring his twin's back. That place smelled like hell, didn't it? Do you remember that? The fish. I remember everything. You know, I can still picture you against the cave wall. Your hair all matted. Your clothes wet and stained with blood. You looked like shit. Z laughed in a short burst. I looked worse, I'm sure. Anyway, you said you would ease me if you could. I did. There was a long silence. Then a cold blast came out of Z's body, and he looked over his shoulder. His black eyes were glacial, his face dark as hell's groundless shadows. I'm past being eased. Ever. But sure as shit there's hope for you. So you take that female you want so badly. Take her and talk some sense into her. I'd throw her out of my room if I could, but she just won't leave. Z strode away, his shit-kickers pounding into the ground. Hours later, Bella was walking around the mansion. She'd passed some of the night with Beth and Mary, and their friendship had been appreciated. But now all was quiet, because the brothers and everyone else had gone to bed. It was only her and Boo roaming the halls as the day passed, the cat at her side as if he knew she needed company. God, she was exhausted, so tired she could barely stand up, and she was achy, too. Trouble was, there was a restlessness that animated her body. Her internal engine refused to go into idle. As a flush went through her, like someone had put a hair dryer to every inch of her skin, she figured she must be getting sick, although she didn't know how. She'd been with the Lessers for 6 weeks, and it wasn't as if she could pick up a virus from them. And none of the brothers or their Shihans were ill. Maybe it was just emotional. Yeah, you think? She went around a corner and paused, realizing she'd found her way back to the statue corridor. She wondered if Zadist was in the room now, and was disappointed when she opened the door and he wasn't. That male was like an addiction, she realized. Not good for her, but not something she could let go of. Time for bed, boo. The cat gave her a meow, as if he were relinquishing his escort duties, and then trotted off down the hall, silent as falling snow and just as graceful. Bella shut the door just as another hot flash tackled her. Yanking off her fleece, she went over to open a window, but of course the shutters were down. It was 2 in the afternoon. Desperate to cool off, she headed for the shower and stood under the cold water for God only knew how long. She felt even worse when she got out, her skin prickly, her head heavy. Wrapping a towel around herself, she went to the bed and rearranged the messy covers. Before she got in, she eyed the phone and thought she should call her brother. They needed to meet face to face, and they needed to do it soon, because Wrath's grace period wasn't going to last for long. And as Rev never slept, he would be up. Except, as another rolling wave of heat went through her, she knew she could not deal with her brother now. She'd wait until nightfall after she got some rest. When the sun went down, she would call revenge and meet him somewhere neutral and public. And she would persuade him to cut the crap. She sat down on the mattress edge and felt an odd pressure between her legs. The sex with Zadist, she thought. It had been so long since she'd taken a male inside. And her only other lover hadn't been built like that. Hadn't moved like that. Images of Zadist poised over her, his face tight and dark, his body straining and hard, sent a reverberation through her that left her trembling. In a rush, a sharp sensation speared her core exactly, as if he were penetrating her again. A combination of honey and acid flooding her veins. She frowned, dropped the towel and looked down at her body. Her breasts seemed much larger than normal, the tips a deeper pink. Remnants of Zadist's mouth? Absolutely. With a curse, she lay down and pulled a sheet over herself. More heat boiled in her body, and she rolled over onto her stomach. Scissored her legs apart. Tried to cool herself down. The aching just seemed to get sharper, though. As the snow started falling in earnest and the afternoon light began to fade a little, O drove his truck south on Route 22. When he got to the right spot, he pulled over and looked at you. The Explorer is 100 yards straight back from here. Get it the hell out of those woods. Then start buying those supplies we need and nail down those delivery dates. I want those apples tracked and I want that arsenic ready. Fine. You undipped the seatbelt. But listen, you need to address the society. It's customary for the four lesser. Whatever. O looked out the windshield, watching the wipers flip the snowflakes around. Now that he had you all over this solstice festival bullshit, he was back to racking his brain for answers to his main problem. How the hell was he going to find his wife now? But the four lesser always addresses the membership when he first takes over. Christ, Yu's voice was beginning to really bug the shit out of him. And so was the guy's by-the-book mentality. Oh, you need to. Shut the fuck up, man. I'm not interested in meetings. Okay. You drew the word out, his disapproval obvious. So where do you want the squadrons? Where do you think? Downtown. If they find civilians between fights with the brothers, do you want the teams to go for captives or just kills? And are we going to build another persuasion center? I don't care. But we need Yu's voice droned on. How was he going to find her? Where would she? Oh glared across the interior of the truck, ready to explode. What? Yu's mouth did the fish thing for a moment. Opening. Closing. Nothing. That's right. No more anything from your ass. Now get the hell out of my truck and get busy doing something other than yak at me. He hit the gas the second Yu's boots hit the gravel. But he didn't go far. He turned off onto the farmhouse's lane and did some recon of his wife's place. No tracks in the fresh snow. No lights on. Deserted. Goddamn those betas. O turned around and headed downtown. His eyes were dry from lack of sleep, but he wasn't about to waste night hours on recharging. Fuck that. Man, if he didn't get to kill something tonight, he was gonna go mad. Chapter 30. Zadist spent the day in the training facility. He worked the punching bag bare-knuckled. Lifted. Ran. Lifted some more. Practiced with his daggers. When he got back to the main house it was almost 4, and he was ready to go out hunting. The moment he set foot into the foyer he stopped. Something was off. He looked around the lobby, glanced up to the second floor, listened for weird sounds. When he sniffed the air, all he could smell was the breakfast that was being served in the dining room, and he went there, convinced something was wrong, but unable to tie down what it was. He found the brothers seated and oddly quiet, though Mary and Beth were eating and talking with ease. Bella was nowhere to be seen. He had little interest in food, but he headed for the empty seat next to Vis's house anyway. As he sat down his body felt tight, and he knew it was from the heavy exercise he'd pulled during the day. "Has that explorer moved?" he asked his brother. "Not up until I came here to eat. I'll check it as soon as I get back, but don't worry. The computer will track whatever route it takes even if I'm not there. We'll be able to see the path." "You sure?" Vis's house sent him a dry look. "Yeah, I am. Designed the program myself." Z nodded, then put a hand under his chin and cracked his neck. Man, he was stiff. A second later, Fritz came by with 2 shiny apples and a knife. After thanking the butler, Z went to work on one of the Granny Smiths. While peeling the thing, he rearranged his body in the chair. Shit, his legs felt funny, and so did his lower back. Maybe he'd pushed it too hard? He shifted in his seat again, then refocused on the apple, turning it around and around in his hand, keeping the blade tight to the white flesh. He was almost through when he realized he was crossing and uncrossing his legs under the table like a fricking rocket. He glanced at the other males. V was flipping the top of his lighter open and closed and tapping his foot. Rage was massaging his shoulder. Now his upper arm. Now his right pectoral. Fury was pushing his coffee cup around in circles and chewing his lower lip and drumming his fingers. Wrath was rolling his head on his neck. Left, right, back, forth, tense as a high-voltage line. Butch seemed twitchy too. None of them, not even Rage, had eaten a thing. But Mary and Beth were normal enough as they stood up to clear their plates. They started laughing and arguing with Fritz that they should help him bring out more coffee and fruit. The females had just left the room when the first wave of energy pushed through the house. The invisible surge went straight to the thing between Zadist's legs, hardening it instantly. He stiffened and saw that the brothers and Butch had all frozen, too, as if each one were wondering whether what he'd felt was right. A moment later a second wave hit. The it in Z's pants thickened up even more, quick as the curse that left his mouth. "Holy shit," someone said with a groan. "This can't be happening," another growled. The butler's door swung open and Beth came in, a tray of cut fruit in her hands. "Mary's bringing in more coffee." Wrath stood up so fast, his chair fell back and landed on the floor. He stalked over to Beth, whipped the tray out of her hands, and tossed it carelessly on the table. As cut strawberries and pieces of cantaloupe bounced off the silver and landed on the mahogany, Beth shot him a glare. "Wrath, what the?" He pulled her against his body, kissing her deep and hard, bending her back as if he were going to crawl up inside of her right in front of the Brotherhood. Without breaking their mouths apart, he picked her up by her waist and held her by the ass. Beth laughed softly and locked her legs around his hips. The king's face was buried in his Leland's neck as he strode out of the room. Another surge reverberated through the house, rocking the male bodies in the room. Zadist gripped the edge of the table, and he wasn't the only one. Vicious's knuckles were white with how hard he was holding on to the thing. Bella, it must be Bella. Had to be. Bella had gone into her kneading. Havers had warned him, Z thought. When the doctor had done the internal exam on her, he'd said she'd seemed close to her fertile time. Holy hell, a female in her need, in a house with 6 males. It was only a matter of time before the brothers got raw from their sexual instincts, and the danger to everyone became very real. When Mary walked through the butler's door, Rage went after her like a tank, tearing the coffee pot out of her hand and pitching it on the sideboard so it skidded and sloshed. He pushed her up against the wall and covered her with his body, his head dropping down, his erotic purring so loud it made the crystal on the chandelier tinkle. Mary's shocked gasp was followed by a very feminine sigh. Rage had her up in his arms and out of the room in a flash. Butch looked down at his lap and then up at the rest of them. "Listen, I don't mean to get nasty, but is everyone else?" "Yes," V said through tight lips. "You want to tell me what the hell is happening here?" "Bella's gone into her knitting," V said, throwing down his napkin. "Christ. How long before nightfall?" Fury checked his watch. "Almost 2 hours. We'll be a mess by then. Tell me you have some red smoke." "Yeah, plenty." "Butch, do yourself a favor and get off the property fast. The pit is not going to be far enough away from her. I didn't think humans would respond, but since you are, you'd better go before you get sucked in." Another assault hit them, and Z collapsed back against the chair, his hips surging involuntarily. He heard the groans of the others and realized they were in deep shit. No matter how civilized they pretended to be, males couldn't help but respond to a female in her fertile time, and their sexual urges would increase as the kneading progressed and strengthened. If it weren't daylight, they could have saved themselves by getting away. But they were trapped in the compound, and by the time it was dark enough for them to get out, it would be too late. After prolonged exposure, males would instinctually resist leaving the female's vicinity. No matter what their brains told them, their bodies would fight the call to get away, and if they did depart from her, they would suffer withdrawal pangs that were worse than their cravings. Wrath and rage had outlets for their response, but the rest of the brothers were in trouble. Their only hope was to numb themselves out. And Bella, oh, God, she was going to hurt more than all of them combined. V rose from the table, steadying himself on the back of his chair. "Come on, Fury. We need to start smoking up. Now, Z, you're going to her, right?" Zodist shut his eyes. Z, you're going to serve her, right?" John looked up from the kitchen table as the phone rang. Sal and Regan, the family's dog Jen, were out getting groceries. He picked up the call. "John, that you?" It was Tor on the downstairs line. John whistled and took another bite of his white rice and ginger sauce. "Listen, school's canceled for today. I'm calling all the families now." John lowered his fork and whistled an ascending note. "There's a complication at the compound, but we should be back on tomorrow or the night after. We'll see how things go. In light of this, we've moved up your appointment at Havers's. Butch is going to come get you right now. Okay?" John whistled twice in little short puffs. "Good, he's a human, but he's cool. I trust him." The doorbell rang. "That's probably him. Yeah, that's Butch. I can see him on the video monitor. Listen, John, about this therapist business. If it creeps you out, you don't have to go back. Okay? I won't let anyone make you." John sighed into the phone and thought, "Thank you." Tor laughed softly. "Yeah. I'm not much for the emotive crap either, ouch. Well, Z, what the hell?" There was a rapid conversation in the old language. "Anyway," Tor said into the phone, "you text message me when it's done. Okay?" John whistled twice, hung up, and put his dish and fork into the washer. Therapist training, neither one was something to look forward to, but all things being equal, he'd take whatever shrink he was going to see over Lash any day. Hell, at least the appointment with the doc wouldn't last more than 60 minutes. Lash he had to deal with for hours. On the way out, he picked up his jacket and his notebook. As he opened the door, the big human on the front stoop smiled down at him. "Hey, J-Man. I'm Butch. Butch O'Neill. Your taxi." Well, this Butch O'Neill was, well, the man was dressed like a GQ model, for one thing. Under a black cashmere coat, he had on a fancy pinstriped suit, an awesome red tie, a bright white shirt. His dark hair was pushed off his forehead in a casual, finger-brushed way that totally rocked out. And his shoes, wow. Gucci. Really Gucci black leather. Red and green band. Shiny gold stuff. Funny, he wasn't handsome, not in a Mr. Perfect kind of way, at least. The guy had a nose that had clearly been busted once or 3 times, and his hazel eyes were too shrewd and too exhausted to be classified as attractive. But he was like a cocked gun. He had a steely intelligence and a dangerous power about him that you respected, because the combination was a flat-out killer, literally. "John? We cool here?" John whistled and stuck out his hand. They shook and Butch smiled again. "So you good to go?" the man asked a little more gently, like he'd been told John had to go back to Havers's to talk to someone. God, was everyone going to know? While John shut the door, he imagined the guys in his training class finding out and wanted to throw up. He and Butch walked over to a black Escalade with darkened windows and some serious chrome on the wheels. Inside, the car was warm and smelled like leather and the awesome aftershave Butch was wearing. They took off and Butch hit the stereo, mystical pumping through the car. As John looked out the window at the flurries and the peach light that was bleeding from the sky, he really wished he were going anywhere else. Well, except to class. "So, John," Butch said, "I'm not going to front. I know why you're heading to the clinic, and I want to tell you, I've had to go to the shrink, too." When John looked over with surprise, the man nodded. "Yeah, when I was on the police force. I was a homicide detective for 10 years, and in homicide you see some pretty effed up stuff. There was always some deeply sincere guy with granny glasses and a steno pad bugging me to talk. I hated it." John took a deep breath, oddly reassured that the guy hadn't liked the experience any more than he was going to. But the funny thing was Butch came to a stop sign and hit a directional signal. A second later he shot out into traffic. The funny thing was I think it helped. Not when I was sitting across from Dr. Ernest, the share your feelings superhero. Frankly, I wanted to bolt the entire time. My skin crawled so bad. It was just afterward, I'd think about what we'd talked about. And, he had some valid points. Kind of cooled me out, even though I thought I was fine. So it was all good. John cocked his head to one side. "What did I see?" Butch murmured. The man was silent for a long time. It wasn't until they pulled into another very ritzy neighborhood that he answered. "Nothing special, son. Nothing special." Butch turned into a driveway, stopped at a pair of gates, and put down the window. After he hit an intercom button and said his name, they were allowed to pass. When the Escalade was parked behind a stuccoed mansion the size of a high school, John opened his door. As he met Butch on the other side of the SUV, he realized the guy had taken out a handgun. The thing was in his grip and hanging by his thigh, barely noticeable. John had seen this trick before. Fury had armed himself in a similar way when the two of them had gone to the clinic a couple of nights ago. Weren't the brothers safe here? John looked around. Everything seemed really normal for a big-money estate. Maybe the brothers weren't safe anywhere. Butch took John's arm and walked quickly to a solid steel door, all the while scanning the 10-car garage behind the house, the oak trees on the periphery, the two other cars parked by what looked like a kitchen entrance. John jogged to keep up. When they were at the back door, Butch showed his face to a camera, and the steel panels in front of them made a clicking noise, then slid back. They went into a vestibule, the doors closed behind them, and then a freight elevator opened up. They took it down one level and stepped out. Standing in front of them was a nurse John recognized from before. As she smiled and welcomed them, Butch put the handgun away in a holster under his left arm. The nurse swept her hand toward a hallway. "Petrilla is waiting." Squeezing his notebook, John took a deep breath and followed the woman, feeling as if he were going to the gallows. Z stopped in front of his bedroom door. He was just going to check on Bella, and then he was going to make a beeline for Fury's room and get himself good and stoned. He hated any kind of drugged-out feeling, but anything was better than this raging urge to have sex. He cracked the door and sagged against the jamb. The fragrance in the room was like a garden in full bloom, the loveliest thing that had ever shot up the inside of his nose. The front of his pants pounded, the it screaming to get out. "Bella?" he said into the darkness. When he heard a moan, he went inside, closing the door behind him. Oh God! The perfume of her, he started to growl deep in the back of his throat, and his fingers cranked into claws. His feet took over, marching him to the bed, his instincts leaving his mind behind. Bella was writhing on top of the mattress, tangled in the sheets. When she saw him, she cried out, but then she settled down, as if she'd willed herself calm. "I'm okay." She rolled over onto her stomach, her thighs rubbing together as she pulled the duvet over her body. It's going to be." Another shock wave came out of her, so strong it pushed him back as she jackknifed it into a ball. Go, she groaned. Worse when you're here. Oh God. As she let out a ragged curse, Z stumbled back to the door even though his body roared for him to stay. Getting himself out into the corridor was like hauling a mastiff off a target. And once he shut the door, he raced for Furies. From all the way down the hall of statues, he could smell what his twin and V were lighting up. And when he burst inside the bedroom, the blanket of smoke was already thick as fog. Vishouse and Fury were on the bed, thick blunts between their fingers, mouths tight, bodies straining. What the hell are you doing here? V demanded. Give me some, he said, nodding at the mahogany box between them. Why have you left her? V sucked in hard, the handroll's orange tip glowing bright. The kneading hasn't passed. She said it was worse when I was there. Z leaned over his twin and grabbed a blunt. He had trouble lighting the thing because his hands were shaking so badly. How's that possible? Do I look like I have any experience with this shit? But it's supposed to get better if a male's with her. V scrubbed his face, then looked over in disbelief. Wait a minute, you didn't lay with her, did you? Z? Z, answer the fucking question. No, I didn't, he snapped, aware that Fury was very, very quiet. How could you leave that poor female unserved in her condition? She said she was okay. Yeah, well, it's just getting started. She's not going to be okay. The only way to relieve the pain is if a male finishes inside of her. You feel me? You can't leave her like that. It's cruel. Z paced over to one of the windows. The shutters were still down for the day, and he thought of the sun, that great, bright jailer. God, he wished he could get out of the house. He felt like a trap was closing in on him, and the urge to run was almost as bad as the lust he was crippled with. He thought of Fury, who was keeping his eyes down and not saying a word. Now's your chance, Z thought. Just send your twin down the hall to her. Send him in to service her in her need. Go on. Tell him to leave this room and go to yours and take off his clothes and cover her with his body. Oh God. Vicious's voice cut through his self-torture, the tone gratingly reasonable. Zodist, it's wrong and you know it, true? You can't do this to her. She's… How about you back the fuck off, my brother? There was a short silence. Okay. I'll take care of her. Z's head whipped around just as Vishouse stabbed out his handrolled and got to his feet. As he hiked up his leathers, his arousal was obvious. Zodist launched himself across the room so fast, he didn't even feel his feet. He tackled Vishouse down to the floor and clamped his hands around his brother's thick throat. As his fangs shot out of his upper jaw like knives, he bared them with a hiss. You go near her and I'll kill you. There was a mad scramble behind him, no doubt Fury rushing to separate them. But V put the kibosh on any rescue attempt. Fury. No. V dragged some air in. Between me and him. Vicious's diamond eyes were sharp as he looked up, and though he was struggling for breath, his voice was as forceful as always. Relax. Zodist, you dumb fuck. Deep breath. I'm going nowhere, just needed to get your attention. Now loosen your grip. Z eased his hold, but didn't get off the brother. Vishouse inhaled with a big suck. Couple of times. You feel your flow right now, Z? You feel that territorial urge? You've bonded with her. Z wanted to deny it, but that was tough to do, considering the linebacker routine he'd just pulled, and the fact that he still had his hands around the male's throat. V's voice dropped to a whisper. Your path out of hell is waiting for you. She's down that hall, man. Don't be a fool. Go to her. It'll take care of both of you. Z swung his leg up and dismounted, letting himself roll onto the floor. To avoid thinking about paths out and females and sex, he wondered idly what had happened to the blunt he'd been smoking. Glancing over at the window, he found he'd had the decency to balance it on the sill before he'd launched at Vishouse like a rocket. Well, wasn't he a gentleman? She can heal you, V said. I'm not looking to be healed. Besides, I don't want to get her pregnant. You feel me? What a fucking mess that would be. Is it her first time? I don't know. If it is, the chances are practically zero. Practically isn't good enough. What else can ease her? Fury spoke up from the bed. You've still got the morphine, right? That syringe I prepared from whatever's left? So use it. I've heard that's what unmated females do. V sat up, balancing his thick arms on his knees. As he pushed his hair back, the sprawling tattoo at his right temple flashed. It won't completely take care of the problem, but sure as shit it's better than nothing. Another shock wave of heat rippled through the air. The three of them groaned and were momentarily incapacitated, their bodies whacking out, straining, wanting to go where they were needed, where they could be used to ease a female's pain. As soon as Z was able to, he got to his feet. As he left, Vishouse was climbing back onto Fury's bed and lighting up again. When Z was back at the other end of the house, he braced himself before he re-entered his room. Opening the door, he didn't dare look in her direction as he forced his body over to the bureau. He found the syringes and picked up the one Fury had filled. Taking a deep breath, he turned around, only to discover that the bed was empty. Bella? He walked over. Bella, where? He found her crumpled on the floor, a pillow between her legs, her body trembling. She started to sob as he knelt beside her. It hurts. Oh, God, I know, Nala. He brushed her hair out of her eyes. I'll take care of you. Please, it hurts so badly. She rolled over, her breasts tight and bright red at the tips. Beautiful. Irresistible. It hurts. It hurts so badly. Zodist, it won't stop. It's getting worse. In a massive surge, she undulated wildly, a blast of energy coming out of her body. The strength of the hormones she emitted blinded him, and he got so caught up in his body's beastly response that he didn't feel anything even as she grabbed his forearm with enough force to bend his bones. When the peak faded, he wondered if she'd broken his wrist. It wasn't that he cared about the pain. He would take any of that she needed to give him. But if she was hanging on to him that desperately, he could just imagine what she was going through in her insides. With a wince, he realized she'd bit her lower lip hard enough to make it bleed. He wiped the blood off her mouth with his thumb, then had to rub the stuff on his pant leg so he didn't lap it up and want more. Nala, he looked at the syringe in his hand. Do it, he said to himself. Drug her. Take the hurt away. Bella, I need to know something. What? She moaned. Is this your first time? She nodded her head. I didn't know it would be this bad, oh, God. Her body spasmed again, her legs crushing the pillow. He glanced back at the syringe. Better than nothing was not good enough for her. But his releasing into her seemed like a sacrilege. Goddamn it, his ejaculations were the worst of the two piss-poor options she had. But biologically speaking, he could do more for her than the morphine. Z reached up and put the needle on the bedside table. Then he stood and kicked off his boots while he peeled his shirt over his head. He unzipped his fly, springing that hideous, aching length, and stepped out of his leathers. He needed pain to orgasm, but he wasn't worried about that. Hell, he could hurt himself enough to trigger a release. That was why he had fangs, right? Bella was writhing in misery as he picked her up and laid her out on the bed. She was so magnificent against the pillows, her cheeks flushed, her lips parted, her skin glowing from the kneading. But she was in such pain. Shoo easy, he whispered as he got on top of the bed, on top of her. As their naked skin brushed, she moaned and bit into her lip again. This time he bent down and licked the fresh blood off her mouth. The taste of it, the electric tingle on his tongue, thrilled him, scared him, reminded him that he'd been living off weak sustenance for over a century. With a curse, he shoved all his stupid fucking baggage out of the way and focused on Bella. Her legs were sawing underneath him, and he had to force them wide with his hands, then pin them with his thighs. When he touched her core with his hand, he was shocked. She was on fire, drenched, swollen. She cried out, and the orgasm that followed relieved her struggles a little, her arms and legs going still, her breathing getting less harsh. Maybe this was going to be easier than he thought. Maybe Vishouse was wrong about her needing a male inside. In which case, he could just go down on her over and over again. Man, he would love to do that for a day. The first time he had put his mouth to her hadn't lasted nearly long enough. He eyed his clothes, probably should have kept them on. The force of energy that came out of her then was so great. He was actually pushed upright from her body, as if invisible hands had punched at his torso. She screamed in misery as he hovered in midair above her. When the surge passed, he fell back on top of her. The orgasm had obviously made the situation worse, and now she was weeping so hard tears no longer fell from her eyes. All she had was a case of the dry heaves as she twisted and contorted beneath him. "Lie still, Nala," he said frantically. "Let me put it in you." But she was too far gone to hear him. He had to muscle her to keep her in place, pushing down on her collarbone with a forearm while he forced one of her legs up and to the side. He tried to position the it for penetration by moving his hips, but couldn't manage to get the angle right. Even trapped under his superior strength and weight, she still managed to flail around. With a nasty curse, Z reached between his legs and grabbed the thing he needed to use on her. He guided the bastard to her threshold and then thrust hard, joining them deep. They both yelled. And then he dropped his head and held on for dear life, getting lost in the sensation of her tight, slick sex. His body took over, his hips moving like pistons, the punishing, grinding rhythm creating a mighty pressure in his balls and a burning in his lower belly. Oh God, a release was coming for him, just as it had in the bathroom when she'd held on as he pumped. Only hotter, wilder, out of control. "Oh, Jesus!" he hollered. Their bodies were slapping together and he was mostly blind and he was sweating all over her and the bonding scent was a screaming roar in his nose and then she called his name and seized up under him. Her core grabbed onto him in spasms that milked him until, oh, shit, God, no. On reflex he tried to pull out, but the orgasm tackled him from behind, shooting up his spine and nailing him in the back of the head just as he felt the release bullet out of his body into hers. And the damn thing didn't stop. He came in great waves, pouring into her, filling her up. There was nothing he could do to stop the eruptions even though he knew what he was spilling into her. When the last shudder left him, he lifted his head. Bella's eyes were closed, her breathing even, the deep grooves in her face gone. Her hands ran up his ribs and onto his shoulders, and she turned her face into his bicep with a sigh. The quiet in the room, in her body, was jarring. So was the fact that he'd ejaculated only because she'd made him feel good. Good? No, that didn't go far enough. She'd made him feel alive, awakened. Z touched her hair, spreading the dark waves across a creamy pillow. There had been no pain for him, for his body, just pleasure. A miracle. Except then he became aware of the wetness where they were joined. The implications of what he'd done in her made him twitchy, and he couldn't fight the compulsion to clean her up. He pulled out and quickly headed for the bathroom, where he grabbed a washcloth. When he returned to the bed, though, she'd started to undulate again, the need in her rising. He looked down at himself and watched the thing that hung from his groin grow hard and long in response. "Zadist," she moaned. "It's back." He put the washcloth aside and mounted her again. But before he pushed into her, he looked at her glassy eyes and had an attack of conscience. How whacked was it that he was greedy for more when the consequences were so ugly for her? Good God, he'd ejaculated into her, and the shit was all over her beautiful parts and the smooth skin of her thighs and, "I can drug you," he said. "I can make you feel no pain and you won't have me inside you. I can help you without hurting you." He stared down at her, waiting for her answer, caught between her biology and his reality. Chapter 31. Butch was a wired-out mess as he peeled off his coat and took a seat in the doctor's waiting room. Good thing night had just fallen and any vampire clientele had yet to show up. Some alone time was what he needed, at least until he pulled himself together. Thing was, this happy little clinic was located in the basement of Havers's mansion, which meant Butch was now, at this very moment, in the same house as the guy's sister. Yup, Marissa, the female vampire he wanted like no one else on the planet, was under the same roof he was. Man, this obsession with her was a new and different nightmare. He'd never had a case of the sweats like this for a woman before, and he couldn't say he recommended it. Nothing but a pain in the ass. And the chest. Back in September, when he'd come to see her and she'd shut him down without even doing a face-to-face, he'd sworn he'd never bother her again. And he hadn't, technically. Those drive-bys he'd done since, Those pathetic, sissy drive-bys where the Escalade somehow found itself going by this very house, those weren't really bothering her. Because she didn't know about them. He was so pathetic. But as long as she had no idea how whipped he was, he could almost handle it. Which was why he was on edge tonight. He didn't want to be caught hanging out in the clinic in case she thought he was after her. After all, a man had to have his pride. At least, as far as the outside world could see. He checked his watch. A whopping 13 minutes had passed. He figured this session with the shrink was an hour, so his Patek Philippe's long hand had to take 47 more trips around before he could stuff the kid back in the car and bust on out of here. "Would you like some coffee?" a female voice said. He looked up. A nurse dressed in a white uniform was standing in front of him. She looked young, especially as she fiddled with one of her sleeves. She also seemed desperate to do something. "Yeah, sure. Coffee'd be good." She smiled broadly, her fangs showing. "How do you like it?" "Black. Black's fine. Thanks." The whisper of her soft-soled shoes faded while she went down the corridor. Butch unbuttoned his double-breasted jacket and leaned forward, putting his elbows on his knees. The Valentino suit he'd put on before coming was one of his favorites. So was the Hermes tie around his neck. And the Gucci loafers on his feet. If he got busted by Marissa, he'd figured he might as well look as good as he ever did. "Do you want me to drug you?" Bella focused on Zadist's face as he loomed above her. His black eyes were mere slits, and he had that beautiful flush of arousal on his stark cheekbones. He was heavy on top of her, and as the kneading rose again, she thought of him releasing inside of her. She'd felt a wondrous, cooling ease as soon as he'd started to come. The first relief she'd had since the symptoms of the kneading had started a couple of hours ago. But the drive was back now. "Would you like me to put you out, Bella?" Maybe it would be better if he drugged her. This was going to be a long night, and from what she understood, it would only get harder and more intense as the hours churned. Was it really fair of her to ask that he stay? Something soft stroked her cheek, his thumb brushing over her skin. "I won't leave you," he said. "No matter how long, no matter how many times. I'll serve you and let you take my vein until it's over. I will not abandon you." Staring up into his face, she knew without asking that this would be their only time together. The resolve was in his eyes. She could see it clearly. One night and no other. Abruptly, he lifted his body from hers and reached for the bedside table. His tremendous erection stood out straight from his hips, and just as he came back with a syringe, she grasped his hard flesh. He hissed and swayed before catching himself by throwing a hand down to the mattress. "You," she whispered. "Not the drug. I want you." He dropped the needle on the floor and kissed her, spreading her thighs with his knees. She guided him into her body and felt a glorious rush as he filled her. With a mighty swell, her pleasure rose and then broke into two separate needs. One for his sex, one for his blood. Her fangs elongated as she eyed the thick vein at the side of his neck. As if he sensed what she needed, he twisted his body around so he could stay inside of her while giving her access to his throat. "Feed," he said hoarsely, his body moving into her and pulling back. "Take what you need." She bit him without hesitation, piercing right through the slave band, going deep into his skin. As his taste hit her tongue, she heard a roar leave him. And then the strength and the power of him washed over her, through her. O fell still over his captive, unsure he'd heard right. The vampire he'd caught downtown and brought to the shed behind the cabin was strapped to the table, a butterfly mounted. He'd captured the male only with plans to work out his frustration. He'd never imagined he'd learn anything useful. What was that? O put his ear down closer to the civilian's mouth. "She is called Bella. The female who was taken her name Bella." O straightened, a heady, balmy bloom flowing across his skin. "Do you know if she's alive?" "I thought she was dead." The civilian coughed weakly. "She's been gone so long. Where does her family live?" When there was no immediate answer, O did something guaranteed to open the male's mouth. After the scream faded, O said, "Where is her family?" "I don't know. I don't honestly know. Her family, I don't know. I don't know." Babble, babble, babble. The The civilian slid into the diarrhea of the mouth stage of interrogation, becoming all but useless. O slapped the thing into silence. Address. I want an address. When there was no reply, he provided another source of encouragement. The male gasped under the fresh onslaught, and then blurted, 27 for Man Lane. O's heart started pumping, but he leaned over the vampire casually. I'm going to go there right now. If you've told the truth, I'll set you free. If you haven't, I'll kill you slowly as soon as I get back. Now, do you want to change anything? The civilian's eyes darted away, came back. Hello, O said. You hear me? To hurry the civilian up, he applied pressure to a sensitive area. The thing yelped like a dog. Tell me, O said softly, and I'll let you go. This will all stop. The male's face squeezed into itself, his mouth peeling up and revealing gritted teeth. A tear snaked down his bruised cheek. Though there was the temptation to add another shot of agony as inducement, O decided not to upset the battle between conscience and self-preservation. 27 Thorn Avenue, right? Yes. O wiped off the tear, then slit the civilian's throat wide open. You are such a liar, he said as the vampire bled out. O didn't hang around, just grabbed his jacket full of weapons and left. He was damn sure the addresses were nothing. That was the problem with persuasion. You really couldn't trust the information you got. He'd check out whatever was there on both streets, but he was clearly being jerked around. Waste of fucking time. Chapter 32. Butch swirled the last inch of coffee around the bottom of the mug, thinking that the stuff was the color of scotch. As he tossed the cold swill back, he wished it were some high-test Lagavulin. He checked his watch. 6 minutes till 7. God, he hoped the session was only an hour. If everything went smooth, he could drop John at Tor and Wellesley's and be sitting on his couch with a shot glass at his elbow before CSI came on. He winced. No wonder Marissa wouldn't see him. What a frickin' catch. High-functioning alcoholic living in a world that wasn't his own. Hey, let's beat feet for the altar. As he pictured himself at home, he had a passing thought about V's warning to get away from the compound. Trouble was, being out at a bar or on the streets alone was not a good plan, not with the mood he was in. He was as raw as the weather. A few minutes later, voices drifted down the corridor, and John came around the corner with an older woman. The poor kid looked like he'd been pulled through a wringer. His hair was standing up like weeds, as if he'd been shoving his hands into it, and his eyes were glued to the floor. That notebook was clutched to his chest as though the thing were a bulletproof vest. So we'll see about the next appointment, John, the female said softly. After you've thought about it. John didn't respond, and Butch forgot about all his own whiny crap. Whatever had come out in that office was still out, and the boy needed a buddy. He put his arm around the kid tentatively, and when John leaned into him, all of Butch's protective instincts reared up and snarled. He didn't care that the therapist looked like Mary Poppins. He wanted to yell at her for upsetting the little guy. John, she said, you'll get back in touch with me about the next. Yeah, we'll call you, Butch muttered. UHU, right? I told him there was no rush, but I do think he should come again. Butch glanced over at the woman, thoroughly annoyed, only to have her eyes scare the shit out of him. They were so damned serious, so very grave. What the hell had gone down in that session? Butch looked at the top of John's head. Let's go, J-Man. John didn't move, so Butch gave him a little push and led the way out of the clinic, his arm still on the kid's thin shoulders. When they got to the car, John climbed into the seat, but didn't put his belt on. He just stared straight ahead. Butch shut his door and locked the SUV up tight. Then he turned and stared at John. I'm not even going to ask what's doing. The only thing I need to know is where you want to go. You feel like heading home? I'll take you to Tor and Wellesley's. You want to hang at the pit with me? We'll go over to the compound. You just want to drive? I'll take you to Canada and back. I'm up for anything, so you just say the word. And if you don't want to decide now, I'll tool around town until you figure it out. John's little chest expanded and then contracted. He flipped open the notebook and took out his pen. There was a pause, and then he wrote something and flipped the paper around to Butch. 7th Street. Butch frowned. That was a really shitty part of town. He opened his mouth to ask why there of all places, but then shut his yap. The kid had clearly had enough questions thrown at him tonight. Besides, Butch was armed, and it was where John wanted to go. Promise was a promise. Okay, buddy. 7th Street. Coming up. But drive around for a while first, the kid wrote. No problem. We'll just chill. Butch started the engine. Just as he put the Escalade into reverse, he saw a flash of something behind them. A car was pulling up to the back of the mansion, a very large, very expensive Bentley. He hit the brakes so it could pass and forgot how to breathe. Marissa came out of the house from a side door. Her hip-length blonde hair blew in the wind, and she huddled into the black cape she was wearing. Moving quickly across the back parking lot, she dodged chunks of snow, leaping from asphalt spot to asphalt spot. The security lights picked up the refined lines of her face and her gorgeous pale hair and her perfectly white skin. He remembered what it had felt like to kiss her, that one time he had, and his chest stung like his lungs were being crushed. Overcome, he wanted to rush out of the car, throw himself down in the slush, and beg like the dog he was. Except she was heading for the Bentley. He watched as the door opened for her, as if the driver had leaned across and popped the handle. When the lights came on in the interior, Butch couldn't see much, only enough to tell him that it was a man, or male, who was behind the wheel. Shoulders that big didn't come on female bodies. Marissa gathered her cape with her hands and slid inside, shutting the door. The light went off. Dimly, Butch heard some kind of shuffling next to him, and he glanced at John. The kid had shrunk back against the far window and was looking across the seats with fear in his eyes. That was when Butch realized he had palmed his gun and was growling. Totally creeped out by the insane reaction, he took his foot off the Escalade's brake and stomped on the gas pedal. Don't worry, son. Nothing doing. As he spun them around, he looked in the rearview mirror at the Bentley. It was moving now, doing its own turn in the parking lot. With a grim curse, Butch tore off down the driveway, his hands gripping the steering wheel so hard his knuckles stung. Revenge frowned as Marissa got into his Bentley. God, he'd forgotten how beautiful she was. And she smelled just as good, the clean scent of the ocean filling his nose. Why won't you let me come to the front door? He said, taking in her fair hair and her flawless skin. You should have let me pick you up properly. You know how Havers is. The door shut with a solid sound. He'll want us mated. That's ridiculous. And you're not the same way with your sister? No comment. As he waited for an Escalade to clear out of the parking lot, Marissa laid a hand on his sable sleeve. I know I said this before, but I'm so sorry for everything that happened to Bella. How is she? How the hell would he know? I'd rather not talk about her. No offense, but I don't want to go there. Rev, tonight doesn't have to happen. I know you've been through a lot, and frankly I was surprised you would see me at all. Don't be ridiculous. I'm glad you called on me. He reached out and squeezed her hand. The bones under her skin were so delicate that he reminded himself he was going to have to be very gentle with her. She was not what he was used to. As he drove them downtown, he could sense her nerves tightening. It's going to be all right. I really am cool that you called. I'm rather embarrassed, actually. I just don't know what to do. We'll take it slow. I've only ever been with Wrath. I know. That's why I wanted to pick you up in the car. I thought you'd be too nervous to dematerialize. I am. As they came up to a stoplight, he smiled at her. I'm going to take good care of you. Her pale blue eyes looked over at him. You are a good male, Revenge. He ignored that miscalculation and concentrated on the traffic. 20 minutes later, they were stepping out of a high-tech elevator and into the vestibule of his penthouse apartment. His place took up half of the 30-story building's top floor, overlooking the Hudson River and all of Caldwell. With the vast blocks of windows, he never used the place during the day. But it was perfect for the night. He kept the lights low and waited as Marissa walked around and looked at things a decorator had bought for his lair. He didn't care about the stuff or the views or the fancy gadgets. He cared about the privacy from his family. Bella had never been here, and neither had their mother. In fact, neither knew he had the penthouse. As if realizing she was wasting time, Marissa turned and faced him. Under the lights her beauty was absolutely stunning, and he was grateful for the extra hit of dopamine he'd pumped into his system about an hour ago. In Symphyths, the drug had an opposite effect than when it was administered to humans or vampires. The chemical increased certain neurotransmitter activity and reception, ensuring that the Symphyth patient could feel no pleasure, no nothing. With Rev's sense of touch gone, his brain could better control the rest of his impulses. Which was the only reason Marissa was safe to be alone with him, considering what they were going to do. Rev removed his coat, then walked over to her, relying on his cane more than usual because he could not take his eyes off her. Balancing the staff against his thighs, he slowly undid the bow that held her cape together. She stared down at his hands, trembling as he slid the folds of black wool from her shoulders. He smiled as he slung the weight over a chair. Her dress was the kind of thing his mother would wear and exactly what he wished his sister would put on more often. A pale blue satin gown that was fitted perfectly. It was Dior. It had to be. Come here, Marissa. He drew her over to a leather sofa and pulled her down beside him. In the glow from the windows, her blonde hair was like a shawl of silk, and he took some between his fingers. Her hunger was so strong he could feel it clearly. You've waited for a long time, haven't you? She nodded and looked at her hands. They were knotted together in her lap, ivory against the light blue satin. How long? Months, she whispered. Then you'll need a lot, won't you? As she blushed, he pushed her. Won't you, Marissa? Yes, she breathed, obviously uncomfortable with her hunger. Rev smiled fiercely. It was good to be around a female of worth. Her modesty and her gentleness were damned appealing. He took off his jacket and unknotted his tie. He'd been prepared to offer her his wrist, but now that she was in front of him, he wanted her at his neck. It had been forever since he'd allowed a female to feed from him, and he was surprised by how excited he was at the prospect. He popped the buttons of his collar and undid the rest of them, all the way down his chest. With a surge of anticipation, he yanked the shirt free and opened it wide. Her eyes went round as she looked at his bare chest and his tattoos. I didn't know you were marked, she murmured, her voice shaking along with her body. He eased himself back into the sofa, spreading his arms out, bringing one of his legs up. Come here, Marissa. Take what you need. She looked at his wrist, which was covered by a French cuff. No, he said. This is the way I want you to do it. At my throat. It's the only thing I ask. As she hesitated, he knew the rumors about her were true. She was indeed untouched by any male, and the purity of her was something to be taken. He squeezed his eyes shut as the darkness in him shifted and breathed, a beast locked in a cage of medication. Christ, maybe this wasn't a good idea. But then she was moving on him slowly, crawling up his body, her smell so like the oceans. He cracked his eyelids to see her face and knew he was helpless to stop the feeding. And he was not going to miss this. He had to let a few sensations come to him. Slipping loose his discipline, he opened the channel to his sense of touch, and it received with greed even with the drug, all kinds of heady information surging through the dopamine fog. The satin of her gown was soft against his skin, and he felt the warmth of her body mingling with his own heat. Her slight weight was braced on his shoulder, and yes, her knee was between his thighs. Her mouth parted and her fangs unsheathed. For a split second the evil in him howled, and he called on his mind in a panic. Thank the Virgin, the damn thing came to the rescue, the rational side of him rushing forward, chaining his instincts, quieting the very sexual need to dominate her. She wobbled as she leaned down toward his throat, unsteady as she held herself above him. With a wince, she let the lower half of her body sink into the cradle of his hips. Clearly she was worried about bumping up against an erection, and when she encountered nothing of the sort, she glanced between their bodies, as if thinking she'd hit the wrong place. You don't have to worry about that, he murmured, running his hands up her slender arms. Not from me. Her relief was so palpable he was offended. Would laying with me be such a chore? Oh no, revenge. No. She glanced down at the thick muscles of his chest. You are quite lovely. It's just there is another. For me, there is another. You still love Wrath. She shook her head. No, but I cannot think of the one I want. Not now. Rev tilted her chin up. What kind of idiot wouldn't feed you when you needed it? Please, no more talk like that. Abruptly, her eyes fixated on his neck and dilated. Such hunger, he growled, thrilled to be used. Go ahead, and don't worry about being gentle. Take me. The harder the better. Marissa bared her fangs and bit him. The two sharp penetrations shot through the drug haze, and the sweet pain speared into his body. As he moaned, he thought that he'd never been grateful for his impotence before, but he was now. If his cock had worked at all, sure as hell he'd have pushed that gown out of the way, parted her legs, and had her nice and deep as she fed. Almost immediately she pulled back and licked at her lips. I'm going to taste different from Wrath, he said, counting on the fact that because she'd fed from only one male, she wouldn't know exactly why his blood hit her tongue in an odd way. Actually, her inexperience had been the only reason he'd been able to help her. Any other female who'd been around a little would know too much. Go on, take some more. You'll get used to it. Her head dropped again and he felt the tingling sting of another bite. He wrapped his heavy arms around her fragile back and hugged her close as he shut his eyes. It had been so long since he'd held anyone, and though he couldn't afford to let in much of the experience, he found it sublime. As she sucked at his vein, he had the absurd impulse to cry. Eased up on the truck's accelerator and glided past another high stone wall. Damn, the houses were huge on Thorn Avenue. Well, not that you could see the mansions from the street. He just assumed that with hedges and ramparts like these, there weren't a lot of split levels and Cape Cods going on. When this particular barricade split to allow for a driveway, he hit the brakes. To the left, there was a little brass plaque that read, 27 Thorn Avenue. He leaned forward, stretching for a look beyond. But with the drive and the wall disappearing into the darkness, he couldn't tell what was on the other side. On a what-the-hell whim, he turned in and proceeded down the lane. A good 100 yards from the street, there was a towering set of black gates. And he stopped, noting the cameras mounted on the top of them and the intercom system and the air of keep out. Well, this was interesting. The other address had been for shit, just an average house in an average neighborhood with humans in the living room watching TV. But whatever was behind a setup like this was big business. Now he was curious. Although infiltrating these barriers would require a coordinated strategy and some careful execution. And the last thing he needed was the inconvenience of tangling with the police just because he'd broken into some highflyer's McMansion. But why would that vampire have pulled this address out of his ass to save himself? Then saw something weird. A black ribbon tied to the gate. No, two of them, one on each side, waving in the wind. Like they were for mourning? Fixated by his own dread, he got out of the truck and crunched over the ice, heading for the ribbon on the right. It was mounted 7 feet off the ground, so he had to stretch up his arm to finger it. Are you dead, wife? He whispered. He dropped his hand and looked through the gates into the black night beyond. He went back to the truck and reversed down the driveway. He needed to get past that wall. Had to find someplace to dump the F-150. 5 minutes later, he was cursing. Damn it. There was nowhere to park on Thorn that wasn't totally conspicuous. The street was nothing but walls, with barely any shoulder. Fucking rich people. Hit the gas and looked left. Right. Maybe he could leave the truck down at the bottom of the hill and jog up from the main drag. It was a half-mile at an incline, but he could cover the distance quickly enough. The streetlights he'd have to pass under were a bitch, of course, but it wasn't like anyone living on this road could see out from their ivory towers. His cell phone went off and he answered it with a nasty, "What?" Yu's voice, which he was beginning to hate, was tense. "We've got a problem. 2 Lesson were arrested by the police." Squeezed his eyes shut. What the hell did they do? They were taking down a civilian vampire and an unmarked patrol car went by. 2 policemen engaged the slayers and more cops showed up. The Lessers were taken into custody, and I got the call just now from one of them. So bail them out. Snapped. Why are you calling me? There was a pause. Then Yu's tone had the stench of all over it. Because you need to know this. Listen, they were packing plenty of concealed weapons, none of which they had permits for, all of which had come off the black market with no serial numbers on the barrels. No way they're going to get bail in the morning. No public defender is that good. You need to get them out. O scanned left and right and then turned around in a driveway the size of a football field. Yeah, there was definitely no place to park around here. He had to go down to where Thorn Avenue dumped out on Bellman Road and leave the truck in that little village. Oh, I have things I have to do. You coughed as if he were choking back a boatload of pissed off. No offense, but I can't imagine anything's as important as this. What if those slayers get into a fight in General Holding? You want black blood flowing so that some EMT type figures out they're not human? You have to contact the Omega and get him to call those two home. You do it. O accelerated even though he was headed down the hill now. What? Reach out and touch the Omega. He came to a rolling stop at the bottom of Thorn and picked left. There were all kinds of cutie pie, homey-ass shops on the street, and he parked in front of one called Kitty's Attic. Oh, that kind of request needs to come from the forelesser. You know that. O paused before turning off the ignition. Terrific. Just what he wanted. More quality time with the bastard master. God damn it. He couldn't live with not knowing the fate of his woman any longer. There wasn't time for this society bullshit. Oh. He put his head down on the steering wheel. Banged it a couple of times. On the other hand, if that contact with the humans down at the police station exploded in his face, the Omega was going to come looking for him. And then where would he be? Fine. I'll go see him now. He cursed as he put the truck in gear. Before he pulled out, he looked up Thorn Avenue again. And oh, I have a concern about the membership. You need to meet with the Slayers. Things are slipping. You're handling the check-ins. They want to see you. They're questioning your leadership. You know what they say about messengers, right? Excuse me? Too much bad news will get you shot. He turned off the phone and flipped it shut, then hit the gas. Chapter 33. As Fury sat on his bed, he was so strung out from the need to have sex, he could barely pour himself another shot of vodka. The bottle shook, the glass shook. Hell, the whole mattress was shaking. He looked at Vishouse, who was leaning back against the headboard beside him. The brother was just as twitchy and miserable as he nodded his head to 50 Cent's The Massacre. 5 hours into Bella's fertile time and they were both a mess. Their bodies mostly instinct, their minds mostly fog. The compulsion to stay at the mansion couldn't be overridden. The needing pulling them in tight, paralyzing them. Thank God for the red smoke and the gray goose. The numbing out helped a lot, though not with everything. Fury tried not to think about what was going on in Z's room, because when the brother hadn't come back, it was obvious that his body was being used, not the morphine. Dear God, the two of them, together, over and over again. How you doing? V asked. About the same as you, my man. He took a deep drink from his glass, his body swimming, lost, drowning in the erotic sensations trapped under his skin. He eyed the bathroom. He was about to get up and head for a little privacy again when Vishouse said, I think I'm in trouble. Fury had to laugh. This won't last forever. No, I think there's something wrong. With me. Fury narrowed his eyes. His brother's face looked strained, but otherwise it was the same as always. Handsome lines, goatee around the mouth, swirling tattoos at the right temple. Those diamond eyes were sharp, undimmed even by the gray goose, the blunts, the kneading. Their super black centers shined with a vast, incomprehensible intelligence, a genius so powerful it was unnerving. Like what kind of trouble, V? Vishouse cleared his throat. Only Butch knows this. You don't tell anyone else, true? Yeah, no problem. V stroked his goatee. My visions have dried up. You mean you can't see what's coming? Yeah. I'm getting nothing anymore. The last thing I received was about 3 days ago, right before Z went after Bella. I saw them together, in that Ford Taurus, coming here. After that, there's been nothing. You ever have something like this happen before? No, and I'm not getting anyone's thoughts anymore either. It's like the whole thing dried up on me. Abruptly, the brother's tension seemed to have nothing to do with the kneading. He seemed rigid from fear. Holy shit. Vishouse was scared. and the anomaly was downright jarring. Of all the brothers, V was the one who never was afraid. It was like he'd been born without fear receptors in his brain. "Maybe it's just temporary," Fury said. "Or you think maybe Havers could help?" "This isn't about physiology." V finished the vodka in his glass and held out his hand. "Don't hog the goose, my brother." Fury passed him the bottle. "Maybe you could talk to. But who? Where could V, who knew everything, go for answers?" Vishouse shook his head. I don't want to talk about this, actually. Forget I said anything." As he poured, his face closed up tight, a house battened down. "I'm sure it will come back. Yeah, it will." He put the bottle on the table next to him and held up his gloved hand. "After all, this godforsaken thing still glows like a lamp. And until I lose this whacked-out nightlight of mine, I figure I'm still normal." "Well, normal for me." They fell silent for a while, Fury looking into his glass, V staring into his, the rap in the background beating, thumping, switching to G-Unit. Fury cleared his throat. "Can I ask you about them?" "About who?" "Bella. Bella and Zodist." V cursed. "I'm not a crystal ball, and I hate telling fortunes." "Yeah, I'm sorry. Forget it." There was a long pause. Then Vishouse muttered, "I don't know what's going to happen to them. I don't know because I just can't see anymore." As Butch got out of the Escalade, he looked up at the grungy apartment building and wondered again why in the hell John had wanted to come here. 7th Street was nasty and dangerous. "This it?" When the boy nodded, Butch activated the security alarm on the SUV. He wasn't particularly worried about the thing being stripped while they were gone. Folks around here would be convinced one of their dealers was inside. Or someone even more picky about their shit who'd be packing heat. John walked up to the tenement's door and pushed. The thing opened with a squeal. No locks. Big surprise. As Butch followed, he put his hand inside his suit coat so he could get at his gun if he needed to. John went left down a long corridor. The place smelled like old cigarette smoke and moldy decay and was almost as cold as the great outdoors. The in-house residents were like rats. Unseen, only heard, on the other side of thin walls. Down at the end, the boy pushed open a fire door. A staircase jogged up to the right. The steps had been worn down to the particle board, and there was the sound of dripping water from somewhere a couple of flights up. John put his hand on a banister that was screwed loosely into the wall, and he went up slowly until he got to the landing between the 2nd and 3rd floors. Up above, the fluorescent light that was sunk into the ceiling was in its death rattle stage, the tubes flickering as if desperately trying to keep up a useful life. John stared at the cracked linoleum on the floor, then looked up at the window. Starburst patterns covered the thing as if it had been pummeled with bottles. The only reason the grimy glass hadn't broken was because it was embedded with chicken wire. From the floor above there was a splatter of curses, a kind of verbal shotgun that was undoubtedly the beginning of a fight. Butch was about to suggest that they get out of Dodge when John turned away of his own accord and started jogging down the stairs. They were back in the Escalade and heading out of the bad part of town less than a minute and a half later. Butch came to a stop at a traffic light. "Where to?" John wrote and then flashed the pad. "Home it is," Butch murmured, still having no idea why the kid had wanted to visit that stairwell. John said a passing hello to Wellesley when he came into the house and then took off for his room. He was grateful that she seemed to understand he needed some space. After he shut his door, he dropped his notebook on the bed, shrugged out of his coat, and immediately headed for the shower. While the water was heating up, he stripped out of his clothes. Once he was under the spray, he stopped shaking. When he came back out, he put on a t-shirt and a pair of sweatpants, then eyed his laptop on the desk. He sat down in front of it, thinking that maybe he should write something. The therapist had suggested it. God talking to her about what had happened to him had been almost as bad as living through the experience the first time, and he hadn't meant to be as candid as he'd been. It was just about 20 minutes into the session. He'd cracked and his hand had started scribbling, and he hadn't been able to stop once the story had begun. He closed his eyes and tried to remember what the man who'd cornered him had looked like. Only a vague picture came to mind, but he remembered the knife clearly. It had been a 5-inch, double-sided switchblade with a point on it sharp as a scream. He ran his forefinger over the mouse square on the laptop and the Windows XP screensaver blinked off. His email account had a fresh message in it. From Sarel. He read the thing 3 times before trying to reply. In the end, he sent her back. Hey Sarel, tomorrow night's not going to work for me. I'm really sorry. I'll get back with you sometime. TTYL, John. He really didn't want to see her again. Not for a while at any rate. He didn't want to see any females except for Wellesley and Mary and Beth and Bella. There was going to be nothing even remotely sexual in his life until he came to terms with what had been done to him almost a year ago. He moved out of Hotmail and opened a fresh document in Microsoft Word. He rested his fingers on the keyboard for only a moment. And then they started to fly. Chapter 34. Zadist dragged his head over to the side and looked at the clock. 10 in the morning. 10 o'clock. How many hours? 16. He closed his eyes, so exhausted he could barely breathe. He was flat on his back, legs splayed out, arms lying wherever. He'd been in that position since he'd rolled off Bella maybe an hour ago. He felt like it had been a year since he'd come back into the room the night before. His neck and wrists burned from the number of times she'd fed from him, and the thing between his legs was sore. The air around them was saturated with the bonding scent, and the sheets were wet with a combination of his blood and the other thing she had needed from him. He wouldn't have traded a moment of it. As he closed his eyes, he wondered if he could sleep now. He was starved for food and blood. So hungry not even his penchant for keeping himself on edge could override the needs. But he couldn't move. When he felt a hand brush over his lower belly, he peeled his lids apart to look at Bella. The hormones were rising in her again, and the response she called from him answered, the it growing hard once more. Zadist struggled to roll over so he could go where he needed to be, but he was too weak. Bella shifted against him and he tried to lift himself again, but his head weighed 1,000 pounds. Reaching out, he grabbed her arm and pulled her on top of him. As her thighs parted over his hips, she looked at him in shock and began to scramble off. "S okay?" he croaked. He cleared his throat, but it didn't help with all the gravel. "I know it's you." Her lips came down on his and he kissed her back even though he couldn't lift his arms to hold her to him. God, how he loved kissing her. He loved feeling her mouth against his, loved having her right up close all in his face, loved her breath in his lungs. Loved her? Was that what had happened in the night? Had he fallen? The bonding scent that was all over the both of them gave him his answer. And the realization should have shocked him, but he was too tired to bother to fight it. Bella eased up and slid the it inside of her. As beat as he was, he groaned in ecstasy. The feel of her was something he couldn't get enough of, and he knew it wasn't because of her needing. She rode him, planting her hands on his pecs and finding a rhythm with her hips because he couldn't thrust anymore with his. He felt himself gearing up for another explosion, especially as he watched her breasts sway with her movements. "You are so beautiful," he said in his hoarse voice. She paused to bend down and kiss him again, her dark hair falling around him, a gentle shelter. When she straightened, he marveled at the sight of her. She was glowing with health and vitality from everything he had given her, a resplendent female who he loved. Yes, loved. That was the thought that shot through his brain as he came inside of her again. Bella collapsed on top of him, exhaled in a shudder, and suddenly the kneading was over. The roaring female energy just drifted out of the room, a storm that had passed. Sighing in relief, she shifted off of him, separating her gorgeous sex from his thing. As the it flopped lifeless on his belly, he felt the cold of the room on that flesh, so unappealing compared to her warmth. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Yes," she whispered, settling on her side, already easing into sleep. "Yes, Zadist, yes." She was going to need food, he thought. He needed to go get her food. Gathering his will, he took a deep breath, and another and finally forced his upper body off the bed. His head swam wildly, the furniture and the floor and the walls spinning, trading places, until he wasn't sure whether he was on the ceiling or not. The vertigo got worse as he shifted his legs off the mattress, and when he stood his balance deserted him completely. He fell into the wall, slamming into the thing, and had to hold himself up by clinging to some drapes. When he was ready, he pushed free and leaned down to her. Lifting her up in his arms was a struggle, but his need to care for her was stronger than the exhaustion. He took her to his pallet and laid her down, then covered her with the comforter they'd long ago shoved to the floor. He was turning away when she took his arm. "You have to feed," she said, trying to draw him close. "Come to my throat." God, he was tempted. "I'll be back," he said, stumbling to his feet. He lurched over to the closet and drew on a pair of boxers. Then he stripped the bed of the sheets and mattress pad and left. Fury opened his eyes and realized he couldn't breathe, which made sense, he supposed. His face was mashed into a wad of blankets. He moved his mouth and nose free of the jam-up and tried to get his eyes to focus. The first thing he saw, about 6 inches from his head, was an ashtray full of dead blunts. On the floor. What the hell? He was hanging off the foot of the mattress. When he heard a groan, he shoved himself up, turned his head around, and came face to face with one of Vicious's feet. Beyond the size 14 was Butch's thigh. Fury had to laugh, and that brought the cop's groggy gaze up out of a pillow. The human looked over himself and then Fury. He blinked a couple of times, like he was hoping to wake up for real. "Oh man," he said with more gravel than voice. Then he glanced at Vishouse, who was passed out next to him. "Oh man, this is too weird. Get over yourself, cop. You're not that attractive." "Fair enough." He scrubbed his face. "But that doesn't mean I'm all into waking up with 2 men. V told you not to come back." "True. That was my bad call. Talk about a long night." Eventually, when even the feel of clothing against their skin had gotten to be too much, they'd lost any pretense of modesty. It had just been a matter of enduring the need. Lighting up red smoke after red smoke, hitting the scotch or the vodka, slipping into the bathroom alone to relieve themselves privately. "So, is it over?" Butch asked. "Tell me it's over." Fury shuffled off the bed. "Yeah, I think so." He picked up a sheet and pitched it at Butch, who covered himself and Vishouse. V didn't even twitch. He was sleeping like the dead on his stomach, his eyes squeezed shut, a soft snore coming out of his mouth. The cop cursed and rearranged his body, propping a pillow up against the headboard and leaning back. He rubbed his hair until it stood straight off his head and yawned so wide Fury heard the guy's jaw crack. "Damn, vampire. I never thought I'd say this, but I have absolutely no interest in sex. Thank God." Fury pulled on a pair of nylon warm-ups. "You want food? I'm going to make a kitchen trip." Butch's eyes blissed out. "You're actually going to bring it up here? As in, I don't have to move. You're going to owe me? But yeah, I'm willing to deliver." "You are a god." Fury put on a t-shirt. "What do you want?" "Whatever's in the kitchen. Hell, make yourself really useful and drag that refrigerator on up here. I'm starved." Fury went downstairs to the kitchen and was about to start foraging when he heard sounds coming from the laundry room. He went over and pushed the door open. Zadist was cramming sheets into the washer. And dear virgin in the fade, he looked like hell. His stomach was a shrunken hole. His hips stood out from his skin like tent posts. His rib cage looked like a plow field. He must have lost 10, 15 pounds overnight. And holy hell, his neck and wrists were chewed raw. But he smelled of beautiful dark spices, and there was a peace about him, so deep and unlikely Fury wondered if his senses were playing tricks on him. "My brother," he said. Z didn't look up. "Do you know how to work this thing?" "Ah yeah. You put some of that stuff in the box in and you move that dial around here. Let me help." Z finished stuffing the belly of the washer and then stepped back, his eyes still locked on the floor. When the machine was filling up with water, Z muttered a thank you and headed into the kitchen. Fury followed, his heart in his throat. He wanted to ask if everything was okay, and not just with Bella. He was trying to choose his words carefully when Z took a roasted turkey out of the refrigerator, tore the leg off and bit into it. He chewed desperately, cleaning the meat from the bone as fast as he could, and the moment he was done he ripped the other drumstick free and did the same thing. Jesus, the brother, never took meat. Then again, he'd never been through a night like last night before. None of them had. Z could feel Fury's eyes on him, and would have stopped eating if he could have. He hated people looking at him, especially when he was chewing on something, but he just couldn't get the food in fast enough. He kept shoving stuff in his face as he took out a knife and a plate and started slicing off thin shavings of the turkey breast. He was careful to take only the very best parts of the meat for Bella. The odd bits, the corners, the stuff close to the core, that he ate himself as it was not as good. What else would she need? He wanted her to eat calorically dense things. And drink should bring her something to drink. He went back to the refrigerator and began making a pile of leftovers for review. He would choose carefully, taking to her only what was worthy of her tongue. Zadist! God, he'd forgotten that Fury was still kicking around. Yeah, he said as he cracked a Tupperware bowl. The mashed potatoes inside looked okay, though he really would have preferred bringing her some that he'd made. Not that he knew how to do that. Christ, he couldn't read, couldn't work a damn washing machine, couldn't cook. He had to let her go so she could find a male who had half a brain. I don't mean to pry, Fury said. Yeah, you do. He took a loaf of Fritz's homemade sourdough bread out of the cupboard and squeezed the thing with his fingers. It was soft, but he sniffed at it anyway. Good, it was fresh enough for her. Is she okay? Are you? We're fine. What was it like? Fury coughed a little. I mean, I want to know not because it was Bella. It's just I've heard a lot of rumors and I don't know what to believe. Z took some mashed potatoes and put them on the plate with the turkey. Then he spooned on wild rice and covered the lot with a good dose of gravy. He threw the heavy load into the microwave, glad this was one machine he knew how to work. As he watched the food go around, he thought about his twins' question and remembered the feel of Bella getting up on his hips. That joining of the dozens they'd had during the night was the one that stuck out the most. She had been so lovely on top of him, especially as she'd kissed him. Throughout the kneading, but mostly during that particular union, she'd chipped away at the past's hold on him, marking him with something good. He would treasure the warmth she'd given him for the rest of his days. The microwave dinged and he realized Fury was still waiting for an answer. Z put the food on a tray and grabbed some silverware so he could feed her properly. As he turned and headed out of the room, he murmured, "She is more beautiful than I have words for." He lifted his eyes to Fury's. "And last night I was blessed beyond measure to serve her." For some reason, the brother recoiled in shock and reached out. "Zadist, you're... I have to bring my Nala her food. I'll see you later." "Wait, Zadist, you're..." Z just shook his head and kept on going. Chapter 35. Why didn't you show me this as soon as I got home? Revenge asked his dog Jen. As the servant flushed with shame and horror, he reached out to the poor male. "It's okay. Never mind. Master, I came to you when I realized you had returned for the day, but you were sleeping for once. I wasn't sure what the image was, and I didn't want to disturb you. You never rest." Yeah, the feeding with Marissa had put him out like a light. First time he'd closed his eyes and lost consciousness in God. Whenever. But this was trouble. Rev sat down in front of the computer screen and replayed the digital file. It was the same as the first time he'd seen it. A man with dark hair and black clothes parking in front of the gates, getting out of a truck, coming forward to touch the mourning ribbons that had been tied on the iron bars. Rev increased the zoom until he saw the man's face clearly. Unremarkable, neither handsome nor ugly, but the body that went with it was big. And that jacket looked as if it was either padded or covering some weapons. Rev froze the image and did a copy on the date-time reading in the lower right-hand corner. He switched screens, calling up the files from the other camera that monitored the front gate, the heat-sensing one. With a quick paste action, he got the recording from that piece of equipment at exactly the same moment in time. And what do you know? Body temperature of that man was in the 50s. A lesser. Rev switched screens again and got in real tight on the Slayer's face while the killer looked at those ribbons. Sadness, fear, anger. None of which were anonymous emotions. All of which were tied to something personal. Something lost. So this was the bastard who took Bella. And he was coming back for her. Rev wasn't surprised the lesser had found the house. Bella's capture had been news within the species, and the family's address had never been hidden from the race. In fact, with Mama's spiritual advising, the Thorn Avenue mansion was well known. All it would take would be the capture of one civilian who knew where they lived. The real question was, why hadn't the Slayer come through the gates? God, what time was it? 4 in the afternoon. Shit. That is a lesser, Rev said, punching his cane into the floor and rising quickly. So we evacuate the house right now. You will find Lonnie immediately and tell her the mistress must be dressed. Then you will take them both through the tunnel and drive them to the safe house in the van. The doggen blanched. Master, I had no idea that it was a... Rev put a hand on the male's shoulder to quell the wheelspin panic. You did well with what you knew, but move quickly now. Go get Lonnie. Rev walked as quickly as he could to his mother's bedroom. Maman, he said as he opened her door. Maman, wake up. His mother sat up in her bed of silken sheets, her white hair coiled in a cap for the day. But it is the afternoon still. Why? Lonnie is coming to help you dress. Dear Virgin, revenge? Why? You are leaving this house. What? Now, Maman. I'll explain later. He kissed both her cheeks as her maid came in. Ah, good. Lonnie, you will dress your mistress fast. Yes, master, the doggen said with a bow. Revenge. What is? Hurry. Leave with the doggen. I'll call you. As his mother cried out his name, he went down to his private quarters and shut the doors so he wouldn't hear her. He picked up the phone and dialed the Brotherhood's number, despising what he had to do. But Bella's safety had to come first. After he left a message that made his throat sting, he went to his walk-in closet. Right now the mansion was sealed up tight for the daylight hours, so there was no way a lesser could get in. The shutters covering the windows and doors were bullet and fireproof, and the house was made of stone walls that were 2 feet thick. To top it off, there were enough cameras and security alarms so he'd know if anyone so much as sneezed on his property. But he wanted his Maman out anyway. Plus, as soon as darkness fell, he was going to open up the iron gates and roll out the welcome mat. He wanted that lesser inside. Rev stripped out of his mink robe and put on a pair of black pants and a thick turtleneck sweater. He wouldn't get out the weapons until his mother was gone. If she wasn't totally hysterical already, seeing him covered with metal was going to throw her right over the edge. Before he went back to check on the progress of the evac, he glanced at the locked cabinet in his closet. It was getting time for his afternoon dopamine dose. How perfect. Smiling, he left his room without injecting himself, ready to bring all his senses out to play. As the shutters lifted for the night, Zadist lay on his side next to Bella, watching her sleep. She was on her back, tight in the crook of his arm, her head at his chest level. No sheets or blankets covered her naked body, because she was still radiating heat from the remnants of the kneading. When he'd returned after his trip to the kitchen, she'd eaten from his hand and then snoozed as he'd made up the bed with fresh linens. They'd lain together in the pitch dark ever since. He moved his hand from her upper thigh to the underside of her breast and brushed at her nipple with his forefinger. He'd been like this for hours, petting her, humming to her. Though he was so tired his lids were at half-mast. The calm between them was better than any rest he could have gotten if he'd shut his eyes. As she stirred against him, her hip brushed his, and he was surprised as the urge to take her rose. By now he figured he'd be done with that for a while. He leaned back and looked down his body. Through the slit in the front of his boxers, the head of that thing he'd used on her had escaped, and as the shaft lengthened, the blunt tip pushed out farther and farther. Feeling as if he were breaking some kind of law, he took the finger that had been running circles around Bella's nipple and poked at the erection. It was stiff, so it moved right back into place. He closed his eyes and, with a wince, captured the arousal in his palm. When he stroked it, he was surprised at how the soft skin slid over the hard core. And the sensations were weird. Not unpleasant, really. Actually, they kind of reminded him of being inside of Bella, only not that good. Not by a long shot. God, he was such a sissy. Afraid of his own dick. Cock? Penis? What the hell should he call it? What did normal males call themselves? Okay, George wasn't an option, but somehow referring to it as it just didn't seem right anymore. now that they'd shaken hands, so to speak. He let go of the thing and slid his palm under the waistband of the boxers. He was queased out and nervous, but figured he had to finish the Lewis and Clark routine. He didn't know when he'd have the heart to do this again. He shuffled the dick. Yeah, he'd start with just calling it dick around so it was inside, but out of the way, and then touched the balls underneath. He felt a shock right up the erection shaft, and the tip tingled. That felt kind of nice. He frowned as he explored for the first time what the good virgin had given him. Funny that all of it had been attached to him, hanging off of him, for so long, and yet he'd never done what young post-transition males no doubt spent whole days doing. As he brushed over the balls again, they got tighter and the dick got even harder. Sensations boiled in his lower body, and images of Bella popped into his mind, images of the two of them having sex, of him stretching her legs up and going deep into her. He recalled with bone-aching clarity what she felt like beneath him, what that channel of hers did to him, how tight she was. The whole thing started to snowball, the pictures in his mind, the rolling currents of energy spreading out from where his hand was. His breath grew short. His mouth parted. His body did some kind of surge thing, his hips jerking forward. On impulse, he rolled over onto his back and shoved the boxers down. And then he realized what he was doing. Was he jerking off? Next to Bella? God, he was a nasty bastard. Disgusted with himself, he released his hand and started yanking the boxers back up. "Don't stop," Bella said softly. A frigid blast shot down Z's spine. Busted. His eyes went to hers as the blood hit his face. But she just smiled at him and stroked his arm. "You're so beautiful. The way you arched just now. Finish it, Zadist. I know that's what you want to do, and you have nothing to be embarrassed by. You're beautiful when you touch yourself." She kissed his bicep, her eyes going to the tent of his boxers. "Finish it," she whispered. "Let me see you finish." Feeling like an anxious fool, but curiously unable to stop himself, he sat up and got naked. Bella made a little noise of approval as he lay down again. Taking strength from her, he slowly slid his hand down his stomach, feeling the ridges of his muscles and the smooth, hairless skin that covered them. He didn't really expect to be able to continue. Holy shit. The thing was so hard he could feel his heartbeat drumming through it. He stared into Bella's deep blue eyes as he moved his palm up and down. Starbursts of pleasure began to shoot off and flow through his body. God, having her watch worked for him even though it shouldn't have. When he'd been watched before. No, the past was not welcome here. If he lingered on what had happened a century ago, he was going to lose this moment with Bella. With a shove and a slam, he locked away the memories of what had been done to him in front of an audience. Bella's eyes see them. Be in them. Drown in them. Her gaze was so lovely, shining up at him with warmth, holding him as if he were in her arms. He looked at her lips, her breast, her stomach. The gathering need in his blood took a geometric leap, exploding so that every inch of him felt an erotic tension. Bella's eyes drifted down. As she watched him work it, she took her bottom lip between her teeth. Her fangs were two little white daggers, and he wanted them in his skin again. He wanted her sucking on him. "Bella," he groaned. Fuck, he was really into this. He cocked one of his legs up, moaning in the back of his throat as he moved his hand faster and then concentrated the motion at the tip. A second later, he lost it. He cried out as his head punched back into the pillow and his spine curved up to the ceiling. Warm jets hit his chest and belly, and the rhythmic releases went on for a time as he finished himself off. He stopped when the head was too sensitive to touch anymore. He was breathing hard and dizzy as hell as he leaned to the side and kissed her. When he pulled back, her eyes showed how clearly she read him. She knew that she'd helped him through this first time, yet somehow she wasn't looking at him with pity. She didn't seem to care that he was a lame ass who up until now hadn't been able to bear touching himself. He opened his mouth. A knock cut off the declaration he had no business making. "Do not open that door," he barked, wiping himself off with the boxers. He kissed Bella and pulled a sheet over her before going across the room. He braced his shoulder against the door, as if whoever was on the other side might crash into the room. It was a stupid impulse, but there was no way anyone was going to see Bella in her post-kneading glow. That was for him only. What? He said. Fury's voice was muffled. The explorer you shoved your phone into moved last night. Went to the supermarkets where Wellesley's been buying the apples for the Solstice Festival. We've cancelled the orders, but we've got to reconnoiter. The Brotherhood's meeting in Wrath's study in 10 minutes. Z closed his eyes and leaned his forehead on the wood. Real life was back. Zadist? Did you hear me? He glanced at Bella, thinking their time together was over. And going by the way she gathered the sheets to her chin as if she were cold. She knew it too. God, this hurts, he thought. He actually felt it hurt. I'll be right there, he said. Dropping his eyes from Bella, he turned and headed for the shower. Chapter 36. While night fell, O was enraged as he stalked around the cabin and gathered up the ammo he needed. He'd gotten back only a half hour ago, and the last day had been for shit. First he'd gone to the Omega and received one fuck of a tongue lashing. Literally. The master had been ripping pissed about the two lessers who had been arrested, as if it were all O's fault that those incompetents had gotten cuffed and stuffed. After the Omega was through with his first wave of sharing, the bastard master had pulled the slayers out of the human world, retracting his hold on them as if they were dogs on a leash. Interestingly, it wasn't that easy for him. Calling members of the society home was not a flick of the wrist kind of thing, and the weakness was something to remember. Not that the frailty had lasted. Man, O had no doubt those two lessers were ruining the day they had traded their souls. The Omega had started in on them immediately, and the scene was right out of a Clive Barker movie. And the thing was, the slayers were undead, so the punishment could go on until the Omega got bored. He'd looked very focused as O had taken off. The return to the temporal world had been a total buzzkill. In O's absence, an insurgency of betas had taken root. A squadron of them, all four, had gotten bored and decided to attack some other lessers, a kind of hunt-and-kill game that resulted in a number of society casualties. Use increasingly frantic voicemails, left over the course of 6 hours, were the kind of updates that made a man want to scream. God damn it. You was a total failure as a second in command. He hadn't been able to control the beta battles, and a human had been slaughtered during the violence. O didn't give a shit about the dead guy, but what he'd worried about was the body. The last thing they needed was the cops getting involved. Again. So O had gone to the scene and gotten his hands dirty getting rid of the frickin' corpse. Then he'd pissed away a couple of hours identifying the rogue betas and paying each of them a visit. He'd wanted to kill them, but if there were any more vacancies in the society's ranks, he was going to have another problem with the master. By the time he'd finished beating the crap out of that quartet of idiots, which had been only a half an hour ago, he was in a total rage. And that was when you had called with the happy news that all the Apple orders that had been put in for the Solstice Festival had been cancelled. And why were all those buys offed? Because somehow the vampires had figured out they were being tracked. Yeah, you was righteous on the stealth job, right? So the mass murder tribute to the Omega had gone out the window. So O had nothing to butter the master up. So if his wife was alive, it was going to be harder to make her a lesser. O had lost it at that point, had screamed at you on the phone, let loose all kinds of obscenities, and you had taken the on-air whipping like a pussy, getting quiet, hunkering down. The silence had driven O insane, but then he'd always hated it when people didn't fight back. Christ. He'd thought you was stable, but in reality the bastard was weak, and O was sick of it. He knew he needed to put a knife in U's chest, and he was going to, but he'd had it with the distractions. Fuck the society and you and the betas and the Omega. He had work to do that mattered. O grabbed the truck's keys and left the cabin. He was going directly to 27 Thorn Avenue, and he was going to get inside of that mansion. Maybe it was desperation talking, but he was certain the answer he was looking for was behind those iron gates. Finally, he was going to find out the where and why of his wife. O was almost at the F-150 when his neck started to hum, no doubt from all that screaming at you. He ignored the sensation and got behind the wheel. As he headed out, he pulled at the collar of his shirt, then coughed a couple of times, trying to loosen things up. Shit, this felt weird. Half a mile later, he was gasping for breath. Grabbing his throat, choking, he wrenched the steering wheel to the right and stomped on the brakes. Punching open the door, he stumbled out. The cold air brought him a second or two of relief, and then he was back to the suffocation. Went down on his knees. As he fell face first in the snow, his vision flickered on and off like a broken lamp, and then went out. As Zadist walked down the hall to Wrath's study, his mind was sharp though his body was slow. When he stepped into the room, the brothers were all there, and the group fell silent. Ignoring the bunch of them, he kept his eyes on the floor and went over to the corner he usually propped himself up in. He heard someone clear a throat to get the ball rolling. Probably Wrath. Torment spoke. Bella's brother called. He's tabled the seclusion request and asked that she stay here for a couple of days. Z jacked his head up. Why? He didn't give a reason. Tor's eyes narrowed on Z's face. Oh my God. The others in the room glanced over, and there were a couple of low gasps. Then the Brotherhood and Butch just stared at him. What the fuck are you looking at? Fury pointed to the antique mirror hanging on the wall next to the double doors. See for yourself. Zadist marched across the room, ready to give them all hell. Bella was what mattered. His mouth went lax at his reflection. With a shaky hand, he reached out to the eyes in the old-fashioned leaded glass. His irises were no longer black. They were yellow, just like his twins. Fury, he said softly. Fury, what's happened to me? As the male came up behind him, the brother's face appeared right beside Z's. And then Wrath's dark reflection showed up in the mirror, all long hair and sunglasses. Then Rage's star-fallen beauty, and Vicious's socks cap, and Torment's brush cut, and Butch's busted nose. One by one they reached out and touched him, their big hands landing gently on his shoulders. Welcome back, my brother, Fury whispered. Zadist stared at the males who were behind him, and had the oddest thought that if he were to let himself go limp and fall backward they would catch him. Shortly after Zadist left, Bella walked out of his bedroom and went in search of him. She'd been about to call her brother and arrange for a meeting when she realized she had to take care of her lover before she got wrapped up in her family drama again. Finally, Zadist needed something from her. And badly, too. He'd been nearly drained after his time with her, and she knew exactly how starved he was, knew just how desperate he was to feed. With so much of his blood in her veins, she could sense his hunger vividly, and she also knew, too, precisely where he was in the house. All she had to do was reach out her senses and she could feel him, find him. Bella followed his pulse down the corridor of statues, around the corner, and toward the open double doors at the head of the stairs. Angry male voices boiled out of the study, and Zadist's was one of them. The hell you're going out tonight? Someone shouted. Zadist's tone was downright evil. Don't try to order me around, Tor. It just pisses me off and wastes your time. Look at yourself, you're a fucking skeleton. Unless you feed, you're staying in. Bella came into the room just as Zadist said, Try to keep me here and see where it lands you, brother. With all of the Brotherhood looking on, the two males were nose to nose, eyes locked, fangs bared. Jesus, she thought. Such aggression. But Torment was right. She hadn't been able to see in the darkness of the bedroom, but here in the light Zadist looked half dead. The bones of his skull were pushing through his skin. His t-shirt was hanging from his body. His pants were sagging. His black eyes were intense as always, but the rest of him was in rough shape. Torment shook his head. Be reasonable. I would see Bella avenged. That is totally reasonable. No, it isn't, she said. Her interjection brought all the heads her way. As Zadist looked at her, his irises changed color, flashing from the angry black she was used to into a glowing, incandescent yellow. Your eyes, she whispered. What's happened to your... Wrath cut in. Bella, your brother has asked that you stay here a little longer. Her surprise was so great, she looked away from Zadist. What, my lord? He doesn't want me to rule on your seclusion right now, and he wants you to remain here. Why? No idea. Maybe you could ask him. God, as if things aren't confusing enough. She glanced back at Zadist, but he was focused on a window across the room. You are, of course, welcome to stay, Wrath said. As Zadist stiffened, she wondered how true that was. I don't want to be avenged, she said loudly. When Zadist's head whipped around, she spoke directly to him. I'm grateful for everything you've done for me, but I don't want anyone hurt trying to get at the lesser who kept me. Especially not you. His brows cranked down on his eyes. That is not your call. The hell it's not. As she pictured him going to fight, terror overrode everything. God. Zadist, I don't want to be responsible for your going out and getting yourself killed. That lesser's going to end up pine-boxing it, not me. You can't be serious. Dear Virgin, look at you. You can't possibly fight. You're so weak. There was a collective hiss in the room, and Zadist's eyes went black. Oh shit. Bella put her hand over her mouth. Weak. She'd called him weak. In front of the whole Brotherhood. There was no greater insult. To merely insinuate that a male couldn't handle himself with strength was unforgivable in the warrior class, no matter the basis. But to come flat out and say so, in front of witnesses, was a complete social castration, an irrevocable condemnation of his worth as a male. Bella rushed over. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. Zadist lifted his arms out of her reach. Get away from me. She put her hand back to her mouth as he stepped around her like she was a grenade. He headed out the door and his footsteps receded down the hall. When she was able, she met the disapproving eyes of his brothers. I will apologize to him immediately. And hear this now, I do not doubt his courage or his strength. I worry over him because, say it to them, she thought. Surely they would understand. I love him. Abruptly the tension in the room eased. Well, most of it. Fury turned away and went to the fire, leaning up against the mantel. His head dipped down as if he wanted to be in the flames. I'm glad you feel that way, Wrath said. He needs it. Now go find him and apologize. On her way out of the study, Torment stepped in front of her and gave her a level look. Try to feed him while you're at it. Okay? I'm praying he'll let me. Chapter 37. Revenge prowled around his house, going from room to room with a restless, punching stride. His visual field was red, his senses alive, his cane left behind hours ago. No longer cold as he always was, he ditched the turtleneck, hanging his weapons on his bare skin. He felt all of his body, reveled in all the power of his muscles and bones. And there were other things, too. Things he hadn't experienced in. God, it had been a decade since he'd let himself get this far gone, and because this was engineered, a deliberate recession into the madness, he felt in control, which was probably a dangerous fallacy, but he didn't give a shit. He was liberated, and he wanted to fight his enemy with a desperation that was downright sexual. So he was also frustrated as hell. He looked out one of the library's windows. He'd left the front gate wide open, trying to encourage visitors. Nothing. Nada. Zilch. The grandfather clock chimed 12 times. He'd been so sure the lesser would show, but no one had come through the gate, up the drive to the house. And according to the periphery's security cameras, the cars that had passed by on the street were only those indigenous to the neighborhood. Multiple Mercedes, a Maybach, several Lexus SUVs, for BMWs. God damn it. He wanted that slayer badly enough to scream, and the urge to fight, to avenge his family, to protect his turf, made sense. His bloodline reached back into the warrior elite on his mother's side, and aggression ran thick in him. It always had. Add to his core nature the anger about his sister and the fact that he'd had to rush his mommin out of her home in broad fucking daylight, and he was a powder keg. He thought of the Brotherhood. He would have been a good candidate for them, if they'd been recruiting before his transition, except who the hell knew what they did anymore. They'd gone underground as the vampire civilization had crumbled, becoming this hidden enclave, protecting themselves more than the race they were sworn to defend. Hell, he couldn't help thinking that if they'd been more focused on their job and less on themselves, they could have prevented Bella's abduction, or found her right away. Fresh anger stirring, he continued to walk through the house in a random pattern, looking out of windows and doors, checking monitors. Eventually, he decided the aimless waiting was bullshit. He was just going to lose his mind wandering around here all night, and he had business to take care of downtown. If he set the alarms and they were triggered, he could dematerialize in the blink of an eye. When he got up to his room, He went to his closet and paused in front of the locked cabinet in the back. Going to work unmedicated was not an option, even if it meant he had to use a gun instead of hand-to-hand on the lesser if the bastard showed up. Rev took out a vial of dopamine as well as his syringe and tourniquet. As he prepared the needle and wrapped the rubber tube around his upper arm, he stared at the clear fluid he was about to pump into his vein. Havers had mentioned that at this kind of high dose, paranoia was a side effect in some vampires. And Rev had been doubling up the prescribed load for Jesus ever since Bella had been abducted. So maybe he was losing it. But then he thought about the body temperature of that thing that had stopped in front of the gates. 50 degrees wasn't alive. Not for humans. He injected himself and waited until his vision came back and his body went away. Then he dressed warmly, grabbed his cane and headed out. Zadist stalked into zero-sum, totally aware of Fury's silent worry looming behind him like a damp fog. Good thing he found his twin easy to ignore, or all that despair would have sucked him down. Weak. You're so weak. Yeah, well, he was going to take care of that. Give me 20 minutes, he told Fury. Then meet me outside in the alley. He didn't waste any time. He picked a working human whore who had her hair up in a chignon, gave her $200, then practically pushed her out of the club. She didn't seem to care about his face or his size or the way he moved her around. Her eyes were not tracking at all. She was so high. When they were out in the alley, she laughed too loudly. How do you want it? She said, doing a little dance in her skyscraper heels. She stumbled, then put her hands up over her head and stretched in the cold. You look like you take it rough, which is fine with me. He spun her to face the bricks and held her in place by the back of her neck. As she giggled and pretended to struggle, he restrained her and thought of the countless human females he'd sucked over the years. How clean did he get their memories? Did they wake up from nightmares of him when their subconscious stirred? User, he thought. He was a user, just like the mistress. The only difference was he had no choice. Or did he? He could have used Bella tonight. She'd wanted him to. But if he fed off her, it was only going to be harder for both of them to let go. And that was where they were headed. She didn't want to be avenged. He could not rest while that lesser took up space on the earth. More than that, though, he couldn't bear to watch Bella destroy herself by trying to love a male she shouldn't. He had to get her to walk away from him. He wanted her to be happy and safe. He wanted 1,000 years of her waking up with a peaceful smile on her face. He wanted her well mated with a male she could take pride in. In spite of the bonding he had for her, he wanted her to know joy more than he wanted her with him. The prostitute wiggled. We going to do this or what, Daddy? 'Cause I'm getting kind of excited. Z bared his fangs and reared back, prepared to strike. Zadisno. Bella's voice brought his head around. She was standing in the middle of the alley, about 15 feet away. Her eyes were horrified, her mouth open. No, she said hoarsely. Don't do it. His first impulse was to get her the hell back to the house and then yell at her for leaving. His second was that he had his chance to sever ties between them. It would be a surgical maneuver involving a lot of pain, but she would heal from the amputation. Even if he wouldn't. The whore looked over, then laughed. A high, happy trill. Is she going to watch? 'Cause that'll cost you $50 extra. Bella put her hand up to her throat as Zadist held the human between his body and the brick wall of a building. The pain in her chest was so great she couldn't breathe. To see him so close to another female, a human, a prostitute at that, and for the purpose of feeding? After all they had shared last night? Please, she said. Use me. Take me. Don't do this. He spun the female around so the two of them were facing front. Then he clamped an arm across the woman's chest. The prostitute laughed and undulated against him, rubbing her body into his, her hips moving in a sinuous twist. Bella put her hands out into the frigid air. I love you. I didn't mean to insult you in front of the brothers. Please don't do this to get back at me. Zadist's eyes locked on hers. Misery shone in them, and utter desolation. But he bared his fangs, then sank them into the woman's neck. Bella cried out as he swallowed. The human female laughed again with a lilting, wild sound. Bella staggered back. and still his eyes didn't move from hers, even as he repositioned his bite and drank harder. Unable to watch for a moment longer, she dematerialized to the only place she could think of. Her family's house. Chapter 38. The Reverend wants to see you. Fury looked up from the glass of seltzer he'd ordered. One of Zero Sum's bouncer mountains was looming over him, the more oozing a quiet threat. Any particular reason? You're a valued customer, so he should leave me alone. Is that a no? Fury cocked an eyebrow. Yeah, that's a no. The Moor disappeared and came back with reinforcements. 2 guys as big as he was. The Reverend wants to see you. Yeah, you told me. Now. The only reason Fury slid out of the booth was because the trio seemed ready to carry him off, and he didn't need the kind of attention that would come when he smacked them around. The moment he walked into the Reverend's office, he knew the male was in a dangerous frame of mind. Not that that was a newsflash. Leave us, the vampire murmured from behind his desk. As the room emptied out, he sat back in his chair, violet eyes shrewd. Instinct had Fury easing one hand behind his back, close to the dagger he carried on his belt. So I've been thinking about our last meeting, the Reverend said, making a temple out of his long fingers. The light over him picked out his high cheekbones and his hard jaw and his heavy shoulders. His mohawk had been trimmed, the black stripe no more than 2 inches off his skull. Yeah, I've been thinking about the fact that you know my little secret. I'm feeling exposed. Fury stayed silent, wondering where in the hell this was going. The Reverend pushed back his chair and crossed his legs, ankle on his knee. His expensive suit fell open, revealing his broad chest. You can imagine how I feel, how it keeps me up. Try some Ambien. That'll knock you out. Or I could light up a lot of red smoke. Just like you, right? The male ran a hand over his mohawk, lips lifting into a sly grin. Yeah, I really don't feel safe. What a lie that was. The guy kept himself surrounded by Moors who were as smart as they were lethal. And he was definitely someone who could handle himself. Besides, Symphoths had advantages in conflict that no one else did. The Reverend stopped smiling. I was thinking maybe you could cop to your secret. Then we'd be even. Don't have one. Bullshit, brother. The Reverend's mouth pulled up at the corners again, but his eyes were a cold purple. Because you are a member of the Brotherhood. You and those big males you come in here with. The one with the goatee who drinks my vodka. The guy with the fucked up face who sucks my whores. Don't know what to say about that human you hang with, but whatever. Fury stared hard across the desk. You've just violated every social custom our species has. But then, why should I expect good behavior out of a drug dealer? And users always lie. So the question was pointless anyway, wasn't it? Tread carefully, my man, Fury said in a low voice. Or you'll what? You saying you're a brother, so I'd better shape up before you hurt me? Health should never be taken for granted. Why won't you admit it? Or are you brothers afraid that the race you fail will rebel? Are you hiding from all of us because of the shitty job you've been doing lately? Fury turned away. Don't know what you're talking to me for. About the red smoke. The Reverend's voice was bladed like a knife. I've just run out of it. A flicker of unease tightened Fury's chest. He looked over his shoulder. There are other dealers. Have fun finding them. Fury put his hand on the doorknob. When it refused to turn, he glanced back across the room. The Reverend was watching him, still as a cat, and trapping him in the office with his will. Fury tightened his grip and pulled, tearing the piece of brass right off. As the door lolled open, he tossed the knob onto the Reverend's desk. Guess you're going to have to fix this. He took 2 steps before a hand grabbed onto his arm. The Reverend's face was hard as stone, and so was his grip. With the blink of a violet eye, something flared between them, some kind of exchange occurrent. From out of nowhere, Fury felt an overwhelming tide of guilt, like someone had popped the lid off all his deepest concerns and his fears for the future of the race. He had to respond to it, couldn't bear the pressure. Riding the wave, he found himself saying in a rush, "We live and die for our kind. The species is our first and only concern. We fight every night and count the jars of the lessers we kill. Stealth is the way we protect the civilians. The less they know about us, the safer they are. That is why we disappeared." As soon as the words left him, he cursed. "God damn it, you could never trust a Symphoth," he thought. "Or the feelings you had while you were around them. Let go of me, Sin Eater," he gritted. "And stay the fuck out of my head." The hard grip dissolved and the Reverend bowed a little, a measure of respect that was a shocker. "Well, what do you know, warrior?" A shipment of red smoke just came in. The male brushed by and walked slowly into the crowd, his mohawk, his thick shoulders, his aura getting lost in the people whose addictions he fed. Bella took form in front of her family's home. The exterior lights were off, which was strange, but she was crying, so it wasn't like she would have seen much anyway. She let herself in, turned off the security alarm, and stood in the foyer. How could Zadist do that to her? For all it hurt, he might as well have had sex in from of her. God, she'd always known he could be cruel, but that went too far, even for him. Except it wasn't about retaliation for the social slight, was it? No, that was too petty. She suspected he'd bitten that human for a declarative break. Because he wanted to send a message, a totally incontrovertible message that Bella wasn't welcome in his life. Well, it worked. Deflated, defeated, she glanced around her family's front hall. Everything was the same. The blue silk wallpaper, the black marble floor, the sparkling chandelier overhead. It was like stepping back in time. She'd grown up in this house, the last young her mother would ever bear, the Cossack sister of a brother who loved her, the daughter of a father she'd never known. Wait a minute. It was quiet. Way too quiet. Maman? Lonnie? Silence. She wiped her tears away. Lonnie. Where were the doggen? And her mother? She knew Rev would be out doing whatever he did during the nights, so she didn't expect to see him. But the others were always home. Bella walked over to the curving staircase and called out, "Maman!" She went upstairs and jogged down to her mother's bedroom. The sheets on the bed were thrown back, all a mess, something the doggen would never have allowed normally. With a feeling of dread, she went down the hall to Revenge's room. His bed was also disheveled. The fret sheets and the heaps and heaps of fur comforters he always used thrown to one side. The disorder was unheard of. The house was not safe. That was why Rev had insisted she stay with the Brotherhood. Bella rushed out into the hall and ran down the stairs. She needed to be outdoors to dematerialize, because the walls of the mansion were all inlaid with steel. She tore out of the front door and didn't know where she could go. Not even she knew the address of her brother's safe house, and that was where he would have taken Maman and the doggen. And she wasn't about to waste time calling him. Not in the house. There was no choice. She was heartbroken. She was angry. She was exhausted. And the idea of going back to the Brotherhood's compound made all of that worse. But she wasn't about to be stupid. She closed her eyes and disappeared back to the brother's mansion. Zadist finished quickly with the whore, then focused on Bella. Because his blood was in her, he could sense her materializing somewhere to the south and east. He triangulated her destination to the area of Bellman Road and Thorn Avenue, a very ritzy neighborhood. Obviously, she had gone to her family's house. His instincts fired up, because that call from her brother had been too weird. Chances were, something was going down over there. Why else would the male want her staying with the Brotherhood after he'd been about to slap a seclusion on her? Just as Z was going to go get her, he sensed her traveling again. This time she landed outside the Brotherhood's mansion. And she stayed there. Thank God. He didn't have to worry about her safety for the time being. Abruptly, the club's side door opened, and Fury came out looking decidedly stark. "You feed." "Yeah. So you should go home and wait for the strength to kick in." "Already has. Sort of." "Z." Fury stopped talking, and both of them whipped their heads around toward Trade Street. At the alley's throat, 3 white-haired men dressed in black were walking past in I formation. The lessers were staring straight ahead as if they'd found a target and were closing in. Without a word spoken, Z and Fury took off at a silent jog, moving lightly across the fresh-packed snow. When they got to Trade Street, it turned out the Lessers hadn't found a victim, but were meeting up with another pack of their kind, two of which had brown hair. Z put his palm on one of his dagger handles and trained his eyes on the pair with the dark heads. Dear Virgin in the Fade, let one of them be what he was looking for. Hold up, Z, Fury hissed while taking out his cell. You stay put and I'll get reinforcements. How about you call? He unsheathed the dagger while I kill. Z took off, keeping the knife by his thigh, because this was a high-exposure area with humans around. The Lessers spotted him immediately, and they fell into attack posture, their knees bending, their arms coming up. To corral the bastards, he jogged in a fat circle around them, and they flowed with him, turning, coalescing into a triangle that faced him. When he backed into the shadows, they followed as a unit. After darkness had swallowed them all, Zadist lifted his black dagger high, bared his fangs, and attacked. He prayed like hell that when the violent song and dance was over, one of the two dark-haired Lessers had white roots at his scalp. Chapter 39. Dawn was just arriving as you walked up to the cabin and opened the door. He slowed as he stepped inside, wanting to savor the moment. The headquarters were his. He had become the Forelesser. Was no more. You couldn't believe he'd gone and done it. He couldn't believe he'd had the balls to petition the Omega for a change of leadership. And he really couldn't believe that the Master had agreed with him and called home. It wasn't in Yu's nature to lead, but he couldn't see that he had a choice. After everything that had happened yesterday with the rogue betas and the arrests and the insurgencies, total anarchy among the Slayers was coming fast and hard. Meanwhile, was doing jack shit at the top. He'd even seemed annoyed that he had to do his job. You had been put back against a wall. He'd been in the society for almost 2 centuries, and he was damned if he was going to see the thing devolve into a loose confederation of sloppy, disorganized contract killers who occasionally went after vampires. For God's sake, they were already forgetting who their target was supposed to be, and it had been 3 fucking days since had let things slide. No, the society had to be run with a focused, heavy hand in the temporal realm. So had to be replaced. You sat down at the rough table and fired up the laptop. First thing on deck was to call a general assembly and make a show of strength. That was the one thing had done right. The other Lessers had feared him. You called up a list of betas to find one to sacrifice as an example, but before he got far, he was IM'd with a nasty news flash. Last night, a bloody fight had taken place downtown. 2 members of the Brotherhood against 7 Slayers. Fortunately, it looked as if both the brothers had been hurt, but only one of the Lessers had survived, so more society members were lost. Man, recruiting was going to be paramount. But how the hell was he going to find the time? He had to gather the reins first. You rubbed his eyes, thinking of the work in front of him. Welcome to the job of Forelesser, he thought as he began to dial his cell. Bella glared up at Rage, not caring that the male had 150 pounds and 8 inches on her. Unfortunately, the brother didn't seem to mind that she was pissed off, and he didn't budge from the bedroom door he was blocking. But I want to see him. Now's not the best time, Bella. How seriously is he hurt? This is Brotherhood business, Rage said gently. Leave it alone. We'll let you know what happens. Oh, sure you will. Just like you all told me he was injured. For God's sake, I had to find out from Fritz. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open. Zadist was as grim as she'd ever seen him, and he was marked up badly. One of his eyes was swollen shut, his lip was split, and his arm was in a sling. Little random cuts were all over his neck and skull, like he'd bounced on pebbles or something. As she winced, he glanced at her. His eyes flashed from black to yellow, but then he just looked at Rage and spoke quickly. Fury's finally resting. He nodded in Bella's direction. If she's come to sit by him, let her. He'll be eased by her presence. Zadist turned away. As he walked down the hall, he limped, his left leg dragging behind as if his thigh wasn't working right. With a curse, Bella went after him, even though she had no idea why she bothered. He would accept nothing from her. Not her blood or her love, certainly not her sympathy. He didn't want a damn thing from her. Well, except for her to go away. Before she caught up with him, Zadist stopped abruptly and glanced back at her. If Fury needs to feed, will you let him take your vein? She froze. Not only did he drink from another, but he found it easy to share her with his twin. Work of a moment, nothing special. Christ, was she so disposable? Had nothing they'd shared meant something to him? Will you let him? Zodist's newly yellow eyes narrowed on her face. Bella? Yes, she said in a low voice. I'll take care of him. Thank you. I think I despise you right now. It's about time. She pivoted on her heel, ready to go striding back to Fury's room, when Zodist said softly, Have you bled yet? Oh, terrific, another cringer. He wanted to know if he'd gotten her pregnant. Would no doubt be relieved when he heard the good news he hadn't. She glared at him over her shoulder. I've been cramping. You have nothing to worry about. He nodded. Before he could get away, she bit out, Tell me something. If I were with Young, would you mate me? I would provide for you and your babe until another male did. My babe, as if it wouldn't be half yours? When he said nothing, she had to push. Would you not even acknowledge it? His only response was to cross his arms over his chest. She shook her head. Holy hell, you really are cold to the bone, aren't you? He stared at her for a long time. I've never asked you for anything, have I? Oh no, you've never done that. She let out a hard laugh. God forbid you open yourself up for that. Take care of Fury. He needs it. So do you. Don't you dare tell me what I need. She didn't wait for a response. She marched down the hall to Fury's doorway, shoved Rage out of the way, and shut herself in with Zodist's twin. She was so pissed off that it took her a second to realize she was in the dark, and that the room smelled like red smoke, a lovely, chocolatey scent. Who's there? Fury said hoarsely from the bed. She cleared her throat. Bella. A ragged sigh rose into the air. Hi. Hi. How are you feeling? Downright perky. Thanks for asking. She smiled a little until she came up to him. With her night vision, she saw that he was lying on top of the covers with only a pair of boxers on. He had a gauze pad around his belly and was covered with bruises. Ando got his leg. Don't worry, he said dryly. I haven't had that foot and shin combo for over a century, and I really am okay. Just some aesthetic damage. Then why are you wearing that bandage like a sash? It makes my ass look smaller. She laughed. She'd expected him to be half dead, and he did look like he'd been in a hell of a fight, but he wasn't on death's door. What happened to you? She asked. I got hit in the side. With what? A knife. Now that made her sway. Maybe he only seemed okay. I'm fine, Bella. Honestly, in another 6 hours I'm going to be ready to go back out. There was a short silence. What's doing? Are you all right? Just wanted to see how you are. Well, I'm fine. And, do you need to feed? He stiffened, then abruptly reached for the comforter, pulling it over his hips. She wondered why he was acting like he had something to hide. Oh, right? Well, for the first time she assessed him as a male. He really was beautiful, with all that gorgeous, lush hair and a face that was classically handsome. His body was spectacular, layered with the kind of heavy muscle his twin lacked. But no matter how good he looked, he wasn't the male for her. It was a pity, she thought, for both of them. God, how she hated hurting him. Do you, she said, need to feed? Are you offering? She swallowed. Yes, I am. So may I give you my vein? A dark fragrance permeated the room, so strong it eclipsed the red smoke aroma. The smell was the thick, rich scent of a male's hunger. Fury's hunger for her. Bella closed her eyes and prayed that if he accepted, she could get through it without crying. As the sun went down later in the day, Revenge stared at the funeral drapes hanging off his sister's portrait. When his cell phone rang, he looked at the caller ID and flipped it open. Hello, Bella, he said softly. How did you know? It was you? Untraceable number. Very untraceable. If this phone can't locate the source. At least she was still safe at the Brotherhood's compound, he thought. Wherever that was. I'm glad you called. I went home last night. Rev's hand crushed the phone. Last night? What the hell? I didn't want you going. Sobs came through the phone. Great. Wretched sobs. The misery stole his words, his anger, his breath. Bella? What's wrong? Bella? Bella! Oh, Jesus! Did one of those brothers hurt you? No. She took a deep breath. And don't yell at me. I can't bear it. I'm through with you and the yelling. No more. He dragged air into his lungs, clamping down on his temper. What happened? When can I come home? Talk to me. Silence stretched out between them. Clearly his sister didn't trust him anymore. Shit. Could he blame her? Bella, please. I'm sorry, just talk to me. When there was no response, he said, He cleared his throat. Have I so damaged things between us? When can I come home? Bella. Answer the question, brother mine. I don't know. Then I want to go to the safe house. You can't. I told you long ago, if there's trouble, I don't want you and Maman in the same place. Now why do you want to leave there? Only a day ago you didn't want to be anywhere else. There was a long pause. I went through my kneading. Rev felt the air leak out of his lungs and get trapped in his chest cavity. He closed his eyes. Were you with one of them? Yes. Sitting down was a damn good idea right about now, but there was no chair close enough. He leaned on his cane and lowered himself to his knees on the Aubusson carpet, right in front of her portrait. Are you well? Yes. And he's claimed you? No. Excuse me? He doesn't want me. Rev bared his fangs. Are you pregnant? No. Thank God. Who was it? I wouldn't tell you that to save my life, Rev. Now I'd like to leave here. Christ her in her kneading in a compound full of males full of thick-blooded warriors. And the blind king's hit. Bella, tell me it was only one who serviced you. Tell me it was only one and that he didn't hurt you. Why? Because you're afraid of having a slut for a sister? Afraid of the Glimera shunning me again? Fuck the Glimera. It's because I love you and I can't bear the thought of you being used by the Brotherhood when you were so vulnerable. Pause followed. As he waited, his throat burned so badly, he felt as though he'd swallowed a box of thumbtacks. There was only one, and I love him, she said. You might as well know that he gave me a choice between him and being dragged unconscious. I picked him, but I will never tell you his name. Frankly, I don't want to ever speak of him again. Now, when can I come home? Okay, this was good. At least he could get her away from there. Just let me find a place that's secure. Call me in 30 minutes. Wait, Revenge. I want you to rescind the seclusion request. If you do that, I will voluntarily submit to a security detail whenever I go out, if that makes you feel safer. Is that a fair trade? He put his hand over his eyes. Revenge? You say you love me. Prove it. Rescind that request, and I promise we'll work together, Revenge. He dropped his arm and looked up at the painting of her. So beautiful, so pure. He would keep her that way always if he could. But she wasn't a child any longer. And she was proving far more resilient and strong than he could have imagined. To have lived through what she did, to have survived. All right, I'll take it back. And I will call you in a half hour. Chapter 40. Night fell and the light bled from the cabin. You hadn't moved from the computer all day. Between emails and his cell phone, he'd tracked down the 28 Slayers remaining in Caldwell and scheduled a General Assembly meeting for midnight. At that time, he was going to reorder them into squadrons and assign a 5-man task force on recruiting. Following tonight's meeting, he was putting only 2 beta squadrons downtown. Civilian vampires weren't showing up at the bars the way they used to, because too many of their kind had been pinched from that vicinity for persuasion. It was time to shift focus elsewhere. After some thought, he'd decided to send the rest of his men out into the residential areas. Vampires were active at night, in their homes. It was really a question of finding them among the humans. You are such a little shit. You burst up from his chair. O stood naked in the doorway to the cabin. His chest was covered in claw marks, as if something had held on to him hard, and his face was swollen, his hair a mess. He looked well used and pissed off. And as he shut the 2 of them in with a crack, he was unable to move. None of his large muscles fell into the defensive crouch he was screaming for, and this told him all he needed to know about who was Forelesser now. Only the top slayer had this kind of physical control over his subordinates. You forgot two important things. O casually withdrew a knife from a holster that hung on the wall. 1. The Omega is very fickle. And 2. He has a personal taste for me. It really didn't take me long to work my way back into the fold. As that knife came toward him, you struggled, tried to run, wanted to scream. So say good night, you, and give the Omega a big fat hello. When you see him, he's expecting you. 6 o'clock. Almost time to go. Bella looked around the guest room she was in and figured she'd packed up everything she'd brought with her. She hadn't had much to begin with, and anyway, she'd moved it all from Zadist's room the night before. Most of it had already been in an LL Bean bag. Fritz would be coming for her things any minute, and he would drive the stuff to Havers and Marissa's. Thank God the brother and sister pair were willing to grant Revenge a favor and take her in. Their mansion and the clinic were a real stronghold. Even Rev was satisfied she'd be safe. Then at 6:30 she was going to dematerialize over there, and Rev would meet her. Compulsively she went into the bathroom and checked behind the shower curtain again to make sure she had her shampoo. Yup, nothing there. And there was nothing of her left in the bedroom. Or in the house at all, for that matter. When she left, no one would know she'd ever been at the mansion. No one would. Oh Christ. Shut up with that, she thought. There was a knock on the door. She walked over and pulled the thing open. Hi, Fritz, my bag is on the... Zadist was standing in the hall, dressed for fighting. Leathers, guns, blades. She jumped back. What are you doing here? He came into the room, saying nothing. But Jesus, he looked ready to pounce on something. I don't need an armed guard, Bella said, trying to keep cool. I mean, if that's what this is all about, I'm going to dematerialize there, and the clinic is perfectly safe. Zadist didn't speak a word, just stared at her, all power and male strength. Did you come to loom at me? She snapped. Or is there a point to this? When he shut the door behind him, her heart started to pound, especially as she heard the lock turn. She backed up until she was against the bed. What do you want, Zadist? He came forward as if he was stalking her, his yellow eyes fixated. His body was all coiled tension, and suddenly it didn't take a genius to figure out what kind of release he was looking for. Do not tell me you came here to mate. All right, I won't. His voice was nothing but a deep, purring growl. She put her hand out. Yeah, like that was gonna make a difference. He could take her if he wanted to, whether she said yes or not. Only like an idiot she wouldn't turn him away. Even after all the crap he'd pulled, she still wanted him. God damn it. I'm not having sex with you. I'm not here for me, he said, coming up to her. Oh God, his scent, his body so close. She was such a fool. Get away from me. I don't want you anymore. Yes, you do. I can smell it. He reached out and touched her neck, running his forefinger down her jugular. And I can feel it pounding in this vein. I will hate you if you do this. You hate me already. If only that were true, Zadist. There is no way I will lay with you. He bent down so that his mouth was at her ear. I'm not asking you for that. So what do you want? She shoved against his shoulders. Got nowhere. Damn you. Why are you doing this? Because I just came from my twin's room. Excuse me? You didn't let him drink from you. Zadist's mouth brushed against her neck. Then he pulled back and stared down at her. You will never accept him, will you? You will never be with Fury, no matter how right he is for you socially, personally. Zadist, for Chris' sakes, just leave me alone. You will not have my twin. So you're never coming back here, are you? She exhaled in a rush. No, I'm not. And that's why I had to come. Rage boiled in her, rising to meet the desire for his sex. I don't get it. You have taken every opportunity to push me away. Remember that little episode in the alley last night? You drank from her to get me to walk. Didn't you? It wasn't about that comment I made. Bella. And then you wanted me to be with your brother. Look, I know you don't love me, but you're well aware of how I feel about you. Do you have any conception what it's like to have the male you love tell you to feed someone else? He dropped his hand, stepped away. You're right. He rubbed his face. I shouldn't be here, but I couldn't let you go without. In the back of my mind, I always figured you'd be back. To be with Fury. I always thought that I would see you again, even if it was from a distance. So help her, God. She was sick of this. Why the hell would you care if you saw me? He just shook his head and turned for the door, which made her nearly violent. Answer me. Why do you care if I don't ever come back? He had his hand on the knob as she screamed at him. Why do you care? I don't. She launched herself across the room, intending to hit him, claw him, make him hurt. She was so frustrated. But he wheeled around, and instead of slapping him, she grabbed his head and dragged his mouth to hers. His arms snapped around her, holding her hard enough so she couldn't breathe. As his tongue shot into her mouth, he picked her up and headed for the bed. Desperate, angry sex was a bad idea. A very bad idea. They were tangled on the mattress in a split second. He had her jeans off and was about to bite through her panties when a knock sounded on the door. Fritz's voice came through the panels, pleasant and respectful. Madam, if your bags are ready. Not now, Fritz, Zadis said in a guttural voice. He bared his fangs, shredded the silk between her thighs, and licked up the center of her. Fuck. His tongue went down again and he lapped at her, moaning. She bit her lip to keep from crying out and held on to his head, gyrating her hips. Oh, master, I beg your pardon. I thought you were at the training center. Later, Fritz. But of course. How long would you? The rest of the Doggen's words were cut off as Zadist's erotic growl told Fritz everything he needed to know, and probably a little more. Oh my goodness. Forgive me, master. I will not return for her things until I see you. Zadist's tongue swirled around as his hands clamped on her thighs. He drove her hard, all the time whispering hot, starved things against her secret flesh. She pushed herself against his mouth, arching up. He was so raw, so voracious, she shattered apart. He teased the orgasm out for the longest time, keeping it going as if he were desperate not to have it fade. The stillness afterward chilled her as much as his mouth's release of her core. He rose up from between her legs, his hand wiping across his lips. As he looked down at her, he licked his palm, catching every last bit of what he'd removed from his face. You're going to stop now, aren't you? She said roughly. I told you, I didn't come here for sex. I only wanted this. I only wanted to have you against my mouth one last time. You selfish bastard. And how ironic was it to be calling him that for not fucking her. God, this was just awful. As she reached for her jeans, he made a low sound in the back of his throat. You think I wouldn't kill to be inside of you this very second? Go to hell, Zadist. Go there right. He moved fast as a lightning strike, taking her down hard to the bed, tackling her with his weight. I am in hell, he hissed, pushing his hips into her. He swiveled them against her core, that massive erection pushing into the soft place he'd just had with his mouth. With a curse, he pulled back, unzipped his leathers and thrust into her, stretching her so wide it almost hurt. She cried out at the invasion, but tilted her hips up so he could go in even farther. Zadist grabbed her knees and stretched her legs up, balling her under him. Then he pounded against her, his warrior body sparing her nothing. She held on to his neck, drawing blood, lost in the grinding rhythm. This was how she'd always thought it would be with him. Hard, heavy, wild, raw. As she orgasmed again, he came with a roar, crashing into her. Hot jets filled her, then spilled out onto her thighs as he kept pumping. Oh, God, I didn't mean for that to happen, he said finally. I am very sure about that. She pushed him aside and sat up, more tired than she'd been in her whole life. I have to meet my brother soon. I want you to leave. He cursed, an aching, hollow sound. Then he handed over her pants, though he didn't let them go. He looked at her for a long while, and like a fool she waited for him to tell her what she wanted to hear. I'm sorry I hurt you. I love you. Don't go. After a moment he dropped his hand and stood up, arranging himself, zipping up his pants. He went to the door, moving with that lethal grace he'd always walked with. As he looked over his shoulder, She realized they'd made love while he'd been fully armed. Fully dressed, too. Oh, but that had only been sex, hadn't it? His voice was low. I'm sorry. Do not say that to me right now. Then thank you, Bella, for everything. Yeah, really. I thank you. And just like that he was gone. John stayed behind in the gym as the rest of the class filed out to hit the locker room. It was 7 at night, but he could have sworn it was 3 in the morning. What a day. Training had started at noon because the Brotherhood wanted to go out early, and there had been hours of classwork on tactics and computer technology taught by 2 brothers named Vishouse and Rage. Then Tor had arrived right at sundown and the ass-kicking had started. The 3-hour workout had been brutal. Running laps, jiu-jitsu, more hand-to-hand weapons training, including an introduction to nunchakus or nunchucks. Those 2 wooden sticks connected by a chain were a nightmare for John, exposing all his weaknesses, especially his god-awful hand-to-eye coordination. But he wasn't about to give up. As the other guys left to go shower, he went back to the equipment room and picked up one of the sets. He figured he'd practice until the bus came and then shower at home. He started spinning the nunchucks slowly at his side, the whirling sound oddly relaxing. Gradually increasing the velocity, he set them flying at a clip and then switched them to his left. Took them back. Again and again until the sweat was once more coming out on his skin. Again and again and he clonked the shit out of himself. Right on the head. The blow made him weak in the knees, and after fighting the sag for a moment, he let himself sink down. Bracing himself with his arm, he put a hand to his left temple. Stars. Definitely seeing stars. In the midst of all his blinking, soft laughter drifted up from behind him. The satisfaction of the sound told him who it was, but he had to look anyway. Glancing under his arm, he saw Lash standing about 5 feet away. The guy's pale hair was wet, his street clothes sleek, his smile cool. You are such a loser. John refocused on the mat, not really caring that Lash had caught him nailing himself in the brain. The guy had already seen that in class, so there was no new humiliation here. God, if he could only get his eyes to clear. He shook his head, stretched his neck and saw another pair of nunchucks on the mat. Had Lash thrown them at him? No one likes you, John. Why don't you just leave? Oh wait, that would mean you couldn't chase after the brothers. Then what would you do all day? The guy's laughter cut off abruptly as a deep voice snarled. You don't move, Blondie, except to breathe. A huge hand appeared in John's face and he looked up. Zadist was standing over him, dressed in full war gear. John grabbed hold of what was in front of him out of reflex and was pulled up easily from the floor. Zadist's black eyes were narrow, shimmering with anger. The bus is ready, so get your shit. I'll meet you outside of the locker room. John hustled across the mats, thinking that when a male like Zadist told you to do something, you did it fast. When he got to the door, though, he had to glance back. Zadist had Lash around the neck and had lifted the guy off the mat so his feet dangled. The warrior's voice was graveyard cold. I saw you put him on the ground, and I'd kill you right now for it, except I'm not interested in dealing with your parents. So listen good, boy. You ever do something like that again, I'm gonna thumb out your eyes and feed them to you. We clear. In response, Lash's mouth worked like a one-way valve. Air went in. Nothing came out. And then he pissed in his pants. I'll take that as a yes. Zadist dropped him. John didn't stick around. He ran to the locker room, grabbed his duffel, and was out in the hall a moment later. Zadist was waiting for him. Come on. John followed the brother out into the parking lot to the van, all along wondering how he could thank the male. But then Zadist paused by the bus and all but shoved him inside. Then he boarded the thing himself. Every one of the trainees cringed back into their seats, especially when Zadist unsheathed one of his daggers. We sit here, he said to John, pointing the weapon's black blade to the first bench seat. Yeah, okay, right. Here is good. John squeezed up against the window as Zadist took an apple out of his pocket and lowered himself down. We're waiting for one more, Zadist told the driver. And John and I will be your last stop. The doggen bowed low behind the wheel. Of course, sire. As you wish. Lash slowly came into the van, the red streak around his throat a stain on his pale skin. When he saw Zadist, he stumbled. "You're wasting our time, boy," Zadist said while sliding the knife under the apple skin. "Sit your ass down." Lash did as he was told. As the van took off, no one said a thing, especially as the partition closed and they were all locked in the back together. Zadist peeled the Granny Smith in one long strip, the skin inching down until it reached the floor of the van. When he was finished, he draped the green ribbon over his knee, then cleaved off a slice of white flesh and held it out to John on the blade. John took the piece with his fingers and ate it while Zadist cut a hunk for himself and carried it to his mouth on the knife. They alternated until the apple was nothing but a skinny core. Zadist took the skin and what was left and threw them in the little trash bag by the partition. Then he wiped the blade on his leathers and started to flip it into the air and catch it. He kept this up the whole ride to town. When they got to the first drop-off, there was a long hesitation after the partition opened. And then two of the guys shuffled by quickly. Zadist's black eyes followed them, and he stared hard, as if he were memorizing their faces. And all the time with the blade up and down, the black metal flashing, the big palm catching it in the same place on the handle after every toss even when he was looking at the guys. This happened at each stop, until John and he were alone. As the partition closed, Zadist slid the dagger into his chest holster. Then he moved to the seat across the aisle and leaned back against the window, shutting his eyes. John knew better than to think the male was asleep, because his breathing didn't change and he didn't relax at all. He just didn't want to interact. John took out his pad and pen. He wrote neatly, folded the paper, and held it in his hand. He had to say thank you. Even if Zadist couldn't read, he had to say something. When the van stopped and the partition opened, John left the paper on Zadist's seat, not even trying to give it to the warrior. And he made sure he didn't look up as he hit the steps and headed across the road. He did stop on the front lawn to watch the van leave, though snow falling on his head and shoulders and duffel. As the bus disappeared into the gathering storm, Zadist was revealed standing across the street. The brother flashed the note, holding it up in the air between his first and middle fingers. Then he nodded once, put it in his back pocket, and dematerialized. John kept staring at the spot where Zadist had been. Thick bundles of flakes filled up the footprints the male's shitkickers had left. With a rumble, the garage door opened behind him, and the Range Rover reversed its way over. Wellesley put the window down. Her red hair was coiled up high on her head, and she was wearing a black ski parka. The heater inside the car was going full blast, a dull roar almost as loud as the engine. "Hi, John." She reached out her hand and he laid his palm on hers. "Listen, was that Zadist I just saw?" John nodded. "What was he doing here?" John dropped his duffel and signed. "He rode home on the bus with me." Wellesley frowned. "I'd like you to stay away from him, okay? He's not right in a lot of ways. Do you know what I mean?" Actually, John wasn't so sure about that. Yeah, the guy was enough to make you think fondly of the bogeyman sometimes, but clearly he wasn't all bad. "Anyway, I'm off to pick up Sorrel. We've run into a snag with the festival and lost all our apples. She and I are going to make the rounds of some spiritual folks, see what we can do about this so close to the date. Do you want to come?" John shook his head. "I don't want to get behind in tactics." "Okay." Wellesley smiled at him. "I left you some rice and ginger sauce in the fridge." "Thank you. I'm starved. I figured you would be. See you soon." He waved at her while she backed down the rest of the driveway and took off. As he headed for the house, he noticed absently how the chains Tor had put on the Rover made sharp gouges in the fresh snow. Chapter 41. "Stop here." O opened the Explorer's door before the SUV even came to a halt at the base of Thorn Avenue. He angled a quick look up the hill, then shot the Beta behind the wheel a real wake-your-ass-up stare. "I want you to circle this neighborhood until I call you. Then I want you to come to number 27. Don't head into the driveway, keep going. There's a corner in the stone wall about 50 yards later. That's where I want you." As the Beta nodded, O snapped, "You fuck this up and I'll put you under the Omega's feet." He didn't wait for the Slayer to throw out some kind of bullshit, "Have confidence in me" babble. He hit the pavement and ran up the road's gradual incline. As he jogged, he was a mobile arsenal, his body weighed down by the weapons and explosives he'd hung on himself as if he were a paramilitary Christmas tree. He went past number 27's twin pillars and eyed the driveway that disappeared between them. 50 yards later, he was at the juncture of the stucco wall where he'd told the fool Beta to pick him up. He took 3 running strides and leaped into the air, all Michael Jordan and shit as he went for the top lip of the 10-foot wall. He closed the distance with no problem, but then his hands made contact. The blast of electricity that shot through his body was a real hair curler. If he'd been human still, he'd have been toasted. And even as a slayer, the jolt was enough to leave him breathless as he pulled himself up and then plunged down the other side. Security lights flared, and he took shelter behind a maple tree, taking out his muzzled gun. If attack dogs came at him, he was ready to pop them, and he waited for the barking. There was none, and there was no rush of lights going on in the mansion or the pounding feet of security guards either. While he waited a minute longer, he assessed the place. Back of the house was grand, all red bricks and white trim and sprawling terraces with second-floor porches. Garden was a pip, too. God, the annual upkeep on a monster spread like this was probably more than average folks made in a decade. Time to close in. He moved across the lawn toward the house in a crouch, running in a cramped shuffle with his gun up in front. When he got in tight with the bricks, he was elated. The window he was next to was fitted with tracks that ran down its long sides, and on the top of the thing there was a discreetly disguised boxy transom. Steel retractable shutters. And there was a set on every window and door, it looked like. In the Northeast, where you didn't have to worry about tropical storms and hurricanes, there was only one kind of homeowner who threw those puppies over every slice of glass. The kind who needed to be protected from the sun. Vampires lived here. The shutters were up because it was night, and looked inside the house. It was dark, which wasn't encouraging, but he was going in anyway. The question was how to do the breaking and entering. It went without saying that the place was alarmed up the ass and wired for sound. And he was willing to bet that anyone who ran electric current around the top of their fence wasn't going to ADT it. This was going to be some sophisticated technology. He decided his best move was cutting the power, so he went hunting for the main electrical line into the mansion. He found the utility's spinal cord around the back of the 6-car garage, nestled in an enclave of HVAC shit that included 3 air conditioning units, an exhaust blower, and a backup generator. The main power line's thick, metal-encased vein came up through the earth and split, plugging into a series of 4 meters that were whizzing along. He put a short-fused load of C4 plastic explosive right at the trunk and then rigged another setup like that at the nerve center of the generator. Stepping behind the garage, he triggered both remotely. 2 pops broke out, and the flare of light and the smoke faded quickly. He waited to see if anyone came running. No one did. On impulse, he peered into a couple of the garage bays. 2 were empty. The others had very nice cars in them, so nice he couldn't even tell what kind one of them was. With the juice cut off, he jogged around and cased the front of the house, skirting behind the boxwood hedge that ran down the facade. A set of French doors was perfect for entry. He put his gloved fist through one pane, shattering the glass, and then sprang the lock. As soon as he stepped inside, he started to wreck loose the door. It was critical that the contacts for the security alarm were in their proper place if an alternative generator kicked in holy Moses. Those were lithium-powered electrodes on the doors, which meant the contacts didn't run on a current. Anshithe was standing right in the middle of a laser beam. Jesus. This was very high-tech, as in Museum of Fine Arts, the White House, the Pope's bedroom high-tech. The only reason he'd gotten into the house at all was because someone had wanted him to. He listened. Total silence. A trap? Stayed frozen, barely breathing, for a little longer and then made sure his gun was good to go before he silently walked through a bunch of rooms that were right out of some glossy magazine. As he went, he wanted to slash the paintings on the walls and yank down the chandeliers and break the spindly legs of the fancy tables and chairs. He wanted to burn the drapes. He wanted to shit on the floors. He wanted to ruin it because it was beautiful, and because if his woman had ever lived here, it meant she was way better than he was. He rounded a corner into some kind of living room and stopped dead. Up on the wall, in an ornate gilded frame, was a portrait of his wife, and the thing was draped with black silk. Below the painting, on a marble-top table, There was a gold chalice turned upside down and a square of white cloth with 3 rows of 10 little stones. 29 were rubies. The last one, in the lower left-hand corner, was black. The ritual was different from the Christian shit he'd lived with as a human, but this was a memorial to his wife. O's intestines turned into snakes, seething and hissing in his lower belly. He thought about throwing up. His woman was dead. "Don't look at me like that," Fury muttered as he limped around his room. His side hurt like a bitch, and he was trying to get ready to go out, and Butch's mother hen impression wasn't helping. The cop shook his head. "You need to go to the doctor, big guy." The fact that the human had a point burned Fury's ass even more. "No, I don't. If you were going to spend the day on the couch, maybe. But fighting? Come on, man. If Tor knew you were going out like this, he'd have your head on a stick." "True. I'll be fine. Just have to warm up." "Yeah, stretching's really going to help that hole in your liver. Matter of fact, maybe I can get you some Bengay and we'll just massage the shit out of it." "Good plan." Fury glared across the room. Butch cocked an eyebrow. "You're pissing me off, cop." "You don't say." "Hey, how about this? You can yell at me while I drive you to Havers's. I don't need an escort. But if I take you, I'll know you went." Butch dragged out the Escalade's keys from his pocket and dangled them in the air. "Besides, I'm a good taxi. Just ask John." "I don't want to go." "Well, in the words of this house, want in one hand, shit in the other, see what you get the most of." Revenge parked the Bentley in front of Havers and Marissa's and walked carefully up to the grand door. He lifted the heavy lion's head knocker and let it fall, the sound reverberating. Immediately he was welcomed by a doggen and led into a parlor. Marissa stood up from a silk couch, and he bowed to her while telling the butler he would keep his coat. When they were alone, Marissa rushed over, her hands held out, her long, pale yellow gown trailing after her like mist. He captured both her palms and kissed them. "Rev, I'm so glad you called us. We want to help. I appreciate your taking Bella in. She's welcome to stay for however long she needs. Although I wish you would tell us what's wrong. Just dangerous times." "True." She frowned and looked around his shoulder. "Is she not with you?" "Meeting me here. It shouldn't be long." He checked his watch. "Yeah, I'm early." He pulled Marissa over to the couch, and as they sat down, the folds of his sable coat fell across her feet. She reached out and stroked the fur, smiling a little. They were silent for a time. He was anxious to see Bella, he realized. Actually, he was nervous. "How are you feeling?" he asked, wanting to focus on something else. "Oh, you mean," after Marissa blushed. "Fine. Very well. I thank you." He really liked her way. So soft and gentle. So shy and self-effacing, though she was one of the rare beauties of his species, and everyone knew it. Man, how Wrath had held himself back from her was anyone's guess. "Will you come to me again?" Rev said in a low voice. "Will you let me feed you again?" "Yes," she replied, lowering her eyes. "If you will allow me." "I can't wait," he growled. As her eyes flipped up to his, he forced himself to smile even though he didn't really feel like it. He wanted to do other things with his mouth at the moment, none of which would have put her at ease. Thank God for the dopamine, he thought. "Don't worry, Tali. Just the drinking, I know." She assessed him, then nodded. "And if you need to feed." Rev lowered his chin and stared at her from underneath his lids, erotic images flashing through his mind. She pulled back, clearly alarmed by his expression, and he wasn't surprised. No way she could handle the kind of sick shit he was into. Rev lifted his head back to level. "That's a generous offer, Tali, but we'll keep this one-sided." As relief showed on her face, his cell phone started to ring, and he took the thing out to check caller ID. His heart kicked up. It was the security monitoring people for his house. "Excuse me just a moment." After he heard the report that an intruder had breached the wall, engaged a number of motion detectors in the backyard, and knocked out the power, Rev told his people to turn all the interior alarms off. He wanted whoever was there to stay. As soon as he saw Bella, he was heading straight for home. "Something wrong?" Marissa asked while he clipped the phone shut. "Oh no, not at all. Quite the contrary." When the front door knocker sounded, Revenge stiffened. A dog-gen passed in front of the parlor's doorway to go answer it. "Would you like me to leave you two alone?" Marissa said. The mansion's big door opened and closed. Soft voices were traded, one that of the dog-gen, the other Bella's. Rev pushed into his cane and slowly rose to his feet as Bella appeared in the doorway. She was wearing blue jeans and a black parka, and her long hair was shiny on her shoulders. She looked alive, healthy, but age showed in her face, new lines of stress and worry bracketing her mouth. He expected her to race into his arms, but she just stared at him, insulated, unreachable. Or maybe she was just so numb after all she'd been through. She had no reactions left to show the world. Revenge's eyes watered as he plugged his cane into the floor and went to her, rushing, though he couldn't feel the fine rug beneath his shoes. He caught the shock on her face as he pulled her against him. Sweet virgin. He wished he could feel the embrace he was giving her. Then it dawned on him that he didn't know if she was hugging him back. He didn't want to force her. He made himself let go. As he dropped his arms, she clung to him, not moving away, but staying close. He embraced her again. "Oh God! Revenge," she shuddered. "I love you, sister mine," he said weakly, unashamed in the moment for being less of a male than he should be. Chapter 42. O walked right out the brick mansion's front door, and he left the thing wide open behind him. As he wandered down the driveway, snow swirled in the cold wind. The sight of that portrait was an echo in his brain that wouldn't let up, wouldn't fade. He had killed his woman, beaten her so badly she died. God, he should have taken her to a doctor. Or maybe if that scarred brother hadn't stolen her, maybe she would have lived. Maybe she died because she'd transported. So had O killed her? Or would she have lived if she'd been allowed to stay with him? What if fuck it. The search for the sequence of truth was bullshit. She was dead and he had nothing to bury because that bastard brother had taken her from him. Period. Abruptly, he caught the lights of a car up ahead. As he got a little closer, he saw that a black SUV had stopped before the gates. That goddamned beta. What the hell was he doing? O hadn't called the Slayer for a pickup, and that was the wrong place. Wait, the car was a Range Rover, not an Explorer. O jogged through the snow, staying in the shadows. He was a couple of yards away from the gate when the Rover's window came down. He heard a female voice say, "With everything that's been going on about Bella, I don't know if her mother will be receiving, but we can at least give it a try." O stepped up to the gates and took out his gun, hiding behind one of the pillars. He saw a flash of red hair as the female behind the wheel leaned out and rang the intercom. Beside her there was another female in the passenger seat, a short-haired blonde. That one said something and the redhead smiled a little, revealing fangs. As she pressed the intercom again, O spoke loudly. "Nobody's home." The redhead looked up, and he leveled his Smith & Wesson at her. "Sorrel, run!" she screamed. O pulled the trigger. John was deep in tactics, and ready to put his head through a plate glass window from the brain strain, when someone knocked on his door. He whistled without looking up from the textbook. "Hey son," Tor said. "How's the studying?" John stretched his arms over his head, then signed. "Better than the physical training." "You don't worry about that. It'll come." "Maybe." "No, really. I was the same way before my transition. All over the place. Trust me, it gets better." John smiled. "So you're home early." "Actually, I was going to go to the center and get some admin work done there. You want to hang? You could study in my office." John nodded and grabbed a fleece, then packed up his books. A change of scenery would be good. He was sleepy, and he still had another 22 pages to go through. Getting away from his bed was a great idea. They were heading down the hall when Tor suddenly swayed and banged into the wall. His hand went to his heart and he seemed to struggle for breath. John grabbed for him, alarmed by the brother's coloring. He'd gone positively gray. "I'm cool." Tor rubbed his sternum, winced, took a couple of deep draws through his mouth. "No, I might just got a pain or something. Probably the stuff I ate from Taco Hell on the way home. I'm okay." Except the man was pasty and sickly as they stepped into the garage and went over to the Volvo. "I made Wellesley take the Range Rover tonight," Tor said as they got in her car. I put the chains on it for her. I hate her driving in the snow. He seemed to be talking for the sake of talking, the words fast, pressurized. She thinks I'm overprotective. Are you sure we should be going out? John signed. You look sick. Tor hesitated before starting the station wagon, all the while rubbing his chest under his leather jacket. Oh yeah, no. I'll be fine. It's no big deal. Butch watched Havers go to work on Fury, the doctor's hands steady and sure as they removed the bandage. Fury was clearly not charmed about his role as patient. Sitting on top of the examination table, his shirt off, his huge body dominating the little room, he had a glower on him like an ogre, right out of the Brothers Grimm. This hasn't healed as it should, Havers pronounced. You said you were hurt last night, correct? So this should all be scar tissue. Instead, it's barely closed. Butch shot Fury a big old I told you so stare. The brother mouthed back, bite me, then muttered, It's okay. No, sire, it's not. When was the last time you fed? I don't know. A while. Fury craned around and looked at the wound. He frowned, as though he were surprised by how bad it looked. You need to feed. The doctor ripped open a gauze pack and covered the slice. After he taped the thick white square in place, he said, And you should do it tonight. Havers snapped off his gloves, stuffed them in a biohazard container, and made a note in his chart. He hesitated by the door. Is there someone you could go to now? Fury shook his head while he put on his shirt. I'll deal with it. Thanks. Document. When they were alone, Butch said, Where am I taking you, big man? Downtown. Time to hunt. Yeah, right. You heard the man with the stethoscope. Or do you think he was playing you? Fury slid off the exam table, his shitkickers landing with a boom. He turned away, going for his dagger holster. Look, cop, it takes time for me to get someone lined up, he said. Because of the way I am. I only like to go to certain females and I have to talk with them first. See if they're willing to let me take their vein. Celibacy is complicated. Then you make the calls now. You're in no shape to fight and you know it. So use me. Butch and Fury both wheeled toward the doorway. Bella was standing in it. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, she said. The door was open and I was walking by. My brother just left. Butch glanced at Fury. The mail was still as a photograph. What's changed? Fury asked in a voice that had gone hoarse. Nothing. I still want to help you. So I'm giving you another opportunity to accept. You couldn't have gone through it 12 hours ago. Yes, I could have. You were the one who said no. You would have wept through the whole thing. Well, this was way personal. Butch eased over to the door. I'll go wait out. Stay, cop, Fury said. If you don't mind. Butch cursed and looked around. There was a chair right next to the exit. He lowered his butt into it and tried to make like an inanimate object. Did Zadist? Bella cut Fury's question off. This is about you, not him. There was a long silence. And then the air was permeated by something like dark spices, the scent emanating from Fury's body. As if the fragrance were an answer of some kind, Bella came into the room, shut the door, and started to roll up her sleeve. Butch glanced at Fury and saw that the guy was trembling, his eyes glowing like the sun, his body well, he was obviously getting aroused, put it like that. Okay, time to go. Cop, I need you to stay while we do this. Fury's voice was more like a growl. Butch groaned. Even though he knew damn well why the brother wouldn't want to be alone with that female right now. He was throwing off erotic heat like a stallion. Butch! Yeah, I'll stay. Even though he wasn't going to watch. No way. For some reason that seemed like being on the 50-yard line while Fury had sex. With a curse, Butch leaned onto his knees, put his hand up to his forehead, and looked down at his Ferragamos. There was the scratchy sound, as if the tissue paper on the exam table was shifting because someone was getting up on the thing. Then a whisper of cloth. Silence. Shit. He had to look. Butch took a peek and then couldn't have peeled his eyes away to save his life. Bella was up on the table, her legs dangling over the side, her exposed inner wrist on her thigh. Fury was staring at her with hunger and an awful, cursed love on his face as he eased down onto his knees before her. With hands that shook, he took hold of her palm and her upper forearm and bared his fangs. The damn things were huge now, long enough to keep him from closing his mouth all the way. With a hiss, he lowered his head to Bella's arm. She twitched all over as he struck, though her dull eyes just stared straight ahead at the wall. Then Fury jerked, released, and looked up at her. That was quick. "Why did you stop?" Bella asked. "Because you're—" Fury glanced over at Butch, who flushed and looked down at his loafers again. The brother whispered, "Have you bled yet?" Butch winced. "Oh yeah, this was way awkward." "Bella, do you think you're pregnant?" Holy shitties was awkward. "Would you like me to leave?" Butch asked, hoping they would kick him out. When they both said no, he went back to watching his shoes. "I'm not," Bella said. "I'm really not, you know. I mean, I'm cramping, okay? Next thing is bleeding and then it's all over. Havers needs to check you out. Do you want a drink or not?" More silence. Then another hiss, followed by a low moan. Butch glanced over. Fury was crowding Bella's wrist, her slender arm buried in a cage of his body as he took greedy pulls. Bella was looking down at him. After a moment, she took her hand and put it on his multicolored hair. Her touch was tender. Her eyes shimmered with tears. Butch got up from the chair and slipped out the door, leaving them to their business. The sad intimacy of what was passing between them needed to be private. Outside the room, he eased against the wall, somehow still caught up in the drama, though he wasn't watching it anymore. "Hello, Butch." He snapped his head around. Marissa was standing at the other end of the hall. Good Lord. As she walked over to him, he could smell her. That clean ocean scent drilling into his nose, into his brain, into his blood. Her hair was up and she was wearing a yellow gown with an empire waist. Jesus, most blondes would have looked half dead in the color. She was radiant. He cleared his throat. "Hey, Marissa. What's doing? You look well." "Thanks." She looked fantastic, but he kept his mouth shut about that. Man, it's just like getting stabbed, he thought. Yeah, seeing this female and getting nailed with 6 inches of steel in the breastbone were just different faces of the same nasty coin. Shit. All he could picture was her getting into that Bentley with that male. "How have you been?" she asked. How had he been? He'd been a mooning idiot for the past 5 months. "Good. Real good. Butch, He smiled at her and straightened. "Listen, can you do me a favor? I'm gonna go wait in the car. Will you let Fury know when he surfaces?" "Thanks." He smoothed his tie down and buttoned his suit jacket, then pulled his overcoat together. "Take care, Marissa." He made a beeline for the elevator. "Butch, wait." God help him, his feet stopped. "How have you been?" she said. He considered turning around, but refused to let himself get sucked in. "Like I said, Jim Dandy, thanks for asking. Take care of yourself, Marissa." Shit, he just said that, hadn't he? "I want to," she stopped. "Would you call on me? Sometime." That had him pivoting around. Oh, sweet Mary. Mother of God, she was so beautiful. Grace Kelly beautiful. And with her Victorian speech and her genteel manner, she made him feel like a total loser, all babbles and shuffles in spite of his expensive clothes. "Butch, maybe you could call on me." "Why would I do that?" She flushed and seemed to wilt. "I had hoped." "Hoped what?" "That perhaps." "What?" "You might call on me. If you had some time. Perhaps you could come calling." Christ. He'd already done that and she'd refused to see him. No way he was volunteering for another crash course in ego bashing. This woman, female whatever, was totally capable of whipping his ass, and he didn't need more of that kind of rash. Thank you very much. Besides, Mr. Bentley was showing up at her back door. At that thought, an evil, very male part of him wondered if she was still the untouched virgin she'd been when he'd met her over the summer. Probably not. Even if she was still shy, now that she was away from wrath, she must have taken a lover. Hell, Butch knew firsthand the kind of kiss she could lay on a man. There had been only that one time, but she'd had him tearing the arm off a chair. He got so cranked. So, yeah, she'd definitely found a man. Maybe a couple. And she'd show them a hell of a ride. As she opened her perfect, pink, godforsaken rosebud of a mouth again. He cut her off. No, I'm not going to call on you. But I do mean what I said. I hope you take care of yourself. Okay, that was 3 times with the little phrase. He needed to hit the road before he sported a 4th. Butch strode over to the elevator. By some miracle, the thing opened the moment he punched the up button. He stepped inside and kept his eyes from her. As the doors closed, he thought she might have said his name one last time. But knowing him, he was just imagining it, because he really wished she. Oh, shut up, O'Neill. Just shut up and drop it. When he strode out of the clinic, he was walking so fast he was practically running. Chapter 43. Zadis tracked the lone pale-haired lesser into the maze of downtown alleys. The Slayer was moving quickly in the falling snow, alert, scanning, looking for prey among the straggling bar riders who were out in the cold in their club clothes. Behind him, Z was light over the ground, running on the balls of his feet, keeping close but not too close. Dawn was coming fast and hard, and even though he was skimming the edge of night right now, he wanted this kill. All he needed was to get the Slayer away from prying human eyes. The right moment came as the lesser slowed and considered the intersection between 8th and Trade Street. It was just a pause, a short internal debate on whether to go left or right. Zadis struck fast, materializing right behind the Slayer, wrapping an arm around the bastard's neck, and pulling him into the darkness. The lesser fought back, and the struggle sounded like flags flapping in the wind as 2 male bodies thrashed in jackets and pants whipped around in the cold air. The lesser was on the ground within moments, and Z looked into its eyes as he lifted his dagger. He plunged the black blade into a thick chest. The pop and flare faded quickly. As Z stood up, there was no satisfaction at all. He was on a violent kind of autopilot, ready, willing, and able to kill, but moving in a dream state. Bella was all that was on his mind. Actually, it went deeper than that. The absence of her was a tangible weight hanging from his body. He missed her with a crippling kind of desperation. Ah yes, so the rumors were true. A bonded male without his female might as well be dead. He'd heard that piece of bullshit before and never believed it. Now he was living the hardcore truth. His cell phone rang and he answered the thing because that was what you did when it went off. He had no real interest in who was on the other end. Z, my man, this house said. Got a really weird message in the general voicemail. Some guy wanting to speak with you. He asked for me by name? Actually, he was a little hard to follow because he was so wired, but he mentioned your scar. Bella's brother? Z wondered. Although now that she was back out in the world, what would that male have to bitch about? Well, other than the fact that his sister had been serviced in her need and there was no mating ceremony on the calendar. Yeah, that was something a brother would get pissed over. What's the callback number? This house recited the pattern of digits. And he left the name Ormond. Guess Bella's big, bad older bro, wasn't it? Ormond? That's a human name. Couldn't tell you, so you might want to take this careful. Z hung up, dialed slowly, and waited, hoping he'd manage to hit the right numbers. When the call was answered, there was no hello on the other end of the line. Just a low male voice that said, out of my network and untraceable. So it must be you, brother. And you are. I want to meet you in person. Sorry, I'm not into dating. Yeah, I can imagine with that face of yours you don't have much luck there. But I don't want you for sex. I'm so relieved. Now who the fuck are you? My first name is David. Ring any bells? Fury clouded Z's vision until all he saw were the marks on Bella's stomach. He squeezed the phone until he heard the thing squeak, but he was through with the hot-headed stuff. Forcing his voice into a drawl, he said, "'Fraid not, Davy, but refresh my memory. You took what is mine. I steal your wallet? I would have remembered that. My woman!" the lesser screamed. Every marking instinct in Z's body fired off at once, and there was no holding back the growl that came out of his mouth. He whipped the phone away from his face until the sound faded. Too close to dawn. What was that? Z said with a nasty edge. Bad connection. You think this is a fucking joke? The lesser spat. Easy there. Wouldn't want you to throw an embolism. The Slayer panted with fury, but then got himself under control. I want to meet you at nightfall. We've got a lot of ground to cover, you and I don't want to be rushed by dawn. Besides, I've been busy the last few hours and I need a break. I took out one of your females, a nice-looking redhead. Popped her a good one. But bye. Now Z's growl got into the phone. The Slayer laughed. You brothers are so protective, aren't you? Well, how about this? I got myself another one. Another female. I persuaded her to give me that number I dialed to find you. She was really forthcoming. Cute little blonde, too. Z's hand went to one of his dagger handles. Where do you want to meet? There was a pause. First, the terms. Naturally, I want you to come alone, and here's how we're going to make sure that happens. Z heard a female moan in the background. Any of my associates catch your brothers around and this one gets sliced up. All it will take is a phone call, and they will do it slowly. Zadist shut his eyes. He'd so had it with death and suffering and pain. His own and others. That poor female where? 6 o'clock showing of the Rocky Horror Picture Show in Lucas Square. You sit in the back. I'll find you. The phone went dead, only to ring again immediately. Now V's voice was strangled. We have a situation. Bella's brother found Wellesley shot in his driveway. Get back home, Z. Right now. John watched from across the desk as Tor hung up the phone. The man's hands were shaking so badly the receiver rattled in its cradle. She probably forgot to turn that cell on. Let me try the house again. Tor picked up, dialed quickly, flubbed the numbers so he had to start over. And all the while he was rubbing at the center of his chest, his shirt in disarray. As Tor stared into space, frozen as their home phone rang, John heard footfalls coming down the hallway to the office. A horrible feeling went through him like a fever's bloom. He glanced at the door, then shifted his eyes to Tor again. Tor obviously heard the heavy pounding, too. In slow motion, he let the receiver fall to the desk, the sound of the ringing over the open line loud in the room. His eyes fixated on the door, his hands gripping the arms of his chair. As the knob turned, voicemail kicked in and the sound of Wellesley's voice came out of the receiver. Hi, this is Wellesley and Tor. We can't get to the phone right now. Every one of the brothers was out in the hall, and Wrath was in front of the grim, silent group. There was a clatter and John looked back at Tor. The man had jacked up onto his feet and knocked his chair over. He was trembling from head to foot, sweating through his shirt in great patches under his arms. My brother, Wrath said. There was a helpless tone to his voice, one totally at odds with his fierce face. And that powerlessness was terrifying. Tor moaned and grabbed at his sternum, rubbing in fast, desperate circles. You can't be here. Not all of you. He put one hand out as if to push them all away and then he backed up. Except there was nowhere to go. He banged against a file cabinet. Wrath, don't my lord, please don't, oh God. Don't say it. Don't tell me. I'm so sorry. Tor started to rock back and forth, arms going around his middle as if he were going to throw up. His short breaths went in so fast he began to hiccup, and he didn't seem to exhale at all. John burst into tears. He didn't mean to, but reality was dawning and the horror was too hard to bear. He dropped his head in his hands, and all he could think about was Wellesley backing out of the driveway like it was just another day. When a big hand pulled him up out of the chair and he was held against a chest, he thought it was one of the brothers. But it was Tor. Tor was holding him hard, clinging. The male started to murmur like a crazy man, his words fast and incomprehensible until they finally coalesced into some kind of meaning. Why wasn't I called? Why didn't Havers call me? He should have called me, oh, God. The baby took her, I knew we shouldn't have gotten her pregnant. Abruptly, everything changed in the room, as if someone had turned up the lights or maybe the heat. John felt the shift in the air first, and then Tor's words dried up as he obviously sensed it, too. Tor's arms loosened. Wrath? It was the baby, right? Get the boy out of here. John shook his head and held on to Tor's waist with a death grip. How did she die, Wrath? Torment's voice went flat and his hands fell from John. You tell me now. Right fucking now. Get the kid out of here. Wrath barked at Fury. John fought as Fury grabbed him around the waist and picked him up off the floor. At the same time, Vishouse and Rage positioned themselves on either side of Tor. The door closed. Outside of the office, Fury put John down and held him in place. There was a moment or two of silence, and then a raw scream shattered the air, as sure as if the oxygen were a solid. The burst of energy that followed was so strong it shattered the glass door. Shards splintered and sprayed out while Fury sheltered John from the shrapnel. One by one down both lengths of the hall, the fluorescent ceiling lights exploded, flashing bright and leaving streamers of sparks to bleed down from the fixtures. Energy vibrated up through the concrete floor, leaving cracks that ran into the cinder block walls. Through the busted door, John saw a whirlwind in the office, and the brothers were backing away from it, arms in front of their faces. Pieces of furniture whipped around a black hole in the center of the room, one that was vaguely shaped like Tor's head and body. There was another unearthly howl, and then the inky void disappeared. The furniture came crashing down. The trembling in the floor stopped. Papers fluttered to a gentle rest over the chaos like snow over a traffic accident. Torment was gone. John pushed himself out of Fury's arms and ran into the office. As the brothers looked on, his mouth opened and he screamed without making a sound. Father, Father, Father. Chapter 44. Some days lasted forever, Fury thought much later. And when the sun went down, there was still no end to them. As the shutters lifted for the evening, he took a seat on a spindly sofa and looked across Wrath's study at Zodist. The other brothers were just as speechless as he was. Z had just dropped another bomb in what was already a blitz zone of blow-ups. First there had been Tor, Wellesley, and that young female. Now this. Jesus. Z. Wrath rubbed his eyes and shook his head. You didn't think to mention this before now? We've had other shit to deal with. Besides, I'm meeting with the Slayer by myself no matter what you say. It's really not up for discussion. Z, man, I can't let you do that. Fury braced for his twin's reaction, as did the others in the room. They were all exhausted, but knowing Z, he'd have enough juice left over to hit the fan. The brother just shrugged. The Lesser wants me, and I want to take care of him. For Bella. For Tor. Besides, what about the female hostage? I can't not go, and backup's not an option. My brother, you'd be walking into your coffin. So I'll do a hell of a lot of damage before they take me out. Wrath crossed his arms over his chest. No, Z, I can't let you go. They'll kill that female. There's another way to handle this. We just need to figure out what it is. There was a heartbeat of a pause. Then Z said, I want everyone out of this room so I can talk to Wrath. Except you, Fury. You stay. Butch, Vishouse, and Rage looked around at one another, then focused on the king. When he nodded once, they left. Z shut the door behind them and stayed with his back to the thing. You can't stop me. I am avenging my Shellin. I am avenging the Shellin of my brother. You have no standing to prevent me. This is my right as a warrior. Wrath cursed. You never mated her. I don't need a ceremony to know she's my Shellin. Z. And what about Tor? Are you saying he's not my brother? Because you were there the night I was brought into the Black Dagger Brotherhood. You know Torment is flesh of my flesh now. I own the right to avenge him as well. Wrath leaned back in his chair, his weight making the thing creak in protest. Christ, Zodist. I'm not saying you can't go. I just don't want you to go alone. Fury looked back and forth between the two of them. He'd never seen Zodist so calm. The brother was focused to the point of stone. Nothing but clear-sighted eyes and deadly purpose. If it weren't so eerie, it would have been remarkable. I didn't make up the rules of this scenario, Z said. You'll die if you go by yourself. Well, I'm kind of ready to get off the ride. Fury felt his skin get tight all over. Excuse me, Wrath hissed. Z stepped away from the door and walked through the dainty French room. He stopped in front of the fire, and the flames ricocheted off his ruined face. I'm ready to end things. What the hell are you? I want to go out like this, and I want to take that Lesser with me when I do. Real blaze of glory shit. Up in flames with mine enemy. Wrath's mouth went lax. Are you asking me to sanction your suicide? Z's head went back and forth. No, because short of chaining me, you aren't going to keep me from showing up at that movie theater tonight. What I'm asking you to do is make sure no one else gets hurt. I want you to command the others, especially him. Z looked pointedly at Fury to stay away. Wrath took off his sunglasses and rubbed his eyes again. When he looked up, his pale green irises glowed, the discs like floodlights in his face. There's been too much death in the Brotherhood. Don't do this. Have to. Going to. So order the others to stay away. There was a long, tense silence. Then Wrath gave the only answer he had. So be it. With the wheels set in motion for Z's death, Fury leaned forward and put his elbows on his knees. He thought of the taste of Bella's blood, and that very special spice his tongue had detected. I'm sorry. As he felt Wrath and Z look over at him, he realized he'd spoken out loud. He got to his feet. I'm sorry. Will you both excuse me? Zodist frowned. Wait, I need something from you. Fury stared at his twin's face, tracing the scar that intersected it, absorbing the nuances in a way he never had before. Name it. Promise me you will not leave the Brotherhood after I'm gone. Z pointed to Wrath. And do it over his ring. Why? Just do it. Fury frowned. Why? I don't want you to be alone. Fury stared long and hard at Z, thinking about the patterns of both their lives. Man, the two of them really had been cursed, although the why of it was a total unknown. Maybe it was just bad luck, although he'd like to think there was a reason. Logic was better than a capricious fate that screwed you hard. I drank from her, he said abruptly. Bella, I drank from her last night when I went to Havers's. Still feel like having someone watch over me? Zodist closed his eyes. Like a cold draft, a wave of despair came out of him and passed through the room. I'm glad you did. Now are you going to give me your word? Come on, Z. All I want is your vow. Nothing else. Sure. Whatever. Christ, fine. Fury walked over to Wrath, got down on bended knee, and hovered over the king's ring. In the old language, he said, So long as I breathe, I shall remain within the Brotherhood. I humbly offer this vow, that it may be acceptable to thine ears, my lord. It is acceptable, Wrath replied. Tender your lips to mine ring and seal the words upon your honor. Fury kissed the king's black diamond and rose again. Now, if the drama's over, I'm out of here. Except when he got to the door, he stopped and looked back into Wrath's face. Have I ever told you how honored I've been to serve you? Wrath recoiled a little. Ah, no, but it really has been an honor. As the king's eyes narrowed, Fury smiled a little. Don't know why that suddenly struck me. Probably the view of you from your feet just now. Fury left and was glad when he ran into Vishouse and Butch outside the study. Hey boys. He touched them briefly on the shoulders. The two of you are quite a pair. You know that? Our resident genius and a human pool shark. Who'd V thought? As the two of them looked at him oddly, he asked, Rage go to his room? When they nodded, he went over and knocked on Hollywood's door. Rage answered and Fury smiled, putting his hand up to that thick neck. Hey, my brother. He must have paused for a little too long, because Rage's eyes got shrewd. What's doing, Fury? Nothing. He dropped his hand. Just a drive-by. You take care of that female of yours? You feel me? Lucky. Lucky you are a very lucky male. Later. Fury went to his room, wishing that Tor were around, wishing that they knew where the brother was. As he mourned for the male, he armed himself, then checked the hall. He could hear the Brotherhood talking in Wrath's study. To avoid them, he dematerialized to the corridor of statues and went into the room next to Zodist's. After shutting the door, he headed for the bath and flipped on the light. He stared at his reflection in the mirror. Unsheathing one of his daggers, he grabbed a thick hunk of his hair and took the blade to it, cutting through the waves. He did this over and over again, letting the reds and the blondes and the browns fall to the floor in chunks that covered his shitkickers. When the stuff was about an inch long all the way around, he grabbed a can of shaving cream from the vanity, lathered up his skull, and took a razor out from under the sink. When he was bald, he wiped the residue off his scalp and brushed off his shirt. His neck itched from some of the hairs that had fallen into his collar, and his head felt too light. He rubbed his hand over his scalp, leaned into the mirror, and looked at himself. Then he took the dagger and put it point first to his forehead. With a hand that shook, he drew the knife down the center of his face, ending with an S-curve at his upper lip. Blood welled and dripped down. He wiped it off with a clean white towel. When he went to dry off, he sensed that Fury had come into the bedroom and was moving around, though he couldn't see the male. "Fury, I was going to come find you before I left." With a towel under his chin, Z looked at his reflection in the mirror, seeing his new yellow eyes. He thought of the arc of his life and knew most of it was for shit. But there had been two things that hadn't been. One female, and one male. "I love you," he said in a rough voice, realizing it was the first time he'd ever said the words to his twin. Just wanted to get that out. Fury stepped in behind him. Z recoiled in horror at his twin's reflection. No hair, scar down his face, eyes flat and lifeless. "Oh, sweet virgin," Z breathed. "What the fuck did you do to yourself?" "I love you too, my brother." Fury raised his arm. In his hand was a hypodermic syringe, one of the two that had been left for Bella. "And you need to live." Zadis spun around just as his twin's arm swung down. The needle caught Z in the neck and he felt the rush of morphine go right into his jugular. Screaming, he grabbed onto Fury's shoulders. As the drug kicked in, he sagged and felt himself get eased onto the floor. Fury knelt beside him and stroked his face. "I've only ever had you to live for. If you die, I have nothing. I'm utterly lost. And you are needed here." Zadis tried to reach out, but couldn't lift his arms as Fury stood up. "God, Z, I keep thinking this tragedy of ours is going to be over. But it just keeps going, doesn't it?" Zadis blacked out to the sound of his twin's boots heading from the room. Chapter 45. John lay on the bed, curled on his side, staring into the dark. The room he'd been given in the Brotherhood's mansion was luxurious and anonymous and made him feel no better or worse. From somewhere in the corner, he heard a clock chime once, twice, 3 times. He kept counting the low, rhythmic tones until he got up to 6. Rolling over onto his back, he considered the fact that in another 6 hours it would be the start of a new day. Midnight. No longer Tuesday, but Wednesday. He thought of the days and weeks and months and years of his life, time that he owned because he'd experienced it and therefore could lay claim to its passage. How arbitrary this distinction of time. How, like humans and Vampiresto, have to cut the infinite down to something they could believe they controlled. What a crock. You didn't control anything in your life, and neither did anyone else in theirs. God, if only there was a way to do that, or at least be able to do some things over. How wonderful would it be if he could just hit a rewind button and then edit the hell out of the past day. That way he wouldn't have to feel as he did now. He groaned and turned onto his stomach. This pain was unparalleled, a revelation of the worst kind. His despair was like an illness, affecting his whole body, making him shiver though he was not cold, tossing his stomach though it was empty, causing aches to bloom in his joints and his chest. He'd never considered emotional devastation to be an affliction, but it was one, and he knew he was going to be ill from it for quite some time. God, he should have gone with Wellesley, instead of staying home to work on tactics. If he'd been in that car, maybe he could have saved her, or maybe he'd just be dead too. Well, that would be better than this existence. Even if there was nothing in the afterlife, even if you just blacked out and that was it, surely that would be better than this. Wellesley gone. Her body, it was ashes. From what John had overheard, this house had laid his right hand upon her at the scene and then taken what was left behind. A formal fade ceremony, whatever that was, would be performed, except no one could do that without Tor. And Tor was gone too. Disappeared. Perhaps dead? It had been so close to dawn when he'd taken off. In fact, maybe that had been the point. Maybe he'd just run out into the light so he could be with Wellesley's spirit. Gone, everything seemed gone. Sarah lost to the Lessers now, too. Lost before he had really known her. Zadist was going to try to get her back. But who knew what would happen? John pictured Wellesley's face and her red hair and her little pregnant bump. He saw Tor's brush cut and his navy blue eyes and his broad shoulders in black leather. He imagined Sorrel poring over those old texts, her blonde cap of hair hanging forward, her long, pretty hands working the pages. The temptation to start with the tears again rose, and John sat up quickly, forcing the urge to level off. He was through with the crying. He would not weep again for any of them. Tears were utterly useless, a weakness not worthy of their memories. Strength would be his offering to them, power his eulogy, vengeance the prayer at their graves. John got off the bed, used the bathroom, then dressed, slipping his feet into the Nikes Wellesley had bought for him. Within moments he was downstairs, going through the secret door that led into the underground tunnel. He walked quickly down the steel labyrinth, eyes straight ahead, arms swinging in a soldier's precise rhythm. When he stepped through the back of the closet and out into Tor's office, he saw that the mess had been cleaned up. The desk was back where it had been before, and the ugly-ass green chair was tucked in behind it. The papers and the pens and the files and everything were tidied up. Even the computer and the phone were where they should be, though both had been broken into pieces the night before. They must be new ones. Order had been restored, and the three-dimensional lie worked for him. He went to the gym and flipped on the cage lights in the ceiling. There were no classes today because of everything that had happened, and he wondered with Tor gone whether the training would stop altogether. John jogged across the mats to the equipment room, his sneakers smacking against the tough blue skins. From the knife cabinet he took out 2 daggers and then snagged a chest holster small enough to fit him. Once the weapons were strapped on, he went to the center of the gym. Just as Tor had taught him, he began by lowering his head. And then he palmed the daggers and started to work them, clothing himself in anger against his enemy, picturing all the lessers he was going to kill. Fury walked into the theater and took a seat in the back. The place was crowded, chatty, filled with young twosomes and legions of frat boys. He heard hushed voices and some that were loud, listened to laughter and candy getting unwrapped, and slurping and munching. When the movie came up the house lights dimmed, and everyone started yelling out lines. He knew when the lesser approached, could smell the sweetness in the air, even through the popcorn and the girly perfumes emanating from the dating pairs. A cell phone appeared in front of his face. "Take it. Put it up to your ear." Fury did and heard harsh breaths on the line. The crowd in the theater yelled, "Damn it, Janet. Let's go screw." The lesser's voice came from right behind his head. "Tell her you're going to come with me without a problem. Promise her that she'll live because you're going to do what you're told. And do it in English so I can understand you." Fury spoke into the phone, the exact string of words he used unknown to him. All he tracked was the fact that the female started sobbing. The lesser yanked the phone back. "Now put these on." Steel handcuffs dropped in his lap. He cuffed himself and waited. "You see that exit to the right? That's where we're headed. You're going first and there's a truck waiting just outside. You're getting in the passenger side door. The whole time I'm right behind you with the phone to my mouth. You fuck with me or I see any of your brothers and I'm gonna have her slaughtered. Oh, and FYI, there's a knife at her throat so there's no time delay. We clear?" Fury nodded. "Now stand up and get moving." Fury rose to his feet and headed for the door. As he walked along he realized he'd had some thought of coming out of this alive. He was vicious good with weapons, and he'd packed a few in hidden places. But this lesser was smart, hog-tying him, trapping him with the life of that civilian female. As Fury kicked open the theater side door, he knew without a doubt that he was kissing his ass goodbye tonight. Zodist came to by force of will, reaching out through the drug haze and grabbing onto consciousness. With a groan he dragged himself across the bath's marble floor and onto the rug in the bedroom. Clawing his way across the carpet, pushing with his feet, he barely had the strength to will the door open when he got to it. As soon as he was in the Hall of Statues, he tried to yell. At first it was only hoarse whispers, but then he got a holler out. And another, and another. The pounding, running footsteps made him dizzy with relief. Wrath and rage knelt by him and rolled him over. He cut through their questions, unable to follow all the words. Fury gone, fury gone. When his stomach heaved, He lurched back onto his side and threw up. The voiding helped, making him feel a little more clear-headed after it stopped. Have to find him. Wrath and rage were still firing questions, talking fast, and Z thought they were probably the cause of all the buzzing in his ears. Either that or his head was about to explode. As he pushed his face off the carpet, his vision spun, and he thanked God that dose of morphine had been calibrated for Bella's weight. Because he was a mess. His gut spasmed and he vomited again, losing it all over the rag. Shit, he never had been able to handle opiates. More feet pounding down the hall. More voices. Someone wiping his mouth with a wet cloth. Fritz. When Z's throat started working up another round of gags, a wastepaper basket was shoved in his face. Thank you, he said as he threw up again. With every heave, his mind was coming back online, his body, too. He stuffed 2 fingers down his throat to keep himself going. The faster he got that drug out of his system, the sooner he could go after Fury. That heroic motherfucker God. He was gonna kill his twin for this, he really was. Fury was the one who was supposed to live. But where the hell had he been taken? And how to find him? The movie theater was the starting place, but they wouldn't have stayed there long. Zadist started to do the dry heave thing, because there was nothing left in his stomach. It was in the middle of the retching that the only solution came to him, and when it did, his stomach rolled from something other than the drug. The way to his twin violated every instinct he had. More pounding down the hall. Vicious's voice. A civilian emergency. A family of 6 trapped in their house, surrounded by lessers. Z lifted his head, then his torso, then he was up on his feet. His will, ever the only saving grace he had, came to the rescue again. It threw off more of the drug, focused him, cleared him out better than the vomiting. I'll get Fury, he told his brothers. You go take care of business. There was a brief pause. Then Wrath said, so be it. Chapter 46. Bella sat in a Louis XIV chair, her legs crossed at the ankles, her hands in her lap. A blaze crackled in a marble fireplace to the left, and there was a cup of Earl Grey tea at her elbow. Marissa was across the way on a delicate sofa, drawing a strand of yellow silk up through an embroidery mesh. There was no sound to the movement. Bella thought she was going to scream. She leaped up, energized by instinct. Zadist was close by. What is it? Marissa said. Pounding on the front door lit off like a drum, and a moment later Zadist came into the parlor. He was dressed for his business. Guns on his hips, daggers strapped on his chest. The doggen right on his heels looked scared stiff of him. Leave us, Marissa was told, and take your servant with you. As the female hesitated, Bella cleared her throat. It's okay. It's go. Marissa inclined her head. I won't be far. Bella held herself in place as they were left alone. I need you, Zadist said. She narrowed her eyes. God, those words she had wanted to hear. How cruel that they came so late. For what? Fury took your vein. Yes. I need you to find him. Is he missing? Your blood is in his veins. I need you. To find him. I heard that. Tell me why. The brief pause that followed chilled her. The lesser has him. David has him. Her breath left her lungs. Her heart stopped. How? I don't have time to explain. Zadist came forward, looking as if he was going to take her hands. But then he stopped. Please. You're the only one who can get me to him, because your blood is in him. Of course I'll find him for you. It was the chain of blood ties, she thought. She could locate Fury anywhere because he'd fed from her. And after she'd been at Zadist's throat, he would be able to track her for the same reason. He put his face right into hers. I want you to get within 50 yards of him, no closer, we clear? And then you're dematerializing right back here. She looked him in the eye. I won't let you down. I wish there were another way to find him. Oh, that hurt. No doubt you do. She left the parlor and got her coat, then stood in the foyer. She closed her eyes and reached out into the air, piercing first the walls of the entryway she was in, then the outer structure of Havers's house. Her mind cast out over the shrubs and the lawn and cut through other trees and houses, through cars and trucks and buildings and across parks and rivers and streams. Out farther still to the farmland and the mountains. When she found Fury's energy source, a screaming pain assaulted her, as if that were what he felt. As she swayed, Zadist gripped her arm. She pushed him away. "I've got him. Oh God, he's..." Zadist grabbed her arm again and squeezed. 50 yards. No closer. "Are we clear?" "Yes. Now let me go." She went out the front door, dematerialized, and took form about 20 yards away from a small cabin in the woods. She felt Zadist take shape at her elbow. "Go," he hissed. "Get out of here. But if you want to help, leave so I don't have to worry about you. Go." Bella took one last look into his face and dematerialized. Zadist sidled up to the log cabin, grateful for the cold air that helped him throw off a little more of the morphine. As he flattened himself against a rough-hewn wall, he unsheathed a dagger and peered into one of the windows. There was nothing inside, just some rustic, shitty furniture and a computer setup. Panic washed through him, a cold rain in his blood. And then he heard the sound, a thump. Then another. There was a smaller outbuilding with no windows about 25 yards back. He jogged over and listened for only a split second. Then he traded his knife for a Beretta and kicked down the door. The sight before him was out of his own past. A male chained to a table, pounded raw. A demented psychopath standing over the victim. Fury lifted his battered face, blood glistening on his swollen lips and beat-to-hell nose. The lesser with the brass knuckles whirled around and seemed momentarily confused. Zadist aimed his gun at the fucker, but the Slayer was right in front of Fury. The slightest miscalculation and the bullet was going to drill into his twin. Z dropped the muzzle, squeezed the trigger, and nailed the lesser in the leg, shattering his knee. The bastard screamed and dropped to the floor. Z went for him, except just as he got a hold on the undead, another popping sound went off. The blaze of pain shot through Z's shoulder. He knew he'd been plugged a good one, but he couldn't think about that right now. He focused on getting control over the lesser's gun, which was the same thing the SOB was trying to do to Z's SIG. They struggled on the floor, each trying to get a grip on the other in spite of the blood that was oiling them up. Punches were thrown and hands grabbed and legs thrashed. Both guns were lost in the grappling. About 4 minutes into the fight, Z's strength started to flag with alarming speed. Then he was on the bottom, the lesser sitting on his chest. Z gave a push, willing his body to throw the weight on it off. But though his mind gave the command, for once his limbs refused to obey. He glanced at his shoulder. He was bleeding out, no doubt because that slug had hit an artery. And that shot of morphine didn't help. In the lull of the fighting, the lesser was panting and wincing, like his leg was killing him. "Who the fuck are you?" "The one you want." Z shot back, breathing just as hard. Shit, he had to work to keep his vision from phasing out. "I'm the one who took her from you." "How do I know that?" "I watched the scars on her stomach heal, until your mark on her disappeared." The lesser froze. Now would have been an excellent time to get the upper hand, except Z was too spent. "She's dead," the Slayer whispered. "No. Her portrait. She lives, breathes, and you will never find her again." The Slayer's mouth opened and a primal scream of fury came out like a blast. In the midst of the noise, Z calmed down. Suddenly breathing was easy, or maybe he'd just stopped altogether. He watched as the Slayer moved in slow-mo, unsheathing one of Z's black daggers and lifting the thing overhead with both hands. Zadist tracked his thoughts carefully because he wanted to know what his last one was going to be. He thought of Fury and wanted to weep, because no doubt his twin wouldn't last long. God, he'd always failed that male, hadn't he? And then he thought of Bella. Tears came to his eyes as images of her flickered through his mind, so vivid, so clear until from over the lesser's shoulder, a vision of her appeared. She was so real, it was as if she were actually standing in the doorway. "I love you," he whispered as his own blade came down toward his chest. "David," her voice commanded. The lesser's whole body jerked around, the dagger's trajectory getting transferred, so it landed in the floorboards next to Z's upper arm. David, come here. The lesser lurched to his feet as Bella held her arm out. You were dead, the lesser said, voice cracking. No. I went to your house, I saw the portrait. Oh God, the lesser started to cry as he limped closer and closer to her, black blood trailing after him. I thought I'd killed you. You didn't. Come here. Z tried desperately to work his mouth, gripped by an awful suspicion that this was no vision. He started to yell, but it came out as a moan. And then the lesser was in Bella's arms and weeping openly. Z watched as her hand came around and went up onto the Slayer's back. In it was the little handgun, the one he'd given her before they'd gone to her house. Oh, sweet Virgin, no. Bella was in a state of weird calm as she brought the gun higher and higher. Moving slowly, she kept murmuring words that soothed until the barrel was on a level with David's skull. She leaned back, and as he lifted his head to meet her eyes, he brought his ear right to the muzzle. I love you, he said. She pulled the trigger. The explosion kicked her hand out and spun her arm away, throwing her off balance. As the sound faded, she heard a thud and looked down. The lesser was on his side, still blinking. She'd expected his head to blow up or something, but there was just a neat little hole at his temple. Nausea hit her hard, but she ignored it, stepping over the body and going to Zadist. Oh God, there was blood everywhere. Bella, his hands lifted off the ground and his mouth worked slowly. She cut him off by reaching for his chest holster and taking the remaining dagger from him. I need to do it in his sternum, right? Ah hell. Her voice was as bad as her body. Wobbly. Weak. Run, get out of. In the heart, right? Where he's not dead. Zadist, answer me. When he nodded, she went over to the lesser and pushed him onto his back with her foot. His eyes were staring up at her, and she knew she was going to be seeing them in her nightmares for years to come. Grabbing the knife with both hands, she put it up over her head and plunged it down. The resistance the blade met sickened her to the point of gagging, but the popping sound and the flash of light were a closure of sorts. She let herself fall back and hit the floor, but 2 breaths were all she could spare. She went to Zadist, tearing off her coat and fleece. She wrapped the pullover around his shoulder, then stripped off her belt, looped it around the thick wad, and cinched it up tight to keep it in place. The whole time Zadist struggled against her, urging her to run, to leave them. Shut up, she told him, and bit into her own wrist. Drink this or die, your choice. But make up your mind quick, because I need to check on Fury, and then I've got to get the 2 of you out of here. She held her arm out to him right over his mouth. Her blood welled and dripped onto his closed lips. You bastard, she whispered. Do you hate me so much? He lifted his head and latched onto her vein, his cold mouth telling her all she needed to know about how close to death he was. He drank slowly at first and then with increasing greed. Little sounds came out of him, sounds at odds with his big warrior body. He sounded as if he were mewing, a starved cat at a font of milk. When he let his head fall back, his eyes closed with satiation. Her blood seeped into him. She watched him breathe through his open mouth. But there was no time to stare. She raced across the shed to Fury. He was unconscious, chained to the table, bloody as hell. But his chest was going up and down. Damn it. Those steel chains had master locks dangling from them. She was going to have to cut him free with something. She went over to the left to a horrific selection of tools. And that was when she saw the body in the corner. A young female with short blonde hair. Tears welled and flowed as she checked to make sure the girl was dead. When it was obvious she had passed unto the fade, Bella swiped her own eyes clear and forced herself to focus. She needed to get the living out of here. They were her first priority. Afterward, one of the brothers could come back and... Oh God, oh God, oh God. Shuddering, close to hysterical, she picked up a sawzall, fired the thing up, and made quick work of Fury's restraints. When he didn't come around after all the shrill noise, she got terrified again. She looked at Zadist, who had fought to get his upper body off the floor. I'm going to go get that truck by the cabin, she said. You stay here and conserve your strength. I need you to help me move Fury. He's out cold. And the girl, her voice choked up, We'll have to leave her. Bella ran across the snow to the cabin, desperately hoping to find the truck's keys, trying hard not to think what she would do if she didn't. Merciful Virgin, they were on a hook by the door. She grabbed them, raced for the F-150, started the damn thing, and gunned it around to the shed. A quick skidding turn and she backed it bedfirst to the doorway. She was just getting out of the driver's side when she saw Zadist weaving like a drunk between the jams. Fury was in his arms, and Zadist wasn't going to last long holding up all that weight. She popped the lip on the bed and the two fell in, all tangled limbs and blood. She shoved at their bodies with her feet, then jumped up and pulled them farther back by their belts. When they were in far enough, she threw one leg over the gunnel of the truck and hopped to the ground. She slammed the lip shut and met Zadist's eyes. Bella! His voice was a mere whisper, just a movement of his lips backed up by a sigh of sadness. I don't want this for you. All this ugliness. She turned away from him. A moment later she hit the gas. The one-lane road that led away from the cabin was her only option, and she prayed she didn't meet anyone on the way. When she came out onto Route 22, she said a prayer of thanks to the Scribe Virgin and headed for Havers's at a dead run. Tilting the rearview mirror, she looked into the truck bed. It must have been freezing back there, but she didn't dare slow down. Maybe the cold would slow the blood loss for both of them. Oh God. Fury was aware of an icy wind blowing over his bare skin and across his bald head. He moaned and curled up into himself. God, he was cold. Was this what you had to go through to make it into the Fade? Then thank the Virgin it only happened once. Something moved against him. There were arms coming around him, arms that took him in close to a kind of warmth. Shivering, he gave himself up to whoever it was who held him so gently. What was that noise? Close to his ear, a sound other than the roaring wind. Singing. Someone was singing to him. Fury smiled a little. How perfect. The angels that were taking him unto the Fade truly did have beautiful voices. He thought of Zadist and compared the lovely melody he heard now with the ones he had listened to in real life. Yes, Zadist had had a voice like an angel, as it turned out. He truly had. Chapter 47. When Zadist came awake, his first instinct was to sit up. Bad fucking idea. His shoulder let out a holler and nailed him with a shot of pain so intense. He blacked out again. Round 2. This time, when he woke up, at least he remembered what not to do. He turned his head slowly instead of trying to get vertical. Where the hell was he? The place seemed halfway between a guest bedroom and a hospital setup. Havers. He was at Havers's clinic. And someone was sitting in the shadows across the unfamiliar room. Bella? He croaked. Sorry. Butch leaned forward, into the light. Just me. Where is she? Man, he was hoarse. Is she all right? She's fine. Where is she? She's leaving town, Z. Actually, I think she's already gone. Zadist closed his eyes, considered briefly the merits of passing out again. He couldn't blame her for getting away, though. Christ, the situations she'd been put in. Not the least of which was killing that lesser. It was better that she get far away from Caldwell. Although he ached all over from the loss. He cleared his throat. Fury? Is he? Right next door. Bunged up, but okay. The two of you have been out to lunch for a couple of days. Tor? No one has any idea where he is. It's like he vanished. The cop blew out his breath. John's supposed to be staying at the mansion, but we can't get him out of the training center. He's been sleeping in Tor's office. Any other updates you want? As Z shook his head, the cop got to his feet. I'll leave you alone now. I just assumed you'd feel better knowing where things stood. Thanks, Butch. The cop's eyes flared at the sound of his name, making Z realize he'd never used it with the guy before. Sure, the human said. No problem. As the door eased shut, Zadist sat up. While his head spun, he yanked the monitors off his chest and his forefinger. Alarms started to go off, and he silenced them by pushing over the stand of machinery that was next to the bed. The tangle of monitors unplugged itself on the way to the floor and shut up. He yanked the catheter out with a grimace and looked at the 4 going into his forearm. He was about to rip it from his vein, but then figured chilling on that move might be smart. God only knew what was pumping into him. Maybe he needed it. He stood up and his body felt like a beanbag, all loose inside his skin. The 4-pole made a good walker, though, so he hit the hallway. As he started for the room beside his, nurses came running from all directions. He shrugged them off and pushed open the first door he got to. Fury was lying on the king-size bed, lines plugged into him as if he were a switchboard. The male's head turned. "Z, what are you doing up?" "Giving the medical staff a workout." He shut the door and weaved into the room, heading for the bed. "They're pretty damn fast, actually." "You shouldn't be." "Shut up and move over." Fury looked startled as hell, but he pushed himself to the far side as Z heaved his exhausted body up onto the mattress. When he lay back against the pillows, the two of them let out identical sighs. Z rubbed his eyes. "You're ugly without all that hair, you know? That mean you're going to grow some?" "Nah, my beauty queen days are over." Fury chuckled. Then there was a long silence. In the quiet, Zodist kept picturing what it had been like to go into that lesser shed and see Fury strapped to that table. His hair gone, his face beat to shit. Having to witness his twin's pain had been an agony. Z cleared his throat. "I shouldn't have used you like I did." The bed wiggled as if Fury had jerked his head around. "What? When I wanted to hurt? I shouldn't have made you beat me." There was no reply, and Z turned for a look, watching as Fury covered his eyes with his hands. "That was cruel of me," Z said into the dim, tense air between them. "I hated doing that to you. I know, and I knew it when I made you hit me until I bled. That I fed off your misery was the crudest part. I'm never going to ask you to do that again." Fury's bare chest rose and fell. "I'd rather it be me than anyone else. So when you need it, you let me know. I'll do it." "Christ, Fury. What? It's the only way you'll let me take care of you. The only way you'll let me touch you." Now Z was the one covering stinging eyes with a forearm. He had to cough a couple of times before speaking. "Look, no more saving me, my brother. Okay? That's over now. Finished. It's time for you to let go." There was no reply, so Z glanced over again just as a tear slid down Fury's cheek. "Ah, fuck," Z muttered. "Yeah, pretty much." Another tear rolled out of Fury's eye. "Goddamn, I'm leaking." "Okay, brace yourself." Fury scrubbed his face with his palms. "Why?" "Because I think I'm going to try to hug you." Fury's hands dropped and he looked over with an absurd expression. Feeling like an utter ass, Z pushed himself over to his twin. "Lift up your head, damn it." Fury craned his neck. Z slid his arm underneath. The two of them froze in the unnatural positions. "You know, this was a hell of a lot easier when you were out cold in the back of that truck. That was you. You think it was Santa Claus or some shit?" Z's hackles were rising all over the place. God, he was really exposed here. What the hell was he doing? "I thought you were an angel," Fury said softly as he laid his head back onto Z's arm. "When you sang to me, I thought you were seeing me safely unto the fade. I'm no angel." He reached up and smoothed his hand over Fury's cheek, sweeping the wetness away. Then he closed the male's eyelids with his fingertips. "I'm tired," Fury murmured. "So tired." Z stared at his twin's face for what felt like the very first time. The bruises were already healing, the swelling going down, the jagged cut he'd given himself fading. What was revealed were lines of exhaustion and strain, not much of an improvement. "You've been tired for centuries, Fury. It's time to let go of me." "Don't think I can." Zodist inhaled deeply. "That night I was taken from the family. No, don't look at me. It's too close. I can't breathe when you do, Christ. Just close your eyes. Okay?" Z coughed some more, little chuffing sounds that were the only reason he could speak through his tight throat. "That night, it wasn't your fault you didn't get snatched. And you can't make up for the fact that you were lucky and I wasn't. I want you to stop looking after me." Fury's breath shuddered out of him. Do you have any idea what it felt like to see you in that cell? Naked and chained, and to know what that female had done to you for so long?" "Fury. I know it all, Z. I know everything that happened to you. I heard about it from males who had been there. Before I knew it was you that they spoke of, I heard the stories. Zadis swallowed, though he'd gone queasy. I had always hoped that you didn't know. Had prayed that you. So you've got to understand why I die for you every day. Your pain is mine. No, it isn't. Swear to me you will stop this. I can't. Z closed his eyes. As they lay together, he wanted to beg for forgiveness for all the shitty things he'd done since Fury had gotten him free, and he wanted to yell at his twin for being such a damn hero. But mostly he wanted to give all those wasted years back to Fury. The male deserved so much more than he had gotten out of life. Well, you're giving me no alternative then. Fury's head jerked off Z's arm. If you kill yourself, I guess I'd better take a stab at not giving you as much to worry about. Z felt Fury's whole body go limp. Oh Jesus. Don't know how it'll work out, though. My instincts, they've been honed for anger, you know. I'm probably always going to be a quick trigger. Oh Jesus. But, you know, maybe I could work on that. Or something. Fuck, I don't know. Probably not. Oh Jesus. I'll help you. Any way I can. Z shook his head. No. I don't want help. I need to do this myself. They were quiet for a time. My arm's falling asleep, Z said. Fury lifted his head and Zadis took the limb back, but he didn't move away. Right before Bella left, she went to the room Zadis had been given. She'd been delaying her departure for days, telling herself it wasn't because she was waiting for him to come around, which was a lie. The door was slightly ajar, so she knocked on the jamb. She wondered what he would say when she just walked right in. Probably nothing. Come in, a female said. Bella stepped into the room. The bed was empty, and a splintered tree of monitoring equipment was lying on its side as if it were dead. A nurse was picking pieces of it off the floor and putting them into a trash can. Clearly Zadist was up and around. The nurse smiled. Are you looking for him? He's next door with his brother. Thank you. Bella went one room farther down and knocked quietly. When there was no response, she went inside. The two of them were lying back to back, so tightly against each other it was as if their spines were fused. Their arms and legs were curled up in identical positions, their chins tucked into their chests. She imagined them in their mother's womb like that, resting together, innocent of all the horrors that waited for them on the outside. Odd to think her blood was in both of them. It was her only legacy to the pair, the only thing she was leaving behind. Without warning, Zadis' eyes flipped open. The yellow-gold glow was such a surprise. She jumped. Bella, he reached for her. Bella. She took a step back. I came to say goodbye. As he dropped his hand, she had to look away. Where are you going? He asked. Somewhere safe. Yes. She was heading down the coast to Charleston in South Carolina, to extended family who were more than happy to take her in. It's going to be a new start for me. A new life. Good. This is good. She closed her eyes. Just once she would have liked to hear some regret in his voice while she was leaving. Then again, as this was their last goodbye, at least she wouldn't have to be disappointed anymore. You were so brave, he said. I owe you my life. His too. You were so brave. The hell she was. She was about to break down completely. I hope you and Fury heal up fast. Yeah, I hope. There was a long silence. Then she took one last look at Zadis' face. She knew then that even if she made it somewhere down the line, no male would ever take his place. And as unromantic as it sounded, that just plain sucked. Sure, she was supposed to triumph over loss and all that, but she loved him and she wasn't going to end up with him. And all she wanted to do was get in a bed somewhere, turn the lights off, and just lie there. For like a century. I need you to know something, she said. You told me that someday I would wake up and regret being with you. Well, I do. But not because of what the Glimmerer would say. She crossed her arms over her chest. After having been burned by high society once, I'm no longer afraid of the aristocracy, and I would have been proud to stand at your side. But yes, I am sorry I was with you. Because leaving him was a shattering blow. Worse than everything she'd gone through with the lesser. All things considered, it would have been better not to know what she was missing. Without another word, she turned and left the room. As dawn creeped over the landscape, Butch walked into the pit, took off his coat, and sat down on the leather sofa. SportsCenter was on mute. Kanye West's late registration was on surround sound. V appeared in the kitchen's doorway, clearly just in from a night of fighting. He was shirtless and sporting a shiner, still in his leathers and shitkickers. "How you doing?" Butch asked, eyeing another black and blue that was popping up on his roommate's shoulder. "No better than you. You look beat, cop." "For real." He let his head fall back. Watching over Z had seemed like the thing to do while the other brothers had been out doing their job. But he was exhausted, even though all he'd done was park it in a chair for 3 days straight. "I've got something to perk you up. Here." Butch shook his head as a wineglass appeared in front of his face. "You know I don't drink red. Try it." "Nah. I need a shower and then something with a little more bite in it." Butch planted his hands into his knees and started to get up. This house stepped in the way. "You need this. Trust me." Butch let his ass sink back down as he took the glass. He sniffed at the wine. Drank some. "Not bad. Little thick but not bad." "Is this a Merlot?" "Not really." He tilted his head back and swallowed seriously. The wine was strong, burning its way to his stomach, making him a little lightheaded, which made him wonder when the last time he'd eaten had been. As he sucked back the last inch, he frowned. This house was watching him far too closely. "V? Something wrong?" He put the glass on a table and cocked an eyebrow. No, everything's cool. Everything's gonna be cool now." Butch thought about his roommate's troubles of late. "Hey, I meant to ask about your visions. They still gone?" "Well, I had one about 10 minutes ago, so maybe they're back." "That'd be good. I don't like to see you all freaked out." "You're all right, cop. You know that." This house smiled and pushed a hand through his hair. As his arm dropped, Butch caught sight of the brother's wrist. On the inside of it there was a fresh red cut, like one that had been made minutes ago. Butch looked at the wineglass. A horrible suspicion carried his eyes to his roommate's drinking point again. "Jesus Christ. V, what did you do?" He shot to his feet just as the first spasm overtook his stomach. "Oh God, this house." He ran for his toilet to throw up, but he didn't make it that far. As soon as he flew into his room, V tackled him from behind, taking him down onto the bed. When he started to gag, this house flipped him over onto his back and pushed the heel of his hand up against Butch's chin, keeping his mouth shut. "Don't fight it," V said roughly. "Keep it down. You need to keep it down." Butch's gut heaved and he choked on the shit that shot up into his throat. Panicked, nauseated, unable to breathe, he shoved against the heavy body that straddled him and managed to knock this house off to the side. But before he could get free, V grabbed him from behind and forced his jaw shut again. "Keep it down," V groaned as they straggled on the bed. Butch felt a thick leg come around and trap his thighs. The wrestling move worked. He couldn't move. He fought anyway. The spasms and the nausea intensified until he thought his eyes were going to burst. Then there was an explosion in his gut, and sparks started flowing throughout his body, sparks that lit off a tingling, now a hum. He fell still, the fight going out of him as he absorbed the sensations. V's hold eased up and he took his hand away, though he kept an arm around Butch's chest. "That's right, just breathe through it. You're doing fine." The hum was rising now, turning into something like sex, but not really. No, it definitely wasn't anything erotic, but his body didn't know the difference. He hardened, the erection pushing against his slacks, his body suddenly raging with heat. He arched back, a moan coming out of his mouth. "That's right," V said into his ear. "Don't fight it. Let it wash through you." Butch's hips swiveled of their own accord, and he moaned again. He was hot as the center of the sun, his skin hypersensitive, his vision gone, and then the roaring in his gut shifted up to his heart. In a flash all his veins lit up like they had gasoline in them, the whole inside of him becoming a network of fire, growing hotter and hotter. Sweat poured off him as his body gyrated and jerked, and he threw his head back against Vicious's shoulder. Hoarse sounds broke out of his mouth. "I'm going to die." V's voice was right there with him, seeing him through. You gotta stay with me, my man. Keep breathing. This isn't going to last long. Just when Butch thought he couldn't handle any more of the inferno, an 18-wheeler orgasm overtook him. As the top of his cock blew off, Vishouse held him through the convulsions, speaking in the old language. And then it was over. A storm passed. Panting, weak, Butch shuddered in the aftermath as V eased off the bed and covered him with a blanket. Why, Butch said like a drunk. Why, V? Vicious's face appeared in front of his. Both of the brothers' diamond eyes glowed until the left one suddenly went all black, the pupil expanding until the iris and the white part became nothing but an infinite hole. The why of it I don't know, but I saw that you were to drink from me. It was either that or you were going into the ground. V reached out and smoothed Butch's hair back. Sleep. You'll feel fine by nightfall because you lived through it. That could have killed me? Well, shit, yeah. He'd assumed he was going to die. I wouldn't have given it to you if I weren't sure you'd make it. Close your eyes now. Let yourself go, true? Vishouse headed out, but paused in the doorway. As the brother looked back, Butch felt the oddest sensation, a bond flowing between them, something more tangible than the air between their bodies. Forged in the oven he'd just been in, deep as the blood in his veins, a miracle connection. My brother, Butch thought. I'm not going to let anything happen to you, cop. And Butch knew that was absolutely true, though he really didn't appreciate being blindsided. Then again, if he'd known what was in that glass, he never would have swallowed the shit. No frickin' way. What does this make me? He asked softly. Nothing that you weren't before. You're still just a human. Butch sighed in relief. Listen, man, do me a favor. Warn me before you pull another stunt like that. I'd rather choose. Then he smiled a little. And we still ain't dating. V laughed in a short burst. Go to sleep, roomie. You can kick my ass for this later. I will. As the brother's broad back disappeared down the hail, Butch closed his eyes. Still just a human, just a human. Sleep claimed him like a prize. Chapter 48. The following evening Zadist pulled a fresh set of leathers over his thighs. He was stiff, but he felt incredibly strong, and he knew it was Bella's blood still nourishing him, giving him his full power, making him whole. He cleared his throat as he buttoned his fly, trying not to cry over her like a sissy. Thanks for bringing these, cop. Butch nodded. No problem. You gonna try and poof it home? Because I got the Escalade if you don't feel up to it. Z yanked a black turtleneck over his head, shoved his feet into his shit-kickers and stalled out. Z, my man. He looked over at the cop, blinked a couple of times. Sorry, what? You want to ride with me? Z focused on Butch for the first time since the male had come into the room 10 minutes ago. He was about to answer the human's question when his instincts fired up. Cocking his head, he sniffed a little, stared at the man. What the fuck? Cop, where have you been since I saw you last? Nowhere. You smell different. Butch flushed. New aftershave. No, that's not. So do you want to ride? Butch's hazels hardened as if he wasn't going to go a single inch further on the subject. Z shrugged. Okay, yeah, and let's get Fury. We'll both go with you. 15 minutes later, they were pulling away from the clinic. On the way to the mansion, Z sat in the back of the Escalade and stared at the passing winter landscape. It was snowing again, the flakes streaking horizontally as the SUV sped down Route 22. From the front seats, he could hear Fury and Butch talking in low tones, but they sounded far, far away. Actually, everything felt that way, out of focus, out of context. Home sweet home, gentlemen, Butch said as they pulled into the compound's courtyard. Jesus, they were back already? The three of them got out and headed for the mansion, the fresh snow squeaking under their boots. As soon as they walked into the foyer, the females of the house came at them. Or rather, came at Fury. Mary and Beth threw their arms around the brother, their voices a lovely chorus of welcome. As Fury wrapped the females up in his arms, Z stepped back into the shadows. He watched covertly, wondering what it would feel like to be in that knot of limbs, wishing there were a welcome home for him. There was an awkward pause as Mary and Beth glanced over at him from Fury's embrace. The females quickly looked away, avoiding his eyes. So, Wrath is upstairs, Beth said. Waiting for you guys with the brothers. Any word about Tor? Fury asked. No, and it's killing everyone. John too. I'll go see the kid later. Mary and Beth gave Fury a final squeeze. Then he and Butch headed for the stairs. Z followed. Zodist. He looked over his shoulder at the sound of Beth's voice. She was standing with her arms over her chest, and Mary was right by her side, looking similarly tense. We're glad you made it back, the Queen said. Z frowned, knowing that couldn't be true. He didn't imagine they liked having him around. Mary spoke up. I lit a candle for you. I prayed that you would come home safely. A candle lit for him? Only for him? As the blood hit his face, he felt pathetic that the kindness meant so much. Thank you. He bowed to them and then rushed up the stairs, sure he was the color of a ruby. God, maybe he'd get better at the whole relating thing. Someday. Except when he walked into Wrath's study and felt the eyes of his brothers all over him, he thought, maybe not. He couldn't stand the scrutiny. It was too much when he was this raw. As his hands started to shake, he shoved them into his pockets and went to his usual corner, far away from the others. I don't want anyone going out to fight tonight, Wrath announced. We're all too much in our heads right now to be effective, and I want you boys back in the house by 4 a.m. As soon as the sun rises, we'll be in mourning for Wellesley all day long, so I want you fed and watered before we get down to that. As for her fade ceremony, we can't perform it without Tor, so that's on hold. I can't believe no one knows where he's gone, Fury said. This house lit up a hand-rolled. I go to his house every night, and still there's no sign of him. His dog Jen haven't seen him or heard from him. He left his daggers, his weapons, his clothes, the cars. He could be anywhere. What about the training? Fury asked. Do we keep it up? Wrath shook his head. I'd like to, but we're damn short-handed, and I don't want to overwork you, especially because you need time to recover. I can help, Z interjected. All heads turned in his direction. The disbelief on their faces would have been a laugh riot if it hadn't stung as much as it did. He cleared his throat. I mean, Fury would be in charge, and he'd have to do the classroom shit because I can't read. But I'm good with a knife, you know. Fists too. Guns. Explosives. I could help with the physical training and the weapons parts. When there was no response, he looked down. Yeah, or maybe not. It's cool. Whatever. The silence that followed made him itchy as hell. He shuffled his legs around. At the door. Fuck me, he thought. He should have kept his yap shut. I think that would be great, Wrath said slowly. But are you sure you'd be into it? Z shrugged. I could try. More quiet. Okay, so be it. And thanks for manning up. Sure. No problem. When they broke a half hour later, Z was the first to leave the study. He didn't want to talk to the brothers about what he'd volunteered to do or how he was feeling. He knew they were all curious about him, probably looking for signs that he'd been redeemed or some shit. He went back to his room to arm himself. He had a hard task in front of him, a long, hard task, and he wanted to get it over with. Except as he went for the weapons cabinet inside his closet. His eyes latched onto the black satin robe Bella had worn so often. Days ago, he'd thrown it in the trash in the bathroom, but Fritz had obviously picked it out and hung it back up. Z leaned forward and touched the thing, then took it off the hanger, draped it over his arm, and stroked the smooth cloth. He brought it to his nose and breathed deep, catching both her scent and the smell of his bonding for her. He was about to put the thing back when he caught sight of something flashing as it fell onto the floor at his feet. He bent down. Bella's little necklace. Left behind. He fingered the fragile chain for a while, just watching the diamond sparkle. Then he put it on and got out his weapons. As he stepped back into the bedroom, he meant to leave right away, but his eyes caught sight of the mistress's skull sitting next to his pallet. Crossing the room, he knelt in front of the thing and stared into the eye sockets. A moment later, he went to the bathroom, grabbed a towel, and headed back for the skull. Draping the thing in terry cloth, he picked it up and moved fast, race-walking and then jogging down the hall of statues. He took the grand staircase to the first floor, cut through the dining room and the butler's pantry, then crossed the kitchen. The basement stairs were way in the back, and he didn't turn the light on as he took them downward. As he descended, the roaring sound of the mansion's old-fashioned coal-burning furnace got louder. Approaching the great iron beast, he felt its warmth, as if the thing were alive and fevered. He leaned down and looked through the little glass window in the hutch. Orange flames licked and gnawed at the coal they'd been given, always hungry for more food. He flipped the latch, opened the door, and got a blast in the face. Without hesitating, he tossed the skull in with the towel. He didn't wait around to watch it burn, just turned and headed back upstairs. When he got to the foyer, he paused, then walked up to the second floor. At the head of the stairs, he took a right, went down the hall, and knocked on one of the doors. Rage opened the thing, a towel around his waist. He seemed surprised to see who it was. "Hey, my brother. Can I talk to Mary for a minute?" Hollywood frowned, but said over his shoulder, "Mary, Z wants to see you." Mary was pulling a silk dressing gown closed and tying it with a sash as she came to the door. "Hi. You mind if I do this in private?" Z said, glancing at Rage. As the brother's eyebrows got real low, Z thought, yeah, bonded males didn't like their females alone with anyone else, especially not him. He rubbed his skull trim. "It'll just be here in the hall. Won't take long." Mary stepped between them and nudged her Hellrin back into the room. "It's all right, Rage. Go finish getting the tub ready." Rage's eyes flashed white as his beast checked in with its own bonded reaction. There was a weighty pause. Then Mary was kissed soundly on the throat and the door shut. "What is it?" she asked. Z could smell her fear of him, but she met him in the eye. He always had liked her, he thought. "I heard you taught autistic kids." Yes, I did." "Were they slow at learning things?" She frowned. "Well, yes. Sometimes." "Did that," he cleared his throat. "Did that get on your nerves? I mean, did you get frustrated with them?" "No. If I got disappointed at all, it was with myself for not figuring out the way they needed to learn." While he nodded, he had to look away from her gray eyes. He focused on the door panel next to her head. "Why do you ask, Zodist?" He took a deep breath and then threw himself off a ledge. When he was finished speaking, he risked a glance at her. Her hand was over her mouth and her eyes were so kind they were like sunlight on him. "Oh, Zodist, yes, I will." Fury shook his head as he got into the Escalade. "It has to be zero-sum. He so needed to go there tonight." "Figured as much," V said as he slid behind the wheel and Butch hopped in the back. As they made the trip into town, the three of them were totally silent. Not even music was banging in the car. So much death, so much loss, Fury thought. Wellesley, that young female, Sorrel, whose body V had returned to her parents. And Tor's disappearance was like a death, too. So was Bella's. The agony of it all made him think about Z. He wanted to believe that Zodist was on the road to some kind of recovery or something. But the idea that that male could turn himself around was completely baseless. It was only a matter of time before the brothers' need for pain came back and shit started to unravel again. Fury rubbed his face. He felt 1,000 years old tonight, he really did, but he was also wired and twitchy, traumatized on the inside, though his skin had healed. He just could not keep it together. He needed help. 20 minutes later, This house pulled up to the back of Zero Sum and parked the SUV illegally. The bouncers let them in right away, and the three of them went for the VIP section. Fury ordered a martini, and when it came he finished it in one long swallow. Help. He needed help. He needed double-barreled help or he was going to explode. "Excuse me, boys," he murmured. He headed for the back, for the Reverend's office. The two huge Moors nodded to him, and one spoke into his watch. A second later they let him through. Fury walked into the cave and focused on the Reverend. The male was sitting behind his desk dressed in a pristine pinstriped suit. More businessman than pusher. The Reverend smirked a little. "Where the hell is all that beautiful hair?" Fury glanced behind himself to make sure the outside door was closed. Then he took out 3 Benjis. "I want some H." The Reverend's violet eyes narrowed. "What did you say?" "Heroin." "You sure about that?" No, Fury thought. Yes, he said. The Reverend ran his hand back and forth over his cropped mohawk. Then he leaned forward and pressed a button on his intercom. Rally, I want 300 worth of Queen up here. Make sure it's fine granule. The Reverend eased back in his chair. Straight up, I don't think you should take that kind of powder home with you. You don't need that shit. Not that I'd take any direction from you, but you told me I should go hardcore. I retract that comment. I thought Symphiths didn't have a conscience. I'm half my mother's boy, too, so I have a little. Aren't you lucky? The Reverend's chin dipped down, and his eyes flashed pure, purple evil for a split second. Then he smiled. No, all the rest of you are fortunate. Rally arrived moments later, and the transaction didn't take long. The folded packet fit neatly in Fury's inside breast pocket. As he was leaving, the Reverend said, That stuff is very pure, dead pure. You can sprinkle it in your blunt or melt it and shoot up. But a word of advice. It will be safer for you to smoke it. You'll have more control over the dose. So familiar with your products. Oh, I never use any of this toxic waste. It'll kill ya. But I hear from folks about what works. And what'll give you a toe tag. The reality of what he was doing shimmered across Fury's skin on a nasty little tickle. But by the time he got back to the Brotherhood's table, he couldn't wait to go home. He wanted to numb out completely. He wanted the deep nod that he'd heard heroin gave. And he knew he'd bought enough of the drug to take him to heavenly hell a couple of times. What's the matter with you? Butch asked him. You can't sit still tonight. Nothing doing. As he put his hand inside his pocket and felt for what he'd bought, he started tapping his foot under the table. I am a junkie, he realized. Except he didn't have enough left in him to care. Death was everywhere around him. The stench of sorrow and failure polluting the air he breathed. He needed off the crazy train for a little while, even if it meant getting on another kind of sick ride. Fortunately, or maybe unfortunately, Butch and V didn't last long at the club, and they were all home a little after midnight. As they walked into the vestibule, Fury was cracking his knuckles, a flush breaking out under his clothes. He couldn't wait to be alone. You want to eat? Vishouse said, yawning. Damn straight, Butch said. Then he glanced over as V walked off for the kitchen. Fury, you with us for some chow? Nah, I'll see you later. As he hit the stairs, he could feel the male's eyes on him. Yo, Fury, Butch called out. Fury cursed and looked over his shoulder. A little of his manic drive bled out as the cop's knowing eyes burned up at him. Butch knew, he thought. Somehow the guy knew what he was up to. You sure you don't want to eat with us? The human said in a level voice. Fury didn't even have to think. Or maybe he refused to let himself. Yeah, I'm sure. Careful, my man. Some things are damn hard to undo. Fury thought of Z, of himself, of the shitty future he had little interest in slogging through. Don't I know it, he said and took off. When he got to his room, he shut the door and dropped his leather coat on a chair. He took the packet out, grabbed some red smoke and a rolling paper, and doctored up a blunt. He didn't even consider shooting up. It was just too close to addict status. At least for this first time. He licked the edge of the rolling paper, pressed the joint up tight, then went over to his bed and sat back against the pillows. He picked up his lighter, flicked it so the flame leaped to life, and leaned into the orange glow, the hand rolled between his lips. The knock on his door pissed him off. Fucking Butch. He clicked off the lighter. What? When there was no answer, he kept the duchy with him and pounded across the room. He threw open the door. John stumbled backward. Fury took a deep breath. Then another. Chill. He had to chill. What's doing, son? He asked, stroking the blunt with his forefinger. John brought up his pad, wrote a few lines, and turned the thing around. I'm sorry to bother you. I need someone to help me with my jujitsu positions, and you're so good at them. Oh yeah. Not tonight, John. I'm sorry. I'm busy. The kid nodded. After a pause, John waved goodbye, turned away. Fury shut the door, locked it, and went right back for the bed. He flicked the lighter on again, put the blunt between his lips. Just as the flame hit the tip of the hand rolled, he froze. He couldn't breathe. He started gasping. As his palms grew wet, sweat broke out above his upper lip and under his armpits and all down his chest. What the fuck was he doing? What the fuck was he doing? Junkie motherfucker. Low-life junkie motherfucker. To bring heroin into the king's house? To be lighting the shit up in the Brotherhood's compound? To be polluting himself because he was too weak to fucking deal? Hell no, he would not do this. He would not disgrace his brothers, his king, like this. Bad enough he was addicted to the red smoke. But shaking from head to toe, Fury ran for the bureau, picked up the packet, and bolted for the bathroom. He flushed the blunt and the heroin down and flushed again. And again. Stumbling out of his room, he raced over the hallway's runner. John was halfway down the grand staircase when Fury burst around the corner and all but fell down the steps. He caught up to the boy and dragged him into his arms so hard, those fragile bones must have bent. Dropping his head onto the kid's shoulder, Fury shuddered. Oh God, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Little arms came around him. Little hands patted his back. When Fury finally pulled away, he had to wipe his eyes. I think tonight's a great night to work on your stances. Yeah. It's a really good time for me, too. Come on. As the kid looked at him, his eyes suddenly seemed eerily knowing. And then John's mouth worked, moving slowly, forming words that had impact even if they didn't have sound. You are in a prison with no bars. I worry about you. Fury blinked, caught in an odd kind of time warp. Someone else had said those very things to him just last summer. The vestibule's door opened, breaking the moment. As Fury and John both jumped at the sound, Zadist came into the foyer. The brother looked beat as he glanced up the stairs. Oh hey Fury. John. Fury rubbed his neck, trying to come back from whatever déjà vu slice of weirdness had just happened with John. So, where you coming from? A little trip far away. What's doing? We're going to go work on John's positions in the gym. Z shut the door. How about I join you? Or maybe I should put it this way. Can I join you? Fury could only stare. John seemed likewise surprised, but at least the kid had the good grace to nod his head. Fury shook himself into focus. Yeah, of course, my brother. Come with us. You're always welcome. Zadist crossed the brilliant mosaic floor. Thanks. Thanks a lot. The three of them headed for the underground passageway. As they walked to the training center, Fury glanced at John and thought that sometimes it took only a hairbreadth between cars to avoid a mortal accident. Sometimes your whole life could hinge on a fraction of an inch, or the beat of a nanosecond, or the knock on a door. Kind of made a male believe in the divine. It really did. Chapter 49. 2 months later, Bella materialized in the front of the Brotherhood's mansion and looked up at the dour gray facade. She had never expected to return, but fate had other plans for her. She opened the outer door and stepped into the vestibule. As she hit the intercom and showed her face to the camera, she felt as if she were in some kind of dream. Fritz opened the doors wide and bowed with a smile. Madam, how nice to see you. Hi. She stepped inside and shook her head when he tried to take her coat. I won't be long. I'm just here to talk to Zadist. For a minute. But of course, Master is over here. Please to follow me? Fritz led her across the foyer to a set of double doors, all the while chatting along merrily, updating her on things like what they'd all done for New Year's. But the dog-gen paused before opening the way into the library. Begging your pardon, madam, but would you care to announce yourself? When you are ready. Oh, Fritz, how well you know me. I would love a minute to myself. He nodded and smiled and disappeared. She took a deep breath and listened to the voices and footsteps in the house. Some were low enough and loud enough to belong to the brothers, and she glanced at her watch. 7 o'clock at night. They would be getting ready to go out. She wondered how Fury was, and whether Tor had returned yet, and how John was. Stalling, she was stalling. Now or never, she thought, grabbing onto a brass handle and twisting. One half of the door gave way soundlessly. Her breath caught as she looked inside the library. Zadist was sitting at a table, bent down low over a piece of paper, a thin pencil in his heavy fist. Mary was next to him, and between the two of them there was a book open. "Remember the hard consonants," Mary said, pointing to the book. "Check. Catch. The K and C in those words sound close, but aren't the same. Try again." Zadist put a hand up to his skull trim. In a low voice he said something that didn't carry, and then his pencil moved on the paper. "That's good." Mary put her hand on his bicep. "You've got it." Zadist looked up and smiled. Then his head whipped around toward Bella and he lost the expression. "Oh, good virgin in the fade," she thought as she drank in the sight of him. She still loved him. She knew it down to her gut. Wait a minute, what the hell? His face was really different. Something had changed. Not the scar, but something was different. "Whatever, get this over with so you can get going." "I'm sorry to interrupt," she said. "I was wondering if I could talk to Zadist." She was vaguely aware of Mary getting up and coming over, of the two of them hugging, of the female leaving and shutting the door behind her. "Hi," Zadist said, then slowly rose to his feet. Bella's eyes widened, and she took a step back. "My God, you're huge." He put a hand to his thick pec. Yeah, I put on about 80 pounds. Havers said I'm probably not going to gain much more. But I'm about 270 now." So that was the change in his face. His cheeks were not hollow anymore. His features no longer so stark, his eyes not sunken. He looked almost handsome, actually, and much more like fury. He cleared his throat awkwardly. "Yeah, so, Rage and we've been eating together." Jesus, they certainly had. Zadist's body was nothing like she remembered. His shoulders were massive and corded with muscles she could see under the tight black t-shirt he was wearing. His biceps were 3 times the size they'd been, and his forearms were big enough now to fit the size of his hands. And his stomach, his belly was ribbed with strength, and his leathers were stretched over heavy, roped thighs. "You've been feeding too," she murmured, and instantly wished she could take the words back, as well as the tone of censure. It was none of her business whose vein he took, though it hurt to imagine him with one of their kind, and surely that was who he was drinking from. Human blood couldn't possibly have been responsible for this kind of growth. His hand fell from his chest back to his side. "Rage has a member of the chosen he uses because he can't take Mary's vein for sustenance. I've been feeding from her, too." There was a pause. "You look well." "Thank you." Another long pause. Bella, why have you come?" "Not that I mind. I have to talk to you." He didn't seem to know what to say to that. "So what are you doing?" she asked, pointing to the papers on the desk. This was also none of her business, but she was hopelessly stalling again. Tongue-tied. Lost. "I'm learning to read." Her eyes flared. "Oh wow. How's it going?" "Good. Slow. But I'm working at it." He glanced down at the papers. "Mary's patient with me." Silence. Long silence. God. Now that she was in front of him, she just couldn't find the words. "I went to Charleston," he said. "What? He'd come to see her there?" "It took a while to find you, but I did. I went the first night I was out of Havers's. I never knew. I didn't want you to." "Oh." She took a deep breath, pain doing a quicksilver dance under every inch of her skin. Time to jump off the cliff, she thought. "Listen, Zadist, I came to tell you. I didn't want to see you until I was finished." As his yellow eyes stared at her, something changed in the air between them. "With what?" she whispered. He looked down at the pencil in his hand. "Me." She shook her head. "I'm sorry. I don't understand. I wanted to give you back this." He pulled her necklace out of his pocket. "I was going to leave it with you that first night, but then I thought, well, anyway, I wore it until I couldn't get it around my throat anymore. Now I just carry it around." Bella's breath left her, just eased out of her mouth until she was empty of air. Meanwhile, he started to rub the top of his head, his biceps and chest so big now. They pulled his shirt until it strained at the seams. "The necklace was a good excuse," he murmured. "For what?" "I thought maybe I could go to Charleston and show up at your front door to give this back, and maybe you might let me in. Or something. I was worried that another male would court you, so I've been trying to go as fast as I could. I figured maybe if I could read, and if I took a little better care of myself, and if I tried to stop being such a mean-ass motherfucker. He shook his head. But don't misunderstand. It's not like I expected you to be happy to see me. I was just, hoping coffee, tea, chance to talk, or some shit. Friends, maybe. Except if you had a male, he wouldn't allow that. So, yeah, that's why I've been hurrying. His yellow eyes lifted to hers. He was wincing, as if he were afraid of what might be showing on her face. Friends? She said. Yeah, I wouldn't disgrace you by asking for more than that. I know that you regret anyway. I just couldn't let you go without So friends. Holy Moses. He'd come looking for her, with the intent of coming back and reaching out to her. Man, this was completely outside any scenario she'd imagined as she'd prepared to talk to him. What are you saying, Zadist? She stammered, even though she'd heard every word. He glanced back down at the pencil in his hand and then turned to the table. Flipping the spiral notebook to a new page, he bent way over and labored on top of the paper for quite a while. Then he ripped the sheet free. His hand was shaking as he held it out. It's messy. Bella took the paper. In a child's uneven block letters, there were 3 words. I love you. Her lips flattened tight as her eyes stung. The handwriting got wavy and then disappeared. Maybe you can't read it, he said in a small voice. I can do it over. She shook her head. I can read it just fine. It's beautiful. I don't expect anything back. I know that you don't feel that for me anymore. But I wanted you to know. It's important that you knew. And if there's any chance we could be together, I can't stop my job with the Brotherhood. But I can promise that I'll be so much more careful with myself. He frowned and stopped talking. Shit, what am I saying? I promised myself I wouldn't put you in this position. She crushed the paper to her heart, then launched herself at him, hitting his chest so hard he stumbled back. As his arms came around her with hesitation, as if he didn't have any idea what she was doing or why, she wept openly. In all her preparations for this meeting, the one thing she had never considered was that the two of them might have some sort of future. When he tilted up her chin and looked down at her, she tried to smile, but the crazy hope she felt was too heavy and joyous a burden. I didn't mean to make you cry. Oh God, Zadist, I love you. His eyes flared so wide. His brows nearly hit his hairline. What? I love you. Say that again. I love you. Again, please, he whispered. I need to hear it again. I love you. His response was to start praying to the scribe virgin in the old language. Holding Bella tight, burying his face in her hair, he gave thanks with such eloquence she started to weep all over again. When the last laudation had been murmured, he switched back into English. I was dead until you found me, though I breathed. I was sightless, though I could see. And then you came and I was awakened. She touched his face. In slow motion, he closed the distance between their mouths, pressing the softest of kisses on her lips. How sweetly he came to her, she thought. Even with his bulk and his power, he came to her sweetly. Then he pulled back. But wait, why are you here? I'm glad I'm having your young. He frowned, opened his mouth, shut it and shook his head. I'm sorry, what did you say? I carry your young. This time there was no response from him at all. You're going to be a father. Still nothing. I'm pregnant. Okay, she was running out of ways to tell him. God, what if he didn't want this? Zadist started to sway in his shit-kickers and the blood ran out of his face. You carry my young within you? Yes, Suddenly he gripped her arms hard. Are you all right? Did Havers say you're all right? So far. I'm a little young, but maybe that'll work to my advantage when the time to deliver comes. Havers said the baby is well and I'm under no restrictions well. Except I'm not allowed to dematerialize after my 6th month. And, blushing, she was seriously blushing now. I won't be able to have sex or be fed from after the 14th one until the birth, which should be around month 18. When the doctor had given her those warnings, she'd thought she'd never have to worry about either of those things. But maybe now. Zadist was nodding, but he really didn't look well. I can take care of you. I know you will. And you're going to keep me safe. She said this because she knew he would worry about that. You will stay here with me? She smiled. I would love to. Will you mate me? Are you asking? Yes. Except he still looked green. He was literally the color of mint ice cream. And these rote words of his were beginning to freak her out. Zadist, are you okay about this? You don't have to mate me if you don't. Where is your brother? The question startled her. Revenge? A home, I guess. We go to him. Now. Zadist took her hand and dragged her out into the foyer. Zadist. We will get his consent and we will be mated this night. And we will go in V's car. I don't want you dematerializing again. Zadist was pulling her to the door so fast, she was having to run. Wait, Haver said I could until month. I don't want to take any chances. Zadist, that's not necessary. Suddenly he stopped. Are you sure you want my young? Oh yes. Oh dear Virgin, yes. Even more now. She smiled up at him, took his hand, placed it on her lower belly. You're going to be a wonderful father. And that was when he fell over in a dead faint. Zadist opened his eyes to find Bella looking down at him with love shining out of her face. All around his periphery there were other members of the household, but she was the only one he saw. Hi there, she said softly. He reached up and touched her face. He was not going to cry. He was not. Oh, to hell with it. He smiled up at her as the tears started rolling. I hope it's a little girl who looks just like. His voice cut out. And then, yeah, like a complete flipping Nancy, he broke down totally and wept like an idiot. In front of all the brothers. And Butch. And Beth. And Mary. He was no doubt horrifying Bella with his weakness. But he couldn't help himself. This was the first time in his whole life that he had ever felt blessed. Fortunate. Lucky. This moment, this perfect, shimmering moment in time, this one sublime moment where he was flat on his back in the foyer, with his beloved Bella, and the young inside her, and the brotherhood around him, this was his very luckiest day. When his pathetic sobbing dried up, Rage knelt down, grinning so wide his perfect cheeks were about to split. We came running when your noggin cracked into the floor. Put her there, Daddy-o. Can I teach the little bugger how to fight? Hollywood held out his hand, and as Zadist took hold of it to shake, Wrath got down on his haunches. Congratulations, my brother. May blessings from the Virgin be upon you and your Shellen and your young. By the time Vishouse and Butch offered their laudatory words, Z was sitting up, mopping up. God, he was such a pansy, crying all over himself. Shit, good thing none of them seemed to mind. As he took a deep breath, he looked around for Fury, and there his twin was. In the 2 months since Fury's night out with that lesser, his hair had already grown down to his jawline, and the scar he'd put on his face was long gone. But his eyes were flat and sad, and they were sadder now, too. Fury came forward and everyone got quiet. I should like to be an uncle, he said quietly. I'm so happy for you, Z. You too, Bella. Zadist grabbed for Fury's palm and squeezed so hard he could feel his twin's bones. You're going to be a fine uncle. And perhaps the guardian? Bella volunteered. Fury bowed his head. I would be honored to be the young's guardian. Fritz bustled in with a silver tray of slender glass flutes. The doggen was glowing and all a-twitter with happiness. To toast the occasion. Voices mixed and mingled and glasses were passed and laughter sounded. Zadist looked at Bella as someone put a flute in his hand. I love you, he mouthed. She smiled back at him and pressed something into his hand. Her necklace. You keep this on you always, she whispered. For good luck. He kissed her hand. Always. Abruptly Wrath rose to his towering height, lifted up his champagne, and tilted back his head. In a tremendous, booming voice, he hollered so loud, you could have sworn the walls of the mansion shook. To the young. Everyone shot to their feet, raised their glasses, and yelled at the top of their lungs, to the young! Ah, yes, surely their chorus of voices was bold and deafening enough to carry to the scribe virgin's sacred ears, which was precisely as tradition demanded. What a true and proper toast, Z thought as he tugged Bella down to kiss her on the mouth. To the young! The household all shouted once more. To you! He said against Bella's lips. Nala. Chapter 50. Yeah, well, I could have done without the passing out part, Z muttered as he pulled into the driveway of the safe house Bella's family was living in. And that whole bawling my eyes red routine, too. Definitely could have lost that one. Christ. I thought you were very sweet. With a groan he killed the engine, palmed his SIG sour, and went around to help her from the Escalade. Damn it. She already had the door open and was stepping out into the snow. Wait for me, he barked, grabbing for her arm. She shot him a level stare. Zadist, if you keep treating me like a wineglass, I'm going to go nuts over the next 16 months. Listen, female, I don't want you slipping on this ice. You're wearing high heels. Oh, for the love of the Virgin. He shut her car door, kissed her quickly, then put his arm around her waist and led her up the front walkway of a big, Tudor-style house. He scanned the snow-covered yard, his trigger finger itchy as hell. Zadist, I want you to put the gun away before you meet my brother. No problem. We'll be in the house by then. We're not going to get jumped here. We're out in the middle of nowhere. If you think I'm taking even the slightest chance with you and my young, you are out of your mind. He knew he was being overbearing as hell, but he couldn't help it. He was a bonded male, with his pregnant female. There were few things on the planet more aggressive or dangerous, and those bastards were called hurricanes and tornadoes. Bella didn't argue with him. Instead she smiled and covered the hard hand on her waist with one of her own. I guess you should be careful what you ask for. What do you mean? He moved her in front of him as they came up to the door, blocking her with his body. He hated the porch light. It made them too conspicuous. As he turned the thing off with his mind, she laughed. I always wanted you for a bonded male. He kissed the side of her neck. Well, you got your wish. I'm deep bonded. Way deep bonded. Deep, deep, ultra. As he leaned forward and hit the brass knocker, his body came into full contact with hers. She made a little purring sound in the back of her throat and rubbed herself against him. He froze. Oh God. Oh no, he was instantly erect. All it had taken was that one little move of hers and he had a big flipping. The door swung open. He expected to see a dog gen on the other side. Instead there was a tall, slender female with white hair, a long black gown, and a whole lot of diamonds. Crap. Bella's mother. Z hid the gun in the holster at the small of his back and made sure his double-breasted jacket was buttoned all the way down. Then he linked his hands together right in front of his zipper. He dressed as conservatively as possible, in the first suit he'd ever worn, and he was even plugged into a pair of fancy-dancy loafers. He'd wanted to wear a turtleneck to cover up the slave band at his throat, but Bella had nixed that and he supposed she was right. There was no hiding what he'd been, and there shouldn't be. Besides, no matter what he was dressed like, and even though he was a member of the Brotherhood, the Glimmerer would never accept him, not just because he'd been used as a blood slave, but because of what he looked like. Thing was, though, Bella had no use for them, and neither did he, although he was going to try to put on a polite show for her family. Bella went forward. Mommin. As she and her mother embraced formally, Z came into the house, shut the door and looked around. The manse was formal and wealthy, befitting the aristocracy, but he didn't give a shit about the drapes and the wallpaper. What he approved of was the lithium-powered security contacts on all the windows, and the laser receptors in the doorways, and the motion detectors on the ceiling. Huge points for all of that. Huge. Bella stepped back. She was stiff around her mother, and he could see why. It was clear from the gown and all those sparklers that the female was a hardcore aristocrat. And aristocrats tended to be about as cozy as a snowdrift. Mommin, this is Zadist. My mate. Z braced himself as her mother took him in from head to foot. Once, twice, and yeah, a third time. Oh, man, this was going to be a really long evening. Then he wondered if the female knew he'd gotten her daughter pregnant. 2. Bella's mother came forward and he waited for her to reach a hand out. She didn't offer him a thing. Instead her eyes watered. Great. Now what did he do? Her mother fell to his feet, her black gown pooling around those fancy loafers he wore. Warrior, thank you. Thank you for bringing my Bella home. Zadist stared at the female for a heartbeat and a half. Then he leaned down and lifted her gently off the floor. As he held her awkwardly, he looked at Bella, who was sporting the kind of expression folks usually reserved for feats of magic. A big what the hell, laced with wonderment. As her mother stepped away and blotted carefully under her eyes, Bella cleared her throat and asked, "Where's Revenge?" "I'm right here." The deep voice drifted in from a darkened room, and Zadist glanced to the left as a huge male with a cane. Shit, oh shit, this was so not happening. The Reverend, Bella's brother, was that mohawked, violet-eyed, hard-ass drug dealer who, according to Fury, was at least half sympath. What a flipping nightmare. Technically, the Brotherhood should be running his ass out of town. Instead, Z was looking to mate into the guy's family. God. Did Bella even know what her brother was? And not just the drug dealer part. Z glanced at her. Probably not, his instincts told him. On both accounts. "Revenge, this is Zadist," she said. Z looked at the male again. The pair of deep purples staring back at him were unwavering. But beneath the calm there was a flicker of the same kind of holy hell that Z was feeling. Man, exactly how was all this going to play out? "Rev," Bella murmured. Zadist." The Reverend smiled coolly. "So, are you going to mate my sister now that you've knocked her up? Or is this just a social call?" The two females let out gasps, and Zadist felt his eyes flash black. As he pointedly drew Bella to his side, he itched to bare his fangs. He was going to do his best not to embarrass anyone, but if Flyboy with the mouth peeled off any more one-liners like that, Z was going to drag Bella's brother outside and beat an apology out of him for upsetting the ladies. He was damn proud of himself when he only hissed a little. "Yeah, I am going to mate her. You drop the tough act, civilian, and we might invite you to the ceremony. Otherwise, you're off the list." The Reverend's eyes flared, but then he abruptly laughed. "Easy there, brother. Just want to make sure my sister is taken care of." The male put his hand out. Zadist met the big palm halfway. "That's brother-in-law to you, and she will be. Don't you worry about that." Epilogue. 20 months later. Oh, the agony. This training was going to kill him. Sure, he wanted to get into the Brotherhood, or at least be one of their soldiers, but how could anyone survive this? As time was finally called, the new pre-transition candidate sagged because the class on hand-to-hand was finally over. But he didn't dare show any more weakness than that. Like all the trainees, he was terrified and in awe of their teacher, a great scarred warrior, a full member of the Black Dagger Brotherhood. Rumors abounded about the male, that he ate lessers after he killed them, that he murdered females for sport, that his scars were his doing just because he liked pain, that he'd killed recruits for making mistakes. "Hit the showers," the warrior said, his deep voice filling the gym. "Bus is waiting for you. We start tomorrow for sharp. So sleep up good tonight." The trainee ran out with the others and was grateful to hit the showers. God, at least the rest of his class were just as relieved and sore. They were all like cows at this point, just standing under the spray, barely blinking, stupid from exhaustion. Thank the good Virgin. He wouldn't have to go back onto those godforsaken blue mats for another 16 hours. Except as he went to put on his street clothes, he realized he'd forgotten his sweatshirt. With a cringe, he shot down the hall and sneaked back into the gym. The trainee stopped dead. The teacher was across the way, shirtless and sparring with a punching bag, his nipple rings flashing as he danced around his target. Dear Virgin, in the fade he bore the marks of a blood slave, and scars ran all the way down his back. But man, he could move. He had incredible strength and agility and power. Deadly. Very deadly. Totally deadly. The trainee knew he should leave, but he was unable to look away. He'd never seen anything snap out so fast or strike so hard as the male's fists. Obviously, the rumors about the instructor were all true. He was a flat-out killer. With a metal clank, a door opened at the other end of the gym, and the sound of a newborn's cries echoed up into the high ceiling. The warrior stopped in mid-punch and wheeled around as a lovely female carrying a young in a pink blanket came over to him. His face softened, positively melted. "Sorry to bother you," the female said over the wailing. "But she wants her daddy." The warrior kissed the female as he took the small young into his heavy arms, cradling the newborn against his bare chest. The baby girl reached her tiny hands up and around his neck, then settled into his skin, calming instantly. The warrior turned and looked across the mats, pegging the new trainee with a level stare. "Bus is coming soon, son. You better hurry." Then he winked, and he turned away, putting his hand on the female's waist, pulling her close to him, kissing her again on the mouth. The recruit stared at the warrior's back, seeing what had been hidden by all that vicious movement. Over some of his scars there were two names in the old language in his skin, one on top of the other, Bella and Nala.